Alright, I'm back. Much better, man. Ah. My mouth doesn't feel as disgusting now, so. I guess it was like the sugar from the grapes, but. I don't have to click on anything, bro. I don't have to click on anything. Shit. Really? Damn, bro. I was using a floss pick and this fucking tip just broke off between my tooth. Ah. There we go. Cheap Chinese shit. Sitting down, of course. What do I look like, an animal? Alright. I feel much better now. Alright, I guess we can close out of this tab. Alright, we'll watch this first, I guess.
What are your thoughts on the Sphere?
Dude, how old is this clip? Jesus.
100 take on Resident Evil video. I already talked about this before, where I don't watch Sphere Hunter because they're trans, you know. I don't want to. Fuck, I can't. YouTube doesn't want you to say shit, but you already understand.
This is an old ass clip, bro.
And like, you guys should know. You guys should know better than asking me these questions. Monkey Man takes $2 for a Hunter video. Okay, which fucking one? Which fucking one? I'm not gonna say any transphobic things at all. Only real.
Oh god.
Only real criticism.
2022. Damn, man.
Like how the avatar probably looks nothing like they do in real life. You wish.
Yeah, you would have to dance around that type of shit back then.
Ish. Anyway, which Resident Evil one are we watching? Watch Jim Sterling. Okay, what's it? Oh, no transphobia challenge. Which one am I seeing? My god, 23-minute video. They showed us like 1 minute of gameplay, you fucking degenerate. God. See? That's not transphobic. That's nothing to do with it. That's just shitty content. Look at that. 363,000 views. It was like 1 minute. Watch Matthew Vitos's video on the Lost Art of Demon Souls. Nah, I think I'm good. Woke Hogan, thanks for $2. Resident Evil 4 retrospective. Okay, fine. Let's figure it out. Let's see it. Resident Evil 4, the game that changed everything.
Come on, time to leave.
Now?
Oh boy, here we go. It's one of these like video essays where it's like, let me give you the history of the game. You know, it's like, dude, come on. Alright.
Is something following us?
We have to go. We don't have any time to waste.
Go? Where?
Hey, it's up to us to take out Umbrella.
That's it. Umbrella's going down.
Smiling an
Sorry,
awful
Claire,
lot.
but it's not over yet. There's still something we've got to do.
Code Veronica just looks so ugly, man.
Yeah.
I know it's an FMV, but I think
We've got to destroy Umbrella.
in game and out of game it looks awful.
6 years have passed since that horrendous incident.
During the development of Resident Evil Code Veronica, the spin-off game Survivor, and another side game simply known as 1.9, another Resident Evil title.
Dude, who was it that thought Sphere Hunter was actually a woman? Who was it? I forgot. There was someone in this chat who thought Sphere Hunter was a woman. I forgot who it was. Jeff? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I had never heard of Sphere Hunter until someone mentioned that he was a trans porn star. So, literally, my introduction to fucking Sphere Hunter was the fact that, you know, he was like a gay porn star or some shit. So, I don't watch anything related to Resident Evil, so I would have never stumbled across the channel.
Just started development. Resident Evil 3. Originally directed by Hideki Kamiya, this RE3 began its life as a mainline entry, taking place on a ship stranded at sea.
All right,
The main
let's skip to
character
the
would be
actual
hung from
criticism
RE2,
part.
just after his Raccoon City escape. Resident Evil 4 takes place 6 years
Okay,
after
1 second. What?
4.
How people think that passes as a woman, I don't fucking know, bro. That is so clearly a fucking man. Like, look at the face.
I'm taking you. Right,
Yeah, but like,
Caesar!
right?
Sphere.
This
Okay,
video,
where
that's
does this
better.
fucking sketch start? All right, here we go.
Holy Judaism. Is this one of the 6 genders mentioned in the Talmud?
Ah, that's better. What, you didn't really think I was gonna wear that dress for this video, did you? No, I need something to secure the ballistics.
Pain.
I gotta take this. I actually ignored this guy in my last Resident Evil video. Hello?
Is this Susie? Sphere Hunter?
Hey,
Of course it's a fucking furry.
John. Super Eye Patch Wolf. You're the anime man, right?
No, that's someone else. You, Susie, have fucked with me for the last time!
Wait. What did I do?
Ori 4? Ori 4? The game that changed everything?
Oh, come
Final
on.
Fantasy 7
Really?
changed
Where's
everything,
Merriam-Webster?
not Ori 4!
Yeah, but like every modern shooter uses the over-the-shoulder camera now.
Delete the video right now!
No, I'm not deleting the video, dude.
Fine. I'm taking you to YouTube course.
Anyway, now that we've got all that dev history out of the way, let's take a...
See, this is why I don't make clips for my stream. This is why I don't make clips. Because all the best parts of my stream are things that can't be in my videos, unfortunately. So now you know why you're here. Big Shammy, thanks again for the 150 and the hot dog. I think
Look up Sphere Hunter's last name. Does it end with Berg?
the hot dog is pretty appropriate here. I think that's good. Yeah, I didn't say anything. Well, that was probably the highlight of this stream, if that's what you want. Oh boy, I don't want to see that again.
Yeah, dude, I don't blame him. Gross. Alright, we need some wholesome... I need something wholesome to purge the fucking eyes. Alright, let's see.
Hey there, gamers.
Let's see what GoyCastGuy's uploaded. We'll do this one.
Hey there, gamers. DreamcastGuy here. Today I want to talk about a very controversial leak that came out last night, which involved the idea of the future of PlayStation. Sony's been talking a bit about the experiment of going multi-platform to a way. We've actually seen a couple games like Helldivers going to Xbox, but it's more about the PC front, right? Over the course of the last couple of years, Sony has put some of their biggest and best games onto Steam. Stuff like Spider-Man, stuff like God of War, and by their own admission,
those are not their, well, maybe their biggest, but definitely not their best.
They sold fantastic. In fact, they actually bought an entire studio, Nixis. They bought a studio specifically that's good at porting games to PC. But now, a new leak came out last night that has a lot of the internet kind of mad, kind of debating about it, because it essentially said that Sony is now afraid.
Why is he lisping? Because he has fake teeth up top.
Of the idea of PC gaming, that Sony is doing a big reverse course. There's no longer going to be any of the big famous franchises. We're not going to see like Last of Us Part 3 or another Ratchet & Clank. None of that stuff now is going to PC. PlayStation is back to only focusing on PlayStation. But let's talk.
He heard from a very good source PlayStation is probably pulling back from PC. Yeah, if Jez Corden heard it, then it's probably bullshit.
Stuff now is going to PC. PlayStation is back to only focusing on PlayStation. But let's talk about this, because I think the leak is legit, even if I question the source. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like. Subscribe if you haven't already, and please, hope you're having a great day. But let's get into this. So, this all began with Jez Corden. So let's start with the controversy aspect of it, and we're going to take a look at the entirety of his statement, because part of the reason...
Yeah, Jez Corden is a source for all things inaccurate, so... Oh, yeah, dude, he does weigh more than Wings. Jez Corden is like 500 fucking pounds. He literally lives with his wife's parents. Like, this guy is such a fucking bum that he lives with his wife's parents. And, you know, he's a professional games journalist, dude. Meanwhile, he just sits in a fucking room eating and playing video games all fucking day, mooching off his wife's parents', you know, retirement fund. Yeah, he's literally like Tipster.
The reason that people are not mad is that Jez Corden used to be one of the biggest Xbox leakers. He, for a long time, was considered to be one of the best sources inside of Xbox. He had all sorts of crazy stuff he'd post, but over time, his credibility has been heavily tarnished because he was
it's not even his wife, it's his girlfriend. That's even worse.
The people that was the first to say that, you know, Xbox isn't going third party. He claimed that no Xbox games were going to PlayStation. He very much bet his reputation that Xbox games weren't going to PlayStation. So lately, he's definitely been on the down and outs. But here's the other part of it, is that the whole entirety of it is that he said, I've heard from a very good source that PlayStation is pulling back from PC for their tent-pole single-player games, while live service games will remain day and date. Now, part of the reason that people are sort of fighting about this leak is that he said essentially the opposite 2 days before this. He said that by his own estimation, we're about to see a lot of games, exclusives from PlayStation,
shocking,
going to Steam. Day and date.
Brit's soulmate. Oh my god. I don't even think... Nah. I won't even wish that upon Brit. Hell nah. Nobody deserves the fate of having a 500-pound live-in boyfriend who lives with your parents.
He said. But apparently, according to him, he made this post.
Nobody deserves that fate.
And sources came to him and said the direct opposite is true. PlayStation is now, in a way, kind of afraid of tarnishing their brand by going to PC. So I think what's interesting right now about the console wars is that exclusives for about 5 years there, people are kind of questioning their relevance, right? Because exclusive games really don't sell that much. Like, consoles sell a lot. Sony's doing incredibly big numbers, making tens of billions of dollars off the PlayStation consoles. But when you actually look at the individual sales of particular games, it's not like one of them is selling 10 million copies. A lot of times...
Yeah, they were. They were last generation. Pretty much every single Sony game sold over 10 million copies, bro. pretty much every single game last generation were selling, you know, 10, 15, 20 million copies. But I don't know.
It's more about the idea of exclusives, the idea about exclusives in the future that kind of entices new fans into it. But here's something. Sony might stop releasing single-player games according to PC. I've heard from a very reliable source that they're likely withdrawing. And Pio here, Pio's actually one of my favorite. Some people consider him to be a blind PlayStation fanboy. To me, he just seems like a guy who loves PlayStation, loves playing on his PlayStation. Well, the reason I asked about Sony going back to only PlayStation a few days ago is because I've also been hearing this. It's a rumor, but Sony may be considering quitting porting their single-player games to PC. So this is something that a lot of people are talking about, because does this mean that everybody is afraid of the Steam machine? Is Steam machine actually a true competitor? I kind of want to make a separate video about the Steam machine and a lot of the leaks about the price and possibly Half-Life 3, but I do think that inside the industry, a lot of big corporate executives are terrified of the Steam machine, because yes, the Steam machine is just a PC. It's just a micro PC with a lower price tag, but I do think that a lot of these people, a lot of fans specifically play console games because
Tim Marco, the 279, his girlfriend's parents are way too kind. Yeah, I agree, man. I'd kick his fucking fat ass out, bro.
Of the ease of use. The controller automatically updates. The controller is always going to work every single time you boot up the game. The graphics are auto-configured. You pop in a disc, it auto-updates. There is a seamlessness to console gaming that I really feel like is the reason it's still so big. I mean, to me, I still predominantly game on console, especially for like a lot of big AAA stuff. I like the fact that I don't ever have to look at a graphics menu. I don't have to go in there and worry about...
I don't know, bro. I don't know if you could call working for Windows Central an accomplishment.
DLSS or trying to mess with like a registry log. PC gaming is better once you adapt to it, but I think that the Steam machine, part of what's interesting to me is that it seems like it's going to be that interesting hybrid that other people have been talking about, right? It is a single system that sits under your TV, that auto works, that's great. It'll have a controller that auto configures, but it runs on your Steam database, right? So is this about that? There have been talks about this cross-buy feature, that maybe there have been discussions that PlayStation wants to maybe have their own PlayStation launcher, the way that Battle.net has, or the way that Xbox has, right? The way that you basically buy stuff through their storefront. I almost think that the real thing that's causing this, I think it's the fact that I just believe that the PC market is getting so saturated with incredibly good games. I mean...
Like what? The PC market's getting saturated with incredibly good games. I must have missed them.
Straight up, I feel like there's been so many crazy indie successes, early access games, I don't know, Lethal Company, just so many games constantly, every single day, are blowing up on Steam. Games that a lot of times aren't on console or come to console years later. I think that there is a growth...
Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess I'm missing some games here. Saturated with too many good games. Yeah, I feel like we missed something here. I wish we had that problem.
Enthusiast base of people that not just like Steam, not just prefer Steam, they celebrate Steam. And I just don't think that audience is buying PlayStation games on PC. Here's my theory about why this is happening. So this came out exactly 1 month ago as of the recording of this video, but PlayStation came out and did, hey, here's how our multi-platform efforts are going. They essentially said, hey, here's what we're trying to do for our last fiscal year. So not just like a quarter, our full fiscal year. They essentially said, hey, here's our multi-platform efforts. The fact that they put some stuff like MLB The Show went to Xbox and stuff. They also put games on Steam. Their multi-platform efforts got them 2% profit. Look at this. Craziest thing about this data is there were plenty of first-party PC releases this fiscal year. Spider-Man 2, Lego Horizon, Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. This game, honestly, this port is fantastic. If you've ever wanted to play the...
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, my God. Dude, DreamCastGuy is like the only guy I know who consistently glazes this fucking game. Although, I thought he talked shit. Was it the first or the second? I don't remember. It was either the first or the second one that he said he hated at first, and then he changed his mind on it like clockwork again. You know, like, I forgot. I think it may have been the second one. I don't remember, but dude, Horizon is the most overrated franchise in the history of gaming. the most astroturfed and the most unnecessary fucking game to ever get remastered. Probably in the history of PlayStation. So, I don't know, man. I really don't get the fucking appeal of Horizon at all. And what, now they released, wasn't it like a mobile game or something? And I saw like a bunch of people were pissed off over that because it's like, oh, you know, you'll release a mobile game, but you won't release it on the console or whatever it was. It was like a Monster Hunter clone or some dog shit like that. It's like they're so determined to make Horizon a thing. I don't get it. They have so much better IP at Sony that they could be utilizing, but they want to use Horizon. Like, I mean, I get Herman Holst is like, you know, one of the heads of PlayStation now, so he wants to, you know, prop up his own IP. But it's like, dude, Horizon is literally like Avatar. People only buy it for the visuals, and there's not really any other appeal to it other than that. It's just a graphical showcase title. I would say it's probably the least finished PlayStation game if I had to guess. If I had to go out on a limb and guess which game of theirs was the least finished by percentage completion, I'd probably say it's Horizon. Because I highly doubt people made it past the first 5 hours in most cases.
Original Horizon Zero Dawn played on PC. Holy heck, this port is perfect. Until Dawn Remastered, God of War Ragnarok, Ghost of Tsushima. It's crazy. Helldivers 2 was only 2 months old. Keep in mind, both Ragnarok and Spider-Man 2 were the fastest-selling first-party games in PlayStation history when they launched on PS5. But above all else, the PC releases combined barely cracked $653 million in revenue.
I wonder if DreamCastGuy gave his girlfriend Horizon when he sold her the PS5. Do you guys think that was one of the game? Hold on, let's see real quick. Didn't he? What was the video he made? Let's see. Let's see if she got pawned a copy of Horizon. I'm actually kind of curious now.
Hey there, gamers. DreamCastGuy
Let's
here,
see.
and this is my brutally honest review for
PS5
Gears of War Reloaded.
Pro. Let's see. Was it his review?
Hey there, gamers. DreamCastGuy here, and today we're talking about the PlayStation 5 Pro because I got it. I spent my own money to actually purchase this to do a brutally honest review. Now,
Did he spend his own money, though? I remember he had, like, a picture of, like, the games that he sold his girlfriend.
this thing, including the cost of the disk drive that you have to buy separately, this cost me $800. But let's talk about this. So every pixel, every frame rate, every to stream PlayStation 5 games onto a tiny screen in case, you know, you're in a house and you got a bunch of kids that are constantly taking up the TV to watch Bluey. Sony is clearly trying to diversify their mix of hardware releases and software releases, right? New games and new consoles. And
dude, I remember because we watched it. I remember we watched it. And he had, like, a picture of the PS5 and, like, a stack of games. I don't remember what it was. Shit. It doesn't matter. Damn. I was just kind of morbidly curious. Because it seems like Sony has to pawn that shit off constantly, so it wouldn't surprise me. Like, for a while at the beginning of this generation, every single console was that Horizon Forbidden West bundle, which is how they inflate the sales of most of their games. Same with Spider-Man 2, same with God of War. I think, did they do it with, I think they did it with Ragnarok as well. So, Sony's had to rely on a lot of bundles this generation. Went on a 10-minute rant. Dude, I hate Horizon. I've tried to play it like 3 separate times. Every single time, I can't get past the first 3 hours. That game is genuinely paint drying simulator.
revenue total. That's including add-on content too. Now, it comes down to a question of, does Sony see this as worth it? $653 million of revenue seems like a decent chunk of change. I mean, they make, it says here, they make tens of billions of dollars a year, but that seems like, a good chunk of profit increase. But 2% profit increase, I think it's just the fact that how much effort, how much cost, how much marketing, how much push, how much did this actually take to get a 2% boost in revenue? I also think it's the fact that, honestly, right now, the PS5 console itself, I have heard people essentially say that PlayStation is doing so well, they're kind of afraid of getting in their own way, right? Right now, the messaging with PlayStation is stupid easy. You play it, you buy it. If you buy a PlayStation 5 or a PlayStation 5 Pro, it'll play every game in the world with a PS5 on the box. It'll play every PlayStation 4 game. It'll play digital games. It'll play your crappy Fortnite or Marvel Rivals or whatever, right? I think that the messaging of it has been a huge, huge boon for its success. Whereas Xbox is trying to have the Xbox Series X and everything's an Xbox and your TV's an Xbox and a PlayStation's an Xbox, right? I think that Sony, at this point, I almost think they're kind of pulling back, because this is just working and growing so freaking much. Their monthly active users year on year has gone up 3 million.
I don't think they're pulling back anything. I mean, realistically, how much does it actually cost to make a PC port? Like, they're already developing this shit on PC architecture anyway. It's not like it's on some weird, cell processor or some weird shit from, PS3 age of old. Like, you could very easily, I feel like, make PC ports for most of these games in a pretty, substantially minimal amount of time, especially in terms of manpower. So, I can't imagine that the cost of actually porting these games even remotely comes close to how much they make off of them. But I could also see a scenario where they're not really selling that great. Because, a lot of the Sony games, I feel like, are pretty astroturfed. But they still always come out poorly optimized? Yeah, for a while that wasn't the case, though. Recently it has been a problem, especially with, The Last of Us, I remember, but yeah, for the most part, I thought, Sony actually did pretty decent PC ports for a while, and then they kind of just fell off a cliff. But, I don't know.
80 million games shipped. Digital is up 72%. PS5 shipped 3.9 million units this quarter, up from 3.8 last year. Cumulative sales are now 84.
The synthetic man absolutely hated Call of Duty Black Ops 6 or 7, you mean? He might even do a YouTube Shorts review of it now that he's beaten it. Well, he's a better man than me, because I got 3 missions deep and I turned that shit off, so. Dude, genuinely, that might be the worst COD to date. And, Modern Warfare 3 2 years ago was pretty damn close to securing that title indefinitely. And, yeah. I think this one might take the crown. It's just really fucking bad, bro. It's really bad. Even the, Black Ops 6,
right,
say
awesome.
what you
Thanks,
will
nigga.
about
All
the
right.
campaign. I wasn't a fan of the campaign either. But the campaign is much more coherent than Black Ops 7. And the multiplayer, I think, was actually pretty decent, comparably speaking. Black Ops 7, I genuinely can't think of a nice thing to say about it. It genuinely sucks. So, I mean, Black Ops 6, I at least stuck with for a week or two. I played a pretty decent amount of the multiplayer. I think 100 hours or something like that. So, I didn't just immediately jump off of it. I played quite a bit of it after launch, but dude, Black Ops 7, one stream, that was it. I'm good, man. Not to mention all those issues I was having with the multiplayer as well, bro. It was bad. Got kicked for inactivity while playing? Yeah. I got a clip of that, too. It's crazy. You can't pause a campaign and you get kicked for inactivity. That shit's crazy. How the mighty has fallen. It's sad, dude, honestly. Like, they could so easily just go back to the old Call of Duty formula. You know? But nope. Gotta make everything Warzone, dude. You know, body armor, armor plates, weapon rarity. What else? It's just, I don't like it. I really don't fucking like it. And if you die, you have to start the entire level over again. Who the fuck comes up? Yeah, exactly. And 0 difficulty settings, too. Because that was a feature that I'm sure a lot of people were just asking to have removed from Call of Duty, is the ability to cater the experience difficulty-wise, checkpoints, pausing the game. You know, all such inconvenient features that thankfully they removed. It's crazy, bro. And I was really hoping for 3-stage Destiny-style raid bosses. You know, that's exactly what I was hoping for. Also, those visual glitches were insane. Yeah, dude, that shit was funny as fuck. It's like I got the one where the entire map was strobing. Then I got another one where all the black bars were like blocking every 5 feet. And then I got a combination of the two. It's like, wow. Quite well developed, aren't we? But every single modern COD has had some sort of visual glitch like that. It's a running problem with the engine, and they just don't fix it. Probably because they don't know how. So, I think it's just down to the fact that they don't even know how to fix it. Because Modern Warfare 2019, I remember, had visual like glitches or whatever you want to call it. And, you know, every single iteration of the modern Call of Duties have had their version of that problem. And they've gotten worse and worse, I feel like, in recent years. So I think the engine is breaking further and further the longer it's being used. But we'll see. They took out the difficulty options because they made it basically a Warzone co-op mode. It's not even like a real, you know, campaign at all. It's just basically a Warzone special event. It sucks, man. They literally have like loot crates all throughout the campaign that give you like random weapon drops. It's so bad, man. You know, play your Borderlands, guys. You know, Borderlands mechanics in my Call of Duty campaign. Exactly what I wanted. It's just sad, honestly. We used to have nice things. Not so much anymore. You just look at something like Modern Warfare 3 or the original Black Ops, and you're like, bro, what the fuck happened? You literally just had to keep making campaigns like that. That's it. Black Ops 1 was like the coolest campaign in Call of Duty, in my opinion. That's my personal favorite Call of Duty campaign. And just every other Treyarch campaign has been a massive downgrade ever since. So, Black Ops 2 was still somewhat enjoyable, but I think compared to Black Ops 1, it was definitely a downgrade. And then, I mean, you had stuff like, you know, Ghosts, which I thought had a good story. I thought that was enjoyable. Advanced Warfare had a great story. Black Ops 3, not so much. Again, Treyarch downgrading. Infinite Warfare had a great story, and that was kind of it, man. After Infinite Warfare, the stories just sucked. It's like the last time they actually tried. Then it just became, you know, realism simulator for Infinity Ward. And then I don't even know what the fuck Treyarch's doing, but it is what it is. Did I get any Mega Charizard X? Yeah, no, I didn't. I did not. I'm probably going to buy a few at 200, which is what they're at right now. Because that's a pretty good price, but no, I didn't get any.
0.2 million, slower than the PS4 by about 2.1 million. Now, the PS4 was such a juggernaut of profitability that to me, I do kind of think that this is sort of a signal that I think that Sony internally started to say, is it worth the gamble to try and get even the slightest bit of new players? By the original plans, Sony said the idea behind the whole idea of putting stuff onto Steam was to essentially entice new people to buy a PlayStation, right? If I give you Spider-Man 1 Remastered and it runs fantastic on Steam, what's the odds that person will buy a PlayStation 5 to play Spider-Man 2? Well, it turns out the odds are relatively low. I've been thinking about this a lot because a lot of my friends, I would say a good chunk of my friends, I'd say 75, 80% now are very hardcore PC gamers. They're always there and they're very, very Steam devout. They won't even play other things on like Epic Game Launcher. They're very, very Steam devout. They won't even play like Diablo 4 until it came to Steam. But my point is the fact that those people can never, ever, ever be enticed to go over the fence, to go to PlayStation 5.
Yes, they can. Bro, they absolutely can be enticed. You know, it doesn't matter how powerful my PC is. It's like, dude, if Final Fantasy VII Part 3 comes out exclusively on PlayStation, I will absolutely bite the fucking bullet and buy that shit on console. So, it just depends on the game. Because a lot of PC people also have a Switch. So, that's not necessarily true. The problem is there's not anything enticing enough on PlayStation to make people really want to jump ship.
Straight up to the point where they're like, oh, wait, I don't mind. I'd rather play it optimized on my ultra widescreen monitor on my like $5,000 computer with perfect, crazy high-end graphics. I'm not...
Like, he says this shit, but how many fucking PC guys are going to go out and buy GTA 6 on console? Like, honest question. How many people do you think, I'll never buy a console, are going to go out and buy a console for GTA 6? There's probably going to be a pretty damn big number. So, console sales are about to spike. Whenever that game comes out, if it's in 2026 or 2027, Lord only knows at this point, but yeah, there are people who are, I'm forever PC, who will 100% eat their words and go buy a console. Now, if Sony was putting out generational bangers, I guess, like they used to, then I could see people still doing that.
Going to buy a $600 PlayStation 5, $750 PlayStation 5 Pro to get graphics. Even if they are good, they're just like, it's fine. I'll wait for this. I'll wait a year. And I think Sony is starting to see that. I think Sony's sales data have realized the PC experiment, even if it is profitable, even if it is...
Let's see. See, Dave C with the 2. Watch. What is that? Homer AI version of Iris? Okay. Raymond with the 5. Yeah, we can check it out, I guess. Let's see. Wajime with the 2. Yeah, we can take a look. And Logic Bender with the 2. Unrelated. The second half of Death Note is trash. Agreed, man. Absolutely agreed. Once L dies, the series should have ended. You know, Light got his W. We should have gotten to see the aftermath of what, you know, his reign as god of the new world looked like. And it should have ended with him dying. That would have been way better, but dude, the Japanese cannot write a good ending to a story to save their life most of the time. There are very few pieces of Japanese media that actually have good endings. Especially in the anime, you know, genre. Like, so many mangas and animes just have absolutely fucking terrible endings. Like, I just think about that one. I can't remember what the fuck it's called, but my friend was, like, obsessed with it. And it was, like, some romance anime, and apparently, like, the whole premise was they had to, like, find out who their childhood love was or some shit like that. And they eventually got together at the end, but then they broke up for, like, a random fucking reason. Like, they just wanted to go live separate lives or something. And it was, like, the biggest, like, retarded-ass ending of all time. I don't know, man. I just remember, like, my friend was pissed about it, but... yeah, I don't remember. Nah, dude, Oromo had a great ending. What are you talking about?
You know, minorly profitable. I think they're in a spot where they're realizing, okay, these people are not being converted into PlayStation gamers. They're just being converted into people that play PlayStation
Toradora? Maybe. I don't fucking know.
Games. This entire statement by Jez Corden is being met with a lot of anger because I do think that he's trying to backtrack a little bit. I do think it's that everybody being here. Didn't he literally say the opposite yesterday? Everybody roasted him. The way that Jez said...
I didn't really watch a ton of the romance animes because it's like, why do I want to watch, like, dating? I don't know, man. The Toradora ending was dog shit. Dude, most anime endings are dog shit. That's the secret.
Something that walks it back later needs to be studied. No doubt that Jez Corden has sources at Microsoft, but pretty much that is where his insight ends. And there it is, the walk back. Literally every single comment roasting Jez Corden. So I'm coming from the direction that even if this is legit, I think that this comes down to more of Sony figuring out that they're afraid of...
I've never watched the Naruto ending. Fun fact, I've never actually watched the Naruto ending. I got to the part where Madara gets stabbed, and I'm like, nope, I'm done. Done. Absolutely fucking done. When Madara gets stabbed in the chest by Black Zetsu, I was like, yeah, nah. We good. No more. That's enough. I've never actually watched the ending of Naruto. Like, I was already on the edge when they killed off Might Guy. And then Naruto revived him. I was like, bro, what an epic way to go out. And then fucking Naruto Ninja Jesus comes and revives him. And completely takes away all the fucking weight and gravity of the moment. Of, you know, my guy just going all out and, like, literally blowing the fucking, you know, chunk out of Madara's torso. Which was pretty fucking cool. And then he just becomes a cripple. It's like, okay, yeah. That already really pissed me off. And then it got to the part where Madara just gets stabbed. And it's like, yeah, nah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm not watching Burrito. Burrito is a hard pass for me. Dude, like, you had to be there, too. Like, Madara was hinted at from the very beginning. Like, that's the crazy part. Is like, from the original fucking series. Like, Madara was, like, this lingering fucking threat that everybody, like, knew about, and it was hinted at, and the tension was building for, like, literally over a decade. Because I was current with Naruto for most of its runtime. Like, back in the original series day. That's what I used to watch as a kid. And it's like, for years, they built up Madara as, like, this fucking, you know, god tier enemy, basically, or legendary ninja. And then to just fucking do him that dirty at the end really just pissed me off. I mean, his whole goal is fucking retarded, too. You know, just even to focus on that little part, like, yeah, I want to put everybody in an eternal dream. Really? That, like, that part already pissed me off, but, yeah, I don't know, man. It really, really irritated me. Yeah, Naruto was the worst part of Naruto. Very bad main character.
Falling down the same pitfall of watering down the brand that has happened to Xbox. At this point, Sony is very happy, I think, with their current profitability. I think they're fine staying in their lane. I do hope that we do still see some stuff coming to PlayStation 5. I gotta admit, I think it's cool when PlayStation 5 games go to PC. I've bought a decent amount of them. I just think mods are awesome. I just think it's so cool that you can tweak and change or add stuff. I have seen mods that are so freaking mind-blowing in games. Basically sequels, expansions, crazy stuff made by fans. I don't know, I really like that layer of customization that PC has. So combining it with the greatness of PlayStation 5 exclusives, that coolness, single-player goodness with mods, I don't know, personal taste, but I still think they should do it, just maybe with like a year-long delay. I don't know. This has just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about the idea of Sony sort of backtracking on their own sort of idea? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. You know, I have another video I really want to do today. I haven't filmed it yet, obviously, but I want to sort of talk about just the amount of hype, the amount of interest in the Steam Deck to me, or sorry, the Steam Machine to me is fascinating. I love
That is cool.
it. I think that,
Dude, I miss the era of clear colored plastic. That's like such a 90s, early 2000s aesthetic. But it really is nice.
the Steam Machine looks fantastic. And I love the amount of people that
Call me a boomer if you want, but I do miss that.
are already just making like fan renders and price speculation, and there's leaks about Half-Life 3.
There's something very satisfying about being able to see the actual components of whatever device it is you purchase, even if you have no idea what the fuck they do.
I really do think that Steam Machine is going to be a very, very, very big nuclear bomb when this drops next year.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click the
Yeah, it's like one of those things that's pretty neat. Logic Bender with the 2. Anime is D-Gen Journey to the West with no depth. Yeah, I mean, anime is... I have mixed feelings on anime. Because most of it, yeah, is genuinely terrible. Like, there are some animes that were pretty good. And when I say some, I mean very few. Most of it is extremely formulaic. The only thing I'll say about anime is, you know, it's somewhat less degenerate than Western media, but not really. It just does a better job of hiding a lot of its propagandized tendencies. Like, I think the biggest thing that people overlook in anime is just how emasculated all the men are. Like, every single anime has women walking all over men, them being bumbling idiots, you know, the women physically and verbally abusing them constantly. You know, they're always taking the lead. They're just as powerful and physically strong as the men are. Like, pretty much 90% of modern anime is like literal, like, feminist propaganda by modern definitions if you applied it to Western media. Which is what's kind of ironic that people say it's like this ultra-based, you know, chud tier version of media. When it's like, bro, most of these fucking dudes in anime are just emasculated dorks that are, like, literally afraid of women and shit. It's like, I don't know. That's the part I don't really like, is, like, the Beta Buck's main character, like a archetype or whatever you call it, is just really obnoxious. And it feels like every single show follows the exact same linear path now. Which I haven't watched anime in, like, what, 5 or 6 years, so maybe I'm not up to date on all the shit that's happening with it, but everything just got really formulaic for a while. It feels like every series is literally just designed as goon bait so they can start selling figures and merchandise. And that's it. You know, there's no actual, like, intelligent writing or anything like that. That's why, to this day, I still think Fate Zero is a really solid series. But those are very few and far between. Fate Zero, I think, is probably the objectively best anime I've watched. From a visual perspective, from a pacing perspective, from a story perspective, like... I only ever watched the first season of Attack on Titan. I've never watched the rest of it. I like Bleach. Bleach has way too much filler, though.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Knocking back painkillers with scotch hits. Be careful, man. But I don't know, bro. I just like the whole anime genre just really turned me off. I just can't really even look at it anymore. Is Bleach 1,000 Year War finally done? Once that's done, I will watch that. I do like Bleach. Dude, the aesthetic... Alright, this may sound kind of gay, but the aesthetic of Bleach is my favorite part, personally. I just love the art style of Bleach. Bleach is, like, very, very different compared to, like, the aesthetic of most animes. Because, one, the characters actually look like adults. And two, there's just something very different about it. It doesn't look like your typical fucking bug-eye, like, you know, cutesy anime slop. Well, yeah, it's Shonen Jump, but that's just a publisher. Yeah, the Nazi sword, yeah. Maybe. But yeah. I just think it's a very mature anime from a visual perspective. It's not infantile, I guess is the word I'm looking for. You hated the talking line. Oh, Cone. He has his moments. Like, nice angle. Way too much filler? Yeah, I agree, but you can skip the filler, so it doesn't really matter. What's this?
The Italians, we do not claim you.
Oh, hey, the Italians don't claim you. You're the one dating a black guy. The Italians don't claim me. They don't claim you.
Oh, no, they claim me. They claim me.
I don't think so.
They do.
Your Roman ancestors are looking down on you with shame.
Italian guys, yeah.
Italians,
Tell an Italian guy about your affinity for black guys. That'll go over real well.
Yeah. Dude, they don't even like it when you date non-Italian guys.
Good one, Nick.
Maybe some Braciole. There's some Italian.
No, but
you.
I will make my black boyfriend some of that.
Look at her, bro.
Oh, wow. You don't know any better.
The Italians, we do not claim you.
Oh, hey, the Italians don't claim you. You're the one dating a black guy. The Italians don't claim.
Oh, man. Look at her. Deep down, they know. Nick is so gay. I know, bro. He is very gay. He has all the gay, like, you know, mannerisms and speech patterns. Yeah. Would I smash her? No. Did you not just watch that short? Not even once. Not even in college. Not even if they're drunk. Never. Nick is white. Might not be 100% white, but he's white. Well, he's Mexican, bro. Well, apparently, so this is a theory that I heard, is apparently Nick Fuentes' last name is traced back to conversios, which, if you aren't familiar with those, basically they're Spanish Jews that converted to Catholicism to avoid being executed during the Spanish Inquisition. So, I don't know how true that is, but that would be pretty ironic. Yeah, the gay lisp is 100% learned. Doesn't dude, I had one point in my life, I had gay neighbors as a kid. I never knew they were gay, but growing up, I did not have an affinity towards gay people. Let's just say, you know, I grew up in the generation of saying,
skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
So they talked completely normal. I had no fucking idea as a kid. Well, actively not, you know, being a fan of homos. So, yeah, also I have a few gay family members and they do not use the voice. It's 100% learned. So, it's like the California Valley girl accent. We're like, oh my god, like, we should totally go do that. Like, oh, wow, look at that. It looks like so much fun. Like, it's literally learned, like, speech pad. Like, it's like every accent. You can choose to speak however the fuck you want. And most people pick up on the gay lisp because they want to stand out and they want to rub it in your face. So, gay family members, brutal. Yeah, it is what it is, man. I'm not really close with my extended family, so I've barely ever seen them in my life. I barely even, dude, I don't even know most of my extended family. Like, I'm really only close with one of my cousins, and that's it. I don't even talk to the other ones. Griffin is gay. It's in his genes. That's right, dude. Let's see. So, Neonverse with the 5. Appreciate it, man. My dad is based. He playing COD World War II. He throws controller, and he said, here to play a game, not movie. He would rather do washing up. Well, like cleaning and stuff. I mean, that's the thing, man. It's like, when you only have a limited amount of time to play a video game, when you're just sitting there like in a cutscene, and then you have a dialogue sequence, and then you have a walk and talk segment, and it's like, oh, it's been 2 hours, and you're just like, what's the fucking point? Why don't I just watch this on YouTube or something? But yeah, no, I get the frustration. Absolutely. The short on the left, I think you'd be more interested in what type of meat she puts in her mouth, PK, if I'm being honest. So, oh my god, the fucking music, dude. I'm turning that down. What is that? Butter. What is that, dude? Alright, I know what that is. Oh my god. This music, dude. That looks like dog food. Again, what is that? Alright, chicken. Steak. Alright. I guess that's another steak. Steak, butter, carnivore egg bread. Gross, man. Dude, my fucking ground beef slop looks better than that. My beef and onions looks better than any of that. So, you know, it may be simple, but it doesn't look that bad. Can you believe she's 38? Yes. The magic of makeup, my guy. Why is she eating butter? I guess for the fats. Yeah, if you're doing carnivore, you're supposed to eat a lot of fats as well as protein. So, that's actually accurate. You're not supposed to skimp on the fats, which butter is basically just that. "38's young? Hell nah, bro. I'm gonna be 28 and I don't feel young." Yeah, it can cause you to go into ketosis, which means your body burns fat as fuel instead of sugar. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, apparently there's a clip of her eating butter, like straight from the stick, but I'm not watching that. That is disgusting. Dude, look how hard they're pushing Nick Fuentes. That's how you know, like, he's got, you know, the elites behind him pushing him to some degree. Like, bro, if this was actually somebody that they didn't want people to see, who was some great truth teller that was against the popular narrative, like, he would not be on the front page of fucking YouTube. No, this is not my feed. This is a incognito tab. So, no. They're pushing him out to normies. What is this? Candace is flying too close. I agree with that.
And I would caution even Candace. This is even for her own benefit, because she's got a husband, she's got kids, she's a Griffin.
Dude, have you looked into her husband? That shit's fucking weird. Apparently she met her husband, and after like 4 days, they decided to get married. Like after 4 days of dating, which wasn't even dating, they just Skyped. They got married. Yeah, definitely an arranged marriage. And he's like some millionaire British lord or some shit who owns like $150 million worth of properties over in the UK.
I think she's all about herself. She wants her show to be as big as possible at any cost. She'll stretch the truth. She'll conceal information and drip feed it so that she gets bigger views. She's flying too close to the sun, and I say that even for her own good. We need to be very careful moving forward. I'm not saying to stop the conversation. I'm saying we have to tread lightly. And they think that things will just keep going the way they've always gone. We have to fully embody who we are and what we are as Christian. And I would caution even Candace, this is...
Yeah, Nick never self-aggrandizes or, you know, speaks hyperbolically. But yeah, I don't know, man. I truly believe that Candace Owens is meant to make the anti-Israel people look like fucking crazies. Personally. I personally believe that Candace Owens solely exists as a creature of Ben Shapiro to make the anti-Israel side look crazy. Because, you know, literally before Ben Shapiro hired her, she was a leftist who ran a website doxing right-wingers. So, yeah. Then all of a sudden she becomes a conservative talking head, gets hired by Ben Shapiro, and now she's Miss Anti-Israel #1? Seems unlikely. Yeah, it makes no sense why Erica Kirk would want to kill Charlie. Because Charlie was just becoming more and more popular, bro. Like, that dude honestly probably would have had a shot to run for president at some point. Like, she's never even going to come remotely close to his level of fame and prestige. Like, it's all downhill from here for Turning Point. Like, that's the reality. Like, it'll have, like, its, you know, I guess, burst of enthusiasm, but it'll slowly fizzle out because there's no unifying figurehead behind it anymore. So... What do I think of Sarah Stock? I don't really know anything about her. I've seen, I think, a few tweets of hers on Twitter, but I don't know really anything about her, to be completely honest. Yeah, that's the thing, is like conservative women in politics is literally an oxymoron. Like, conservative women should not be involved in politics other than voting. That's it. Like, if you really want to talk about conservative values, women should have no place in the political conversation. If you really want to LARP as a tradcon, you know, barefoot and pregnant, sundress on, baking sourdough bread, like, you know, like all these conservative commentator types love to portray. It's like, no, you're a literal fucking boss babe. You are more of a feminist than a lot of these leftists are. It's crazy, man. Every single right-wing female commentator is a covert feminist. 100%. Because if they weren't, they would be at home raising the kids, not saying a damn thing publicly. Like, most of this shit is just covert feminism, especially on the right. The leftists, at least, are, you know, honest enough to call it what it is. They're feminists. But the right-wingers love to LARP as tradcon, you know, conserva-wives, and it's like, no, you're literally a feminist. You're working full-time, you're not at home raising the kids, you have employees, you're speaking publicly, telling men how they should and shouldn't think. Like, you are not a tradcon wife. It's like you are literally benefiting from, like, the system of feminism that, you know, you claim to be against. Because without feminism, you would not be having this platform.
Nice cock. Perfect.
So, it's just kind of funny, man. Let's see. Honcho Reckless with the 20. Why are you so the anti-Israel crowd? The same way it's dumb for Semp to be... Oh, wait. Semp to be against Kirk is the same way it's dumb to be anti-Fedntes. I'm not necessarily anti-Fedntes. I just think he's controlled, man. He's red-pilled more people in Israel than possibly anyone else on the planet. Okay, but here's the problem with Nick Fuentes. He doesn't have any consistency at all, bro. He doesn't have any consistency. And that's my issue with Nick. If he would actually pick a fucking lane and stick to it, I would be all for it. But the issue is he purposely tries to sabotage, you know, the right wing. Like, he genuinely told his fucking audience multiple times to vote for Camel Toe over Trump. Like, that would somehow be a better solution. Like, even if you hate both of them, objectively speaking, would it be better to vote for Trump or Camel Toe? Even if you hate both. Which one would be worse? It's Camel Toe every single fucking time. Then he started trying to prop up Gavin Newsom as a lay heckin' joke, dude. Totally not serious, but actually serious at the same time. The issue with Nick is he tries to test the water, and then when he doesn't like the way that something's received, he plays it off as like some epic 300 IQ troll. Like, he literally tried to buy billboards to dissuade people from voting Trump in swing states, but found out the shit that he was going to put on the billboards could have him legally, like, liable for slander. So he decided not to. So, the guy has a lot of issues when it comes to consistency, I feel like. Sure, you can say he's woken people up on the anti-Israel stuff, but, you know, past that, what does he really offer? What does he really offer? It was a black-pilled accelerationist move. Exactly. You know what'll really get the right wing to win? Let's import 50 million more immigrants who will vote in the next election, so it won't matter if we wake people up or not. Genius. Like, I don't know, man. I don't like this. I mean, Griffin went from caring about culture over race. No, I think culture over race is very important. Bro, we're not changing the demographics of this country at this point, bro. It is what it is. The culture's the only way we're going to win this shit. So, culture is far more important than race. The fuck? No, we need a culture of extreme nationalism in order to unify the different races. That's the issue we have. Is the left is using race to basically create these sects of society that vote a certain way based on their identity. So, the demographics are not going to get any more favorable for us. What needs to change is the culture, and it needs to be enforced heavily. We need a ultra-nationalistic culture that unifies the different peoples of the United States. And, any, dissent or divergence from that basically designated, approved culture has to be crushed and punished with the most severe, use of the law. Kind of similar to what China does with, like, its re-education camps. China is a very multi-ethnic society, which, most people don't know because, all Asians look the same, herder. But China actually has a lot of different ethnic groups within its borders. And they've basically crushed any and all dissent and divergence from the Han Chinese culture. So, we need something similar to that. Where, you either play ball or you get the fuck out. We can alter the demographic. Oh, yeah, dude. Everybody just grab their guns. Yeah, that'll happen. Sure. Well, dude, segregation will happen naturally. Segregation already happens naturally. As long as you punish criminals, then we basically would... Like, think about it for a second, man. Most, like... Especially in the South. Like, if you've ever lived in the South, you've seen it firsthand. People kind of self-segregate. Like, segregation is kind of still a unofficial policy down south. Most white people stick to themselves. Most black people stick to themselves. They have their own neighborhoods. They have their own churches. They have their own communities. Like, sure, there's some crossover here and there, but it's kind of few and far between. The issue is the criminal element, where, a certain group of people, we won't name, is extremely likely to attack or harm the other group of people, and little to nothing is done about it. That is the issue. If we just actually punished crime with an iron fucking fist and completely just squashed it out completely, we would have relative peace. So... the problem is the state is not heavy-handed enough in, punishing the troublemakers. And if you combine that with a very, very heavily enforced nationalistic culture, then most of the problems would go away. So, the demographics are the demographics at this point, guys. There's no point in trying to make this a race problem because it's never going to be solved as a racial issue. The culture has to fucking win. And one culture versus the other will win. It's either the right-wing nationalistic or the leftist Marxist style, culture. So, take your pick. Cultures downstream from... Yes and no. Damn, bro, I'm losing my fucking voice. I I mean, look, for example, you know, this is a perfect example. Look at the Arabs that moved to the UK versus the ones who are in Dubai, right? Or even the Indians. In either case, they're immigrants. You know, in the UK, they have rampant crime, rapes, theft, shitting on the street, you know, all this nasty fucking shit, man. But in Dubai, because they actually punish these people and will literally fucking kill them if they don't obey the laws, they don't have any of these problems. So again, you have two groups of people from the exact same racial and ethnical whatever background, from the same region of the world, with the same religion, and they behave in two very different manners. One country enables the behavior, and the other country punishes it severely. Well, one country doesn't have a problem, and the other does. So that's just the reality. You can fix this issue. It's just people don't have the stomach in the West for what's needed to fix it. Damn, bro. My throat is fucking killing me. Let's see. Alright. So let me pull up these other videos. Alright, I'll just play it real quick.
Give up forever to touch you, 'cause I know that you feel me somehow. You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be, and I don't wanna go home right now. And all I can taste is this moment, and all I can breathe is your light. And sooner or later it's over, I just don't want to miss you too many. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. Where everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am.
Alright, next. I don't know why it's not loading.
So in this video, I wanted to go over the things that people are asking, mostly about how Steam Frame is different to Quest 3, and is Steam Frame actually a standalone headset due to some mixed messaging during the announcement trailer. Firstly, they do both have pancake lenses, and Quest 3 has full color pass-through. A Steam Frame has monochrome, which means going back to black and white pass-through like Quest 2, which for me is the only real downside in this comparison video, because in all other ways, Steam Frame is the superior headset. We still don't know the price yet, but apparently it won't be priced more than the previous Valve headset called the Valve Index, but this is still hard to work out, as the Valve Index was either sold on its own or with controllers, and then again with base stations. So it's really hard to lock down exactly how much this thing will actually cost. On to weight and comfort, and this is a big deal for VR. The more comfortable you are using a VR headset, the more immersed you feel, and I can vouch for this after having used the Pimax Crystal, which did have absolutely insane clarity, but wearing it was noticeable pretty much.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, the UAE is literally loaded with the same people that are troublesome in Western civilizations. You know, the very same people that are, you know, committing a lot of crimes, we'll just say, in the UK or France or wherever, are very much alive and well in the UAE. But they don't do all that shit in the UAE. I wonder why.
all of the time. So Steam Frame is apparently about 80 to 100 grams lighter than Quest 3. And when it comes to comfort, the battery is stored on the back of the head strap. This creates a better balance, so I fully expect Steam Frame to be a vastly more comfortable headset out of the box. And hopefully this will eliminate the need to buy extra head straps. Now some people are confused.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. VR to me is just kind of a gimmick that kind of needs to die. Until we get like actual sunglass-sized VR headsets, or, you know, the Sword Art Online type experience, I don't really think it's going anywhere.
If this is actually a standalone VR headset at all, because most of the presentation was focused about PC VR streaming, which in itself raised another question, which I'll get to in a minute. So yes, Steam Frame is a standalone VR headset, and I expect a lot of Quest games that we know and love already will be ported over to Steam Frame. But with Steam Frame having eye tracking and a better processor, these games and all the newer titles still to come could actually be very different. Steam Frame will have a Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, which is stated as a 25 to 30% more powerful GPU than Quest 3, and the graphical performance could again increase if developers choose to use eye tracking for dynamic foveated rendering. Steam Frame also has a 50% better single-core CPU and 100% better multi-threaded performance. It also has 16 gig of unified RAM, which is double that of Quest 3's 8 gig RAM. When it comes to storage, Steam Frame has 256 gig of built-in storage, but you can increase this with a micro USB of up to 2 terabytes. Steam Frame also has a slightly higher resolution, a larger FOV of 110 degrees, both vertically and horizontally, and it has a higher refresh rate. It's capable of 72 to 120 Hz, with 144 Hz as a experimental mode. Now, a question I got with my previous reaction video was regarding the dongle that enables PCVR foveated streaming. From what I understand, foveated streaming means with Steam Frame's eye tracking, it's going to deliver a pin-sharp image focusing all the encoding at exactly where you're looking. What that doesn't mean though is better performance for your PCVR games. And I think some people have assumed that because it has eye tracking, that would be the case. And to be fair, that's exactly what eye tracking was meant to be all about. Why would you bother rendering an entire PCVR image in a headset that the users aren't focused on? But developers could use the eye tracking for standalone software to improve performance of those games. And going back to talking about mixed reality,
dude, the only people who buy video games anymore are like 40. That's the stat, man. The average purchaser of a video game is like 30 something.
I do think mixed reality kind of had its big moment last year, and I think Valve's mixed reality image during the presentation of someone playing a flat game with Steam Frame,
yeah, gaming is becoming an hobby.
Was a little bit deceiving
outside of like your Fortnuts and, you know, Roblox and that type of shit, but
and probably the biggest disappointment of the whole presentation, especially for those of us who have already got used to full color pass-through. So yeah, on Steam Frame you can play games on a giant screen, but your environment will be black and white like you're in a 50s movie. When it comes to battery life, Valve are apparently still optimizing the battery some potential numbers, but I would expect this to be no less than 2 to 3 hours, but it still could prove to be a bit of an issue. It's great having a wireless solution for PC VR, but for people like me who play VR for 8 hours a day, I would be back to having to play wired unless Valve sell or we can use third-party batteries to place in our pocket while using Steam Frame. The controllers have already been stated as having at least 40 hours battery time, which is cool, but there's clearly still some big questions that need answering, especially the price. But there you have it. Steam Frame for the most part is a better headset in every way compared to Quest 3, but does lose the fight when it comes to pass-through. So I would be interested to hear your thoughts on how this affects your judgment of Steam Frame, knowing everything we've gone over so far. So that's all I've got for you today. I hope this clears up some issues or questions you have. If it doesn't, let me know down in the comments. I would love to hear your thoughts on everything regarding this headset, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Let's see. Honcho reckless with the 5. Trump will never go nuclear and crack down on crime like UAE does, so it's pointless to even bring up. I'm just talking big picture. I'm not talking specific to Trump. I'm talking like actual long-term solution. That's what needs to be done. He's better than Camel Toe, but he's also controlled. Yeah, but I mean, if you're a pragmatic person and you actually are concerned about the future of the country, as you claim to be.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Encourage people to vote for Trump, the lesser of the two evils in this scenario, let's say. Or B, would you tell people to vote for Camel Toe to accelerate the decline of the United States and hope and pray that it actually leads to some sort of, you know, accelerationist timeline that, you know, sparks the flame of revolution of the white conservative American base, in which they overthrow the government, which now is controlled by a female Democrat who wields the U.S. military. And that is how you establish your heckin' giga-based dictatorship right-wing chud army that rules for 1,000 years. Like, that's the thing. And that's my issue with Nick Fuentes, is aside from the noticing shit, it's like, okay, what does he actually have as like a long-term game plan? And I've never actually heard that from him. You know, he's very good at pointing the finger, but not very good at actually, you know, coming up with pragmatic, realistic scenarios. And he doesn't seem to grasp the bigger picture outside of the very immediate future, if you ask me. So... Honcho reckless with the 5. Vance is after Trump, so nothing. I don't think Vance is going to win, personally. I don't think the GOP is ever going to win another election. To be completely honest, man. I didn't think, I don't think anybody's going to win after Trump. The GOP basically wrote itself off to die.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
After Obama. You know, that's why they were trying to run Jeb Bush against Hillary. Because they knew Hillary would fucking destroy him. So Trump was never supposed to be the candidate in 2016. He was never supposed to win in 2016. And we were essentially supposed to have the era of leftist uniparty politics for the rest of our country's future. You know, Hillary was supposed to get into office. They were going to open the floodgates on illegal immigration, demographically rewrite the country. After her, which during her term, second most likely, they would grant amnesty and expedited citizenship to all those people they let in, which would ensure they never lose another election. And, you know, you basically would have the Republican Party in their preferred role of just being the illusion of choice. That when, you know, push comes to shove, they fall into line where necessary. So, I really don't think we were ever supposed to have a real election after Obama was president. I think that is why the, you know, Democrats and Republicans are so fucking anti-Trump. Because even to this day, the Republican Party despises Donald Trump. And that has not changed since 2015. So, but yeah, I don't think Vance is going to win. I think they'll give it to Gavin Newsom. Or whoever the hell is going to be the candidate, but most likely Gavin Newsom. And he'll probably win, and we will never have a real election again because the demographics of this country will be completely overwritten. Permanently. Or they'll just cheat. Who's going to stop them? Daniel with the 5. Griff, I'm pretty sure Nick's future for America is the exact nationalistic idea that you were just talking about. He knows we can't win on race. I mean, I've never heard a clip of him saying it, but if so, that's good. But, again, I wish he would just, like, stop flip-flopping on shit. So, there's other examples I can't think of right now off the top of my head, but we've been over them before. And, yeah. If he would actually just, like, write down his stances on shit, have, like, a clear, concise list, and then stick to it, I'd be a lot more favorable of him. But, for now, I don't know, it just seems very inconsistent to me. Gavin would get fucking destroyed by JD Van... You really underestimate how dumb people actually are, man. You really, really underestimate just how fucking stupid people are. Bro. Let me put it this way. That cackling cunt lost by 1%. 1%. We live in a 51-49 country where 2% of the population of swing voters alters the course of this nation. if you don't think
All right, awesome.
that the
Thanks, nigga.
entire
All right.
media apparatus, social media, celebrities, podcasters, everything, sports, couldn't drum up 2% of voters to go out and change their mind, I don't know what to tell you. That is not fucking hard to do. J.D. Vance is not a charismatic candidate. Gavin Newsom is charismatic, whether you want to admit it or not. People like charismatic, attractive men. It doesn't matter what he says, doesn't matter what he does. All that matters is he's an attractive, tall, blonde-haired guy. Gavin is not dude, he is absolutely charismatic. Let's not, again, you're living in delusional world here. This is not you don't have to like him. You don't have to like him. He is very charismatic. He has that aura about him that people like. I'm telling you. He's one of those guys that people want to be around. All it's going to take is for him to march his beautiful, blonde-haired, white family up on stage, and that image is going to stick. I'm sorry. That is that is the quintessential American family. I hate to break it to you, man. This is the picture perfect American family. They got the dog. They got what? 4 kids, 2 girls, 2 boys, all blonde. His wife is attractive. She doesn't look fake. Dude, you have another thing coming if you don't think that can be marketed well. That is the picture perfect candidate. That is what every guy wants in life. So if you are a male voter and you see images like that, you think, oh, this guy's a family guy. You know, he's white like me. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got kids. That's what I want, dude. So you all have another thing coming if you don't think that's all it's going to take for a large portion of people to change their fucking tune very quickly. The Democrats are going... This is the strategy that the Democrats are going to do. All right? The Democrats are going to be anti-AI, which is huge. J.D. Vance is pro-AI because of his connections to Peter Thiel and the rest of the industry. They're also going to be anti-H-1B And even if they aren't in reality, they'll say that they are. And on top of that, the economy is only going to get worse. You know, Trump has slowed the bleeding, but our economy is going to fucking crash at some point. And even if it doesn't necessarily crash under Trump, it's going to fucking crash at some point, and people are going to keep feeling the pain more and more and more as the ship goes down. So, I'm telling you, like, Trump beat camel toe by 1%. 1%. 2% at most in the swing states. I'm telling you right now, this is a popularity contest, and Gavin Newsom could very easily be made to be more popular than J.D. Vance. So, where Mrs. India didn't fucking do well in rural counties of Wisconsin or Michigan or Pennsylvania, a white guy with white kids will 100% play a hell of a lot better than I've never had children, I'm an Indian black boss babe. So, y'all, this is denial at its finest. You know, I think Gavin Newsom's fucking crazy as shit, but he has a very fucking good chance of winning. Very fucking good chance. So, if you don't want to be realistic, that's fine, but it's most likely going to happen.
I can't afford this shit!
You're denying that you're not seeing that there's going to be a repeat of 2024? There will never be a repeat of 2024. Trump is not running. How do Republicans do when Trump doesn't run? When Trump is not on the ballot, how's Republican voter turnout, man? Also, just given the fact that Trump had some of the worst ballot crossover ever should tell you what you need to know. Trump had people vote for him for president, but then voted Democrat for every other office. Trump had a lot of leftists cross over who still voted Democrat for their representative and senator, but also voted for him as president. There's a reason why Trump had a popular vote win, but the House margin is microscopic, because a lot of people who voted for Trump also voted Democrat on everything else. When Trump is not on the ballot, people don't fucking vote Republican. The Republican Party is not popular. They are the do-nothing, sit on their fucking hands, you know, finger fuck their own asshole party. They don't do anything. They're worthless. And even when Trump is in power, they fight him on everything. The fact that there was one senator that voted against a single one of his appointees demonstrates that. So, again, when Trump is on the ballot, everybody wants to go vote. When he's not, they don't show up. Let's see. Honcho Reckless with the 2. Mute Wajime hasn't donated any. Well, he technically did, but I haven't pulled it up yet. Let's see. Where is he? I'll find the super chat. There we go. And then Honcho Reckless Oh, no, I read that. Setting us up with the 2. If that's all it takes, I guess we deserve... Yeah, no, dude. Like, again, I don't mean to blackpill, but I don't think you all realize how fucking stupid most people are. I really don't think you realize how dumb the majority of this country is. I skipped your other chat. Let me refresh. I don't think that came through. We'll see. Give me a second. Yeah, look. Something went wrong. That's the super chat feed, by the way. Give me a second. I gotta refresh again. This thing is so fucking broken, man. I'm like sick of it. Be like, Rich, I'm sick of it. Yeah, I see it now. Let's see. No, I think I missed a few. Daniel with the 5. Griffin, pretty sure Nick's future for America is the exact same. Oh, no, I think I read that. Honcho Reckless with the 5. So what would be the plan you'd like to hear? Because nothing politicians are saying is enticing. Also, Synth is an accelerationist. Yeah, my issue with accelerationism is you have to do it when you're in power, for one. Like, you have to make sure at least your slightly aligned political interest is in power of the U.S. government, because, quite frankly, a drone strike can take out any legitimate threat to the U.S. government in the form of a militia or anything like that. So, Reaper drones basically make uprisings impossible in the U.S. But I think the strategy, and, you know, I know he's kind of done it to a degree, more or less, but, you know, why is he not, like, out here, you know, legitimately, I guess, platforming, like, I don't say platforming, like, what is the plan? Like, my opinion is the Republican Party needs to be gutted. So my stance would be to infiltrate and, you know, take over from within, which I know that's like already kind of happening, but not really to any great extent. I think sabotaging the Republican Party is pretty stupid, personally. I think like an actual again, I think the number one thing he could do, which would put a lot of people at ease, would be put together a comprehensive list of major policy points of like, hey, this is what I want to do in regards to this, and this. This is how we're going to do it. We encourage people to join this organization, get involved with this organization, volunteer for this type of activity. You know, I don't know, man. Again, I'm not like a political operative or some shit, but I think a comprehensive, like, actual plan of attack and, like, legitimate policy, I don't fucking know. Policy points would be the way forward. Otherwise, Nick is just going to continuously be seen as the guy who flip-flops on topics, because he does. Nick flip-flops on so many different topics. And I think this idea of, like, dividing the right is really fucking retarded, too. Like, this purity test bullshit while you're in power is idiotic. The time to do that is when you're building in order to win, not when you're already in power. In power, the time comes for coalition, not division, which is exactly what Nick is doing right now, which is dividing. He's tearing apart the right-wing support structure, which is retarded because right now the right is in power. So, making it harder to actually enact change while, you know, the, vehicles of power are in place is pretty retarded, in my opinion. Now, if the Democrats had the presidency and Congress, I agree, that's the time for purity testing, because there's not really a consequence to doing so. But trying to sabotage Trump while he's in office with the House and the Senate, knowing that you have to cater to the House and the Senate, is idiotic. I don't know. It's just, there's a lot of unrealistic shit that I don't really want to get into a point by point, but again, the president is not an almighty being, unfortunately. They do have to work with Congress. So, obviously, compromises and shit have to take place. So, acting like it's an all-or-nothing gamut is fucking stupid. You have to give and take, unfortunately. So, I don't know. It just seems like he's very controlled oppie right now.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nick. All right.
Let's see. Resident Evil Zombified the 2. What's your plan, Griffin? Gonna stay or leave? What? The U.S.? There's nowhere else to go, bro. No matter how bad the U.S. gets, pretty much everywhere else is gonna be worse. So, if the U.S. goes down, everywhere else is going down with it, I hate to say. So, Israel, I don't have the right of return, bro. Honcho Reckless of the 5, why is it Nick's response? I thought we were talking about Nick. Establish policy and not Trump. Trump has the power. Yeah, well, dude, I thought we were literally just talking about Nick Fuentes. Like, what was your original thing? Why are you so anti-Israel crowd? Yeah, I thought that's... I didn't think we were talking about Trump. I don't know. No, I wasn't talking about Trump. I thought we were talking about Nick and, like, the anti-Israel crowd. That's what I thought this entire conversation was about. But if Nick wants to be the alternative to Trump, he needs to come up with policy. So if Nick wants to oppose Trump while propagating himself as the leader of the new right, he needs to offer an alternative policy. So if I'm out here saying Trump's an idiot, Trump is betraying his base, blah, 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 Trump, this... You know, we need to get rid of Trump. Trump needs to, you know, resign. Like, all this crazy shit he said throughout his entire, you know, what, 10 months of covering Trump this term? Like, you should offer some sort of, like, distinct, concrete alternative. Otherwise, you're just, you know, one of those hecklers in the back shouting. Honcho Reckless with the 2, yeah, but then I switched and asked what the plan was. Like, for what in particular? I mean, honestly, Trump's not going to be able to do anything, man. He's too old at this point. The time to cross the Rubicon is already passed, unfortunately. So, the biggest mistake retroactively is that January 6th wasn't exactly what the Democrats said it was. I'm simply asking if Fuentes is bad, what's the alternative? Fuentes has never said he was running for... Yeah, okay. But this is the problem. If you're going to directly oppose Trump and say you're doing everything wrong, but then offer zero alternatives, you're just a heckler at that point. That's what I'm trying to say. If Nick wants to be taken seriously as a political commentator / right-wing leader, he needs to offer an alternative. So, regardless of what Trump is doing, he needs to be the one, if he wants to be taken seriously, to give a direct alternative plan to what Trump is doing. That's all I'm trying to say. Is just saying, no, he's not America first anymore. Trump betrayed his base, blah, 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 and then just leave it at that. Like, you're not really accomplishing anything. You have to present an alternative path. Otherwise, you're basically just like a Vosh. You're just shouting.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Why won't you acknowledge that Ukraine is hero? Because they haven't imported 10 million Ukrainian women aged 20 to 30. It's like a kid who says, I don't like that for dinner, and doesn't say anything they do want. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Honcho Reckless with the 5. And I'm asking you if Fuentes is bad. I'm not even saying Fuentes is bad. I just want him to actually offer an alternative. I want like a concise list of what he wants to have happen. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you're going to oppose someone who is in power, who is on the right wing of politics, who is actively in charge right now, I just want Nick to put together a concise list of all his, like, ideas and, you know, political aspirations for the right wing. That's basically all I'm saying. I don't think he's necessarily bad. It's just saying like, oh, Trump is bad, dude. Trump is bad. He's betrayed his base. And then offering nothing as an alternative is just counterproductive when the right wing is in party. So, like, we have the power of the government right now. So,
I can't afford this
I don't really see this as the time to purity test everything.
I can't afford this shit!
So I need a specific on what Trump needs to do. Like, in regards to what? I mean, he's not going to go full dictator, man. That time has passed. Probably nothing's going to happen. Trump's probably going to band-aid the problems of the United States for his 4 years, and it's going to completely fucking fall apart in the next 20. So if you want to know my future outlook, there you go. Trump has bought us time. That's it. He's given us a temporary reprieve from the, you know, managed decline of the United States. That's where I'm at with this. So,
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Trump is going to basically prevent our decline for as long a period as he can, which is 4 years. You know, he's not willing to go full-blown Sulla on these bitches, which he should have. Because if you don't get rid of them, they'll get rid of you. Interpret that as you will. Look into Sulla and his prescription lists, if you're not familiar. And we will have basically a steady but, you know, gradual decline under Trump. He's going to stop the bleeding as much as humanly possible. The Democrats will win in 2028, and it's going to be full-blown dismantle the United States. We'll probably never have a real election ever again, and it's going to be over, bro. And then we'll get into Civil War type territory. So, I don't know. I don't think the future looks good. I don't think it looks good. So Trump needed to go full-blown solo on these bitches, and he did not. So it's another missed opportunity, if you ask me. I think Trump's doing the best he can with what he has at his disposal, and that's it. You know, Trump is not willing to rock the boat anywhere near necessary enough to where we could actually enact some real change here. We'd have to start dismantling courts, suspend Congress, declare martial law, lock down the major cities, start rounding up millions and millions of illegals into basically internment camps, you know, militarize the entire domestic shipping fleet, load up all these people onto cargo vessels, and get them the fuck out. That's not happening. So, again, we're going to have very little border crossings. We'll have a gradual, steady drip of fucking, you know, deportations. And the economy will keep chugging along, leaking oil every once in a while. More and more people will be laid off. You know, wages won't grow. Things will still start to feel worse and worse and worse, not nearly as bad as they should, because for all intents and purposes, this economy should be in the fucking shitter right now. We should be in a legitimate depression, basically. So, we have a very, very effective Band-Aid right now. But as soon as 2028 comes around, and if Gavin Newsom wins, that shit's getting ripped off real fucking quick. So, I think Trump's trying to do everything in his power to genuinely help people. That's always the impression I've got with Trump, and it's why I like him. Regardless of his faults, I think his heart is in the right place when it comes to helping the average person. But he's not going to take the steps necessary to save this ship. So, that's my stance. Good now? Let's see. So, Honcho Reckless with the 2. Mute Explosion. Alright. 1 minute. And let's see. Resident Evil Zombify with the 2. How long you live? Oh, wait. Live your life. Then once this happens. Oh, wait. How will you live your life once this happens? Damn, man. I need to drink some. I don't know. It'll be dog eat dog, man. Enjoy the decline, I guess, as they say. Enjoy the decline. And E-Man with the 10. Time Honcho. Okay. Man.
A very low IQ person.
I think people are overestimating how fast policies go into effect. Literally takes months or yeah, yes and no. Yes and no. The problem is, though, man, is politics is a time-based game. Timing is everything. Why do you think Virginia and New Jersey were such massive blue sweeps? More than was even expected. Because timing. All the federal workers getting laid off. the government shutdown, all of that mobilized the Democrat base. So,
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Democrats turned out in greater numbers than expected because they were motivated. So timing is everything. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, man, people are going to vote based on emotions. And however they're feeling on that day at that exact moment is what's going to determine their vote. My guy, it's not that it's a Democrat stronghold. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Again, there's no point in being in denial. Look. What's the margin on these? What's the margin on these, man? What, about 14%? 13.8 compared to 5.9? They over doubled the margin of victory in the presidential election. So that's not just a, oh, it's a Democrat state, so they won by a similar margin. No, that was a sweep, bro. They gained 8% on the previous major election. That's significant. That's very significant. Again, I wish it was not the case, but the numbers do not lie. And sugarcoating it is not going to help anybody. I can do the same thing with Virginia, and it's the same story. So, I don't like to fool myself. It's just the way it is. Uh, 2023 Perfect Dark with the 10. People are fucking stupid. These new emails that were months old and the media is now putting words in dead woman's mouth after she said Trump didn't do anything is proof of how low the average IQ. Yeah, I mean, again, the emails prove basically that, you know, Epstein, 1, hated Trump, 2, basically had nothing on him, and 3, like, was collaborating with the fucking New York Times or some shit, and the New York Times was coaching him on how not to fucking get convicted. Like, kind of wild shit, but yeah, I don't know, man. Again, the thing too with, you know, they tried to say that Trump was at Epstein's house for Thanksgiving, which was objectively fucking false. They have him on camera at a military base. So it's like, yeah, when he says it's a hoax, like, you kind of believe it now. It's like, yeah, there's just factually incorrect shit in there. No, Honcho got muted by E-Man for 5 minutes, so I think he should be back now. I mean, honestly, if the Democrats are smart, if they cut back on this unmitigated immigration shit and they get rid of H-1B visas, they might just cement themselves as the party in power for perpetuity anyway. Like, if they just cut off immigration and they cut off H-1Bs I honestly don't think they'd ever lose another election if they just did those two things. Again, we have a uniparty already. The only reason the Republicans won the presidency is because of Trump. Like, if Jeb Bush was running, do you really think Hillary would have lost? Like, honest question, man. Do you really think Hillary would have lost if fucking Jeb Bush was at the top of the ticket? I'm sure people would be super motivated to go out and vote for fucking another Bush. And then who would have run in 2024? Maybe Marco Rubio again? Do you really think he would have won against, I don't know, insert your favorite pick? It doesn't really matter, but... I don't know, man. Again, I wish it wasn't the case, genuinely. But I just don't believe in being in denial about stuff like this. What the fuck is this?
Hi, do you want to see something really scary?
Oh my god. Why the fuck are we watching VToober Sloppa?
Scary and terrible? Something that will make you look at the person that you know that uses ChatGPT as a therapist and you'll feel a little bit better about them, like by comparison. Because you're about to realize that everything...
Griffin is a doomer? I'm a very realistic person. I'm a realist. I'm a realist, bitch. Like, sorry. All I can do is analyze what I see, man. Without Trump, the Republican Party is fucked. They're absolutely fucked. They're a joke. They don't exist. They're literally the illusion of choice. The only way to fix the Republican Party is to fucking gut it. And fill it with people who actually want to get shit done. So...
everything can get so much worse than it already is. Alright, I'll shut up and press play now. He's getting bigger. See? Oh, honey, that's wonderful. Kicking like crazy. He's listening. Put your hand on your tummy.
Saying that Gavin is gonna win? I'm saying there's a very good chance. So, to pretend that there's not is kind of crazy.
And hum jam. You used to love that. What a wholesome video. I sure hope nothing weird is realized shortly. It feels like he's dancing in there. Oh,
You're like, I don't want to keep dwelling on this, but dude, Camel Toe Harris was the least popular senator in the United States. She was the least popular vice president in the history of the country. She didn't even go through a primary, and the previous time she did, she was the first person to drop out. She received 49% of the vote. 49% of the country voted for her. I really don't think I can underplay that fact enough. Trump won by 1 to 2% in every swing state. That is not a crazy blowout margin. If she has a chance, Gavin Picture Perfect Newsom has a very, very good chance against a Republican candidate that is not Trump.
Mom, would you tell Charlie that bedtime story you always used to tell me?
Once upon a time, there was a baby unicorn who didn't know he knew how to fly. This baby unicorn was like your mom because
the popular vote sure as fuck does matter in swing states. What was... hold on, let's see. 2024 margin of victory by state. Perfect. Arizona, 5%. Georgia, 2%. Michigan, 1%. Nevada, 3%. North Carolina, 3%. Pennsylvania, 1%. Wisconsin, 1%. These are the three that Republicans have to win. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, all between 1 to 2%. 1 to 2%, man. Republicans have to win those. That's not a blowout victory. Honcho Reckless of the 5, you're ruining the stream, bro. Just watch VToober Sloppa and Melanie Mag shorts. I know, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The real shit.
She didn't know that she knew how to fly, but she knew how to do all kinds of fabulous things.
Hi, Grandma. Oh, wow. Oh, the single tear. Oh, it's so emotional. I'm sorry. I'll stop interrupting. Hi, Grandma.
Hey, Charlie. How was school today?
It was really fun. I made this crazy shot in basketball.
I don't really care that much about basketball.
What is this phone? We don't have phones like this yet. Do we? Do we? This looks terrible. This looks goddamn terrible.
I want a goon.
Crush.
Stop. Grandma, stop talking.
Just tell me one thing.
Look who's gonna be a great grandmother.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, congratulations.
Phones really didn't evolve in that 20-year span.
She says that he's been kicking a lot, though. Like, a little too much.
Tell her to put her hand on her tummy and hum to him.
It's just an AI grandma, I guess.
See, it's a callback. It's a callback to the beginning of the video.
Loved that.
Oh.
You would love this moment.
Jesus Christ.
You can call anytime.
Oh my God.
Okay, Mom, I just need a quick video. Is this like an audition or something? No, Mom. Just 3 minutes. You need my bedside? I can play the piano. You're so talented. I am. I'm your mother after all. Keep going.
So if you haven't got it yet, I'm going to spoil the ending. It's AI. It's AI. Turn your dead loved ones into AI.
Sorry.
Yeah, no shit. What if loved ones we've lost could be part of our future? I mean, that's pretty self-evident. Unless you're as intelligent as the average VTuber audience member, then yeah, you wouldn't be able to pick up on it.
With this app, with two-way, 3 minutes can last forever.
Born as a very young child. I would hope so.
Jesus. I will say, it's a very like well done video in terms of like cinematics. Like it's a very heartfelt, touching video, very well done. And then you think about what it's for, and something sort of clicks
Shut the fuck up, VTuber, and get naked. I need to goon.
Inside you, and you realize just how fucking horrible this is. Turning dead loved ones into an AI chatbot, mimicking their facial expressions, their voice, uploading their memories into it. It's very weird. And I mean weird in a derogatory sense, not in like a delightfully quirky, like this is, oh, you know, like this is weird.
Let's see, 2023 Perfect Dark at the 5, and Mexico's having their own January 6th. Funny how our media isn't talking about it at all, but other countries' media apparently, yeah, I know the Russians are. Yup. Indeed. You know, if we had a smart person in charge of the military, we would just slide on in there and just go ahead and take it over. You know, correct the mistakes of the past of giving Mexico back.
But like it has good utility. This doesn't have good utility. This is going to fry your brain. You're going to develop an unhealthy obsession, unhealthy connection with something that is not, it's not a person. It's not.
You mean like you? You mean like you fucking unself-aware VTuber who sits here and pretends to be people's friends for money? Wow, that sure is fucking, you know, self-reflective.
Your loved one, you're putting a pause on your ability to process your grief and your emotions and to let go and to form new connections with people around you and allow others to fill that void that maybe your
like me, give me money, bitch.
Mom left behind when she passed on, you know.
Give me money.
Losing that ability to take up that mantle for other people, to be a new person and move on with your life. You're holding.
I'm a fake person, but yeah, exactly. I'm a heckin' anime girl too, guys. Believe it.
Onto it, digitalizing
Donate $20 to see my massive anime milkers.
it, And these people are profiting off of it. They're profiting off of
Dude, honestly, I would be so good as a VTuber. If only I'd been born a woman, man. You know, I could have made bank. Has any VTuber ever done shit to where it basically uses Rich's idea of taking his fucking shirt off for $50, but instead of doing it with an actual person, they do it with a VTuber, and like the VTuber changes outfits based on how much money is donated in the chat? Is that like an actual thing? If it isn't, they're fucking stupid if they haven't done that.
your nostalgia. I don't know. It's gross and I hate it. I feel like that's a very Twitter type reaction to this type of thing. Normally, I really
like imagine you had this little anime bitch as like a full like body character, right? And if somebody donates $100 for 5 minutes, the character model like transforms into a fucking chick wearing a micro bikini versus the normal outfit. And for every $100, it like extends the time by, you know, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, bro. The simp bucks would flow in. So that's what I would do if I was a VTuber, personally. But you'd have to set it up to be automatic so you wouldn't have to do it manually.
like AI. I know that's not a very it's not a very popular opinion to have, but I like AI. I think it's fun to mess with. I think it's already been let out of Pandora's box. There's no putting it back, so you might as well accept it, and we can make the most out of it and continue as a society to adapt and evolve. But I don't like this. Morally, ethically, everything about this is detrimental to society. This is disgusting. The person who made this is cartoonishly evil.
Dude, it is not too strict to pull up some shit like this. What's that fucking bitch's name? Like, bro, you could easily put some shit like this on screen. Reddit moment. Like, you're telling me this isn't safe for a fucking YouTube stream? It absolutely is. You could easily put this up on screen. I'm doing it right now. Like, bro, you could print fucking money doing that shit. And imagine with, like, the fucking jiggle physics and all that other shit, too. Easy money.
Everything about this is goddamn awful. I don't think this helps literally anybody. This helps literally nobody. If you have the ability to film a video of your loved ones and capture the sound of their voice and everything, then that means you're able to capture a video of them, and you can just share those videos with future loved ones that may have not had the opportunity to meet them. You can look back on those videos and reminisce on the actual memories that you made with that person, and not the fake ones that you... I don't know. This is
how fast. Yeah, I have that character in Fate Grand Order. That's why I remembered it.
So bad that it feels.
I was trying to think of the name of a big titty anime bitch, and I don't really have many on tap, so I thought back to my gacha gaming days.
It's like a plot to a movie. This is so just completely messed up that it feels like it's the plot to a thriller or horror movie about an evil CEO that develops a product that.
Why is the character in Troon colors? Is that like code for actually a male?
It sends people into psychosis and ends up.
I just noticed that, dude. Blue, white, pink. Is this a Troon?
Dead by the end of the movie. I'm not saying this person should die. Okay.
I am.
For the people that. That's just what the plot of the movie would be. That being said, this is a terrible idea, and the person who came up with it should die. For the sake of the.
Probably. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
App, we can upload you into the app. You can be like, you can be everybody's.
What is this thing's name? Pipkin Pippa. Let's see. Pipkin Pippa male. I don't see anything. Bruh. This is the image. IRL? It's possible, man. I could believe it. It probably is a man.
friend, our everybody's loved one that is part of our future. You should be like the free demo character that everybody gets, the free trial character. Think about it. Think about it. Consider it. Also, apparently this person, Caleb Worthy, used to be in a Disney Channel show called Austin and Ally, which makes sense. I think that's where he got the idea from, to prey on people's nostalgia and beloved memories. Disney is, in fact, sending their best, lest you worry.
Probably a man with a voice changer. I could see it, honestly. I could see it. Alright, we'll do this one next.
So apparently, me talking about Darkside Phil has created a ripple effect that I didn't predict.
You and I, because you've been here all night and you know me, you know I'm messing around. Guys, we already hit the goal. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's crazy that we got no support on Kick. Actually, it is. I'm shocked that no one came by to chill with me tonight on Kick and support at all. It is shocking.
Oh, God. It's like, well, we're just joking around. But to be serious, though, it is actually true that nobody did.
Damn, I should have thought of that. What? A man?
Support. And, like, that's crazy because, like, I was here all day and, like, nobody gave me any money. But, like, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
Not the end of the world. I'm not going to sit here and cry. I'm not going to sit here,
yeah, right.
Let me turn off features and shit. I'm not going to do that. But we're joking. And, like, you get the joke. But
Okay.
the morons of the internet don't.
I'm the
so when
moron.
someone will clip that segment and post it up on X again and be like, this is what happened tonight. These idiots.
That's what's happening right now.
Actually think that's what fucking happened because they're that dumb. They're too lazy to take 10 fucking seconds to look at the raw content and see what actually happened. They just want to be the one to blow up the drama for personal gain. Whether it's some Joe Schmo nobody who watches it and laughs, whether it's a YouTuber that watches it and laughs.
A YouTuber.
Doesn't matter. You're watching fake content.
Oh.
But you don't care because
That's
you're
me.
dumb. It's sad. This is what the
I don't
entire
think that's a real Game Boy, by the way. I think, but speaking of fake content, I think that's a fake Game Boy.
Hold on a second. If you were anti-VTuber, you're basically pro-ethot. VTubing gives women the opportunity to get traction for things other than pure looks, their personality, skills, and audience. Dog. Are you really trying to tell me that the average VTuber audience member is not sexually attracted to anime girls? Stop. I guarantee you there is a 1-to-1 correlation of hentai search results among VTuber audience members. If we looked at the browser history of every single person that watched VTubers, there would be a 0.8 or above correlation to VTuber viewership and the search term hentai. I would bet money on it. I'd bet my entire fucking life's work on that shit. Every penny I've ever made that the average person watching a VTuber has an 80% chance of watching hentai. So, saying that it gives women a chance to do something that's not, sexual is kind of a cope, bro. The reason you're watching it is because you're obviously attracted to the anime girl. Gooning to cartoons is great. That's right, man. Or based. Yeah, exactly. I'm coping. Bro. Yeah, hold on. Let's see.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Definitely not sexual, Yeah, I could totally see how men would want to watch this in their free time. A little 8-year-old with fucking blonde hair and wolf ears. Yeah. This is purely non-sexual, guys. There's no malicious thoughts behind this one at all. Only pure thoughts. Definitely doesn't cater to the lolly fetish. I guarantee you, if we checked the search history of the people who watch this particular VTuber, there would be zero hentai at all in their browsing data. Yeah, this is exactly what grown men watch to unwind after a long day. There's nothing else behind it, I'm sure. It's just purely the personality. And I'm sure there's zero Rule 34 art of these VTubers either. Griffin doth protest too much. Yeah, there's no reason why a fully grown woman should be masquerading as an 8-year-old girl. Sorry. You won't ever convince me that that's not inherently sexual. Alright, let's get going.
Generation has become of content creators, people who just make fake content. I watched something someone else made, I react to it, and it's nonsense because it's not real. The content you're watching is fabricated and fake. It's a joke. It's on content.
Dog, what the fuck? I thought right-wingers were pro-privacy rights. Griffin, you must be a liberal. That's right, man. Exactly.
Respect trans kids, affirm trans rights, stand with Ukraine, Black Lives Matter, trans visibility is valid.
Exactly. I'm a bleeding heart leftist.
You think it's real because you're
Everything's
stupid.
out of context.
But now, because you have a following, everyone hears it. Oh, so funny. Now we hate that person. And now there's absolutely no responsibility and no repercussion for the person who reacted.
Oh, God. Uh-oh.
Why?
Uh-oh.
Why is there no
Who did
responsibility and
this?
repercussion?
Who could have
You
done
just
this?
created a piece of actual slander or
no.
defamation. Why are you not held accountable for it?
Slander or defamation.
Defamation for what? For saying
Those are some big words.
Ask for money?
Because you're some big shot? No, fuck that. Everyone should be held accountable for their actions on the internet.
Oh, God.
Everyone, big, small.
Oh, my God. Phil, everyone should be held accountable for their actions? Shut the fuck up, bro.
This is nonsense. And it's bullshit that people
It's
then have to
bullshit.
put up with the nonsense after. Lucky for
Were you faking it with the Tears of the Kingdom thing with the balls? Were you faking that one? How about that Donkey Kong thing where you kept getting hit by those spiky balls? You just kept getting hit by them over and over, and then you quit the game. You said it was bad. What was that fake?
For me, as I
How many
told
of
you
them
guys,
fake?
I have built myself a...
You built what?
Legacy. Where
a legacy.
You have built a legacy. This is true.
it doesn't matter what people say about me.
Oh my God, bro. Dude, I'm just assuming you're trolling at this point. You can either be right-wing or you can be anti-VTuber. Yeah, this is shit tier bait at this point. You cannot be both. Right-wingers don't want to exploit women as sexualized standing pieces of meat. VTubing is pro-morality. Oh, yeah, man. Nah, there's nothing more alpha than picking up your slab of meat, tossing her ass on the bed, and having your way with her after a long day of work. False.
I'm not going to get canceled, right? It doesn't matter.
You did get banned on... Why did you get banned on Twitch? Does anyone remember why I got banned on Twitch? I forgot. Oh, God, bro. It was such a long time ago.
Who, of any stature. It's moist critical. Assmangold. It doesn't matter who talks shit about me. I'm still going to be here tomorrow. I'm still going to make the...
That's true, and I have to respect DSP. I do. You got to respect Phil. He's still out there swinging, regardless of everything, regardless of how many million view videos that I put out about him or anything like that. He's still out there. Like, you got to respect the roach, bro. Like, this dude gets cut in half.
You got to respect the roach.
Says, wait a minute, I'm not done yet.
Brutal.
That's it. Yeah. Again, it's funny to watch him crash out and do stupid stuff, but, like, I don't really hate the guy. I think it's just funny.
Content for you.
You know what's sad is Assmangold probably made, like, 4 times as much money on that one clip video of DSP than DSP made in the entire fucking week.
You're still gonna like it? You're still
That's brutal, dude.
Support it. Because you're here and you know who I really am and you don't care what these idiots say.
Right.
But the common person doesn't. And then I get people who come by, they gotta leave 100 nasty fucking comments on my video, they start downvoting the video, the nonsense.
Oh my
Again,
God.
when you say to me earlier, a legit fan earlier tonight said, I'm back for the first time in like 12, 13 years. I wish you the best, I hope you'll grow. I'll never grow. How can I grow?
I think you can. I am going to talk to Dan Clancy. I mean, What do you think? They care about weird stuff on Twitch? Apparently they don't. I think you need to get unbanned on Twitch, Phil. I do. I think you need to get unbanned on Twitch as a personal investment to me so I can farm your crash outs even more. I think Phil should get unbanned from Twitch. I think we should try to get him unbanned. Yeah. Why are you so mean to him? I don't know.
Oh, when internet content creation in 2025 is we react to nonsense, we act like it's real, we don't care if we hurt someone in the process as long as we get clickbait fucking views and we make money. No culpability, no accountability. Say whatever the fuck you want, get away for it, right? Get away with everything.
Yeah.
Well, it's bullshit. It shouldn't be. There's content creators out there who are millionaires who shouldn't have $1 because they made it on the backs of everyone else.
Oh my god. Everyone makes money on the backs of everyone else. That's how it works, bro. Unless you happen to be born into the right family that owns the shares in the Federal Reserve, but that's another topic for another day.
You're absolutely right. You're completely right. The world is unfair. It is an unfair world. But you as a roach should understand that whenever you're living in a circus, sometimes you have to be a clown.
I'm not saying that about Assmangold right now, because I know he's the one that this week reacted to me. I'm not saying that about him specifically. He's made content over the years.
I have.
He's earned where he is with his stature and all of
Who cares if I've earned it or not? It doesn't matter to me. Somebody can say I didn't earn it or not. Like, somebody asked, like, oh, would you feel bad stealing something? No. No. If I have something in my hand, then it's mine. That's it. And how it got there is not really that relevant to me. I'm just interested in getting what I want. That's it. The means and everything are not that important.
that. But the fact I'm making here is...
Somebody says, is this Ricky Gervais's gay brother?
That's oh my god. Dude, that's actually pretty good. That's not too far off.
That
Ricky Gervais. Hold on, I'll pull up a picture. That's actually pretty good. That's not too far off. Hold on. Shit, it's so zoomed in. It's not too... His gay brother. You know? That's not too far off, honestly. That's really actually a pretty good comparison. I think Phil personally looks like this, though. Hold on. I think Phil looks like the droopy dog, too. Like, they both have the same jowls, you know, the colored, I guess, facial hair here. And, you know, the sad, depressed eyes. Like, I don't know, man. I think both are pretty spot on.
The fact I'm making, the point I'm making here is you shouldn't have blatant, outright, immunity.
Let's see. U generation with the 5 for you, Griffin. What is this?
There's a particular kind of silence that follows you.
Okay. The psychology of people who have no friends. Fuck. Brutal, dude. Alright, we'll check it out. And Rua's Gamer with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Fuck ass roommate locked me out of the room and I left my keys in there. Ooh, that sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. That's no fun. Damn, I have that lined up to watch. What, this? The psychology of people who have no friends? Yeah. It hits, you know, very close to home, I guess.
You don't. And so anyway,
although I don't get recommended stuff like that on my main account, so I don't know. I don't know how people stumble across this stuff.
He's apparently still talking about this video that I made about him. Hate Asman as much as you want, but I love when he has covered DSP because he's a huge crash out. There's this one here.
Trolls ruined my YouTube channel and made it so I couldn't make a living on ad.
Yep, there it is. It has more views combined total than all 70 DSP tries it reviews in the past 5 years in one day. And this is apparently my Baja Blast video. Oh my fucking god.
Dude, I still need to get the Baja Blast pie at some point. I want to try it. But...
And filtered Assmangold. Wait, this is from 2024. It didn't filter me. I beat this entire... Who's this fucking retard? Who is this? Look. This is not even true. Look. I'm level 200. I beat death in the game. I did everything. I beat it in hard. It's literally lying about me. He's actually, he's lying. He's lying. I'm max level in the game. This is, that's Gothic, isn't it? No, that's fucking Dragon's Dogma 1. Yeah, no, Gothic is, you can tell, obviously, just from, I mean, you can...
Yeah, that's definitely Dragon's Dogma 1. That's right after the part where you escort the fucking dragon head. Or whatever it is. I forget what it is you escort, but...
Tell by everything, right? It's obvious. This is the path over to, I believe, Grand Soren. I could be wrong, though. And, or away from. And so, I don't know what this is. But yeah, actually, yeah, I did. I got rage baited.
I do feel like there's a ton of these React YouTubers that are way bigger than the people who they react to. And they don't understand that when they react, that has negative consequences for the person that they're reacting to. That there might be people who maybe would check out that content, but now they won't because you saw a detractor video that says they're an asshole. Or portrays them as an asshole. Now people think they're an asshole. Is that fair? Did you actually go watch the real content? So maybe you need to have some air of responsibility. Maybe you should actually be watching some of the real stuff to see what it's representative of. If Assmangold was watching this stream right now, do you think that he'd be like, oh wow, what an asshole? Probably not. But yesterday, if he saw me in a bad mood out of context on one particular stream, he probably would say, wow, that guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
And rightly so. But that's not the big picture.
Oh.
I do feel like there's a ton of YouTubers that are way bigger than
that.
they react to. And they don't...
Oh, wow. Look at that. I didn't say anything. I guess so. And, yeah, there's a whole lot of these. Oh, my God. DSP gets a shout-out from Assmangold. What is this?
We have a Road Race Hunter. Looks like he accidentally fapped there. Unfortunate timing. I
just
don't
like
know if
DSP.
I'll be able to wait out 2 minutes.
I remember this. You think DSP would shipwrecks Assmangold community knew about PWR Nirvana? I don't know about this. Major shout out Assmangold. This is something else. This is from a long time ago. The DSP crash out from Assmangold is legit mental illness. Oh my fucking god. Wow. And so, oh man, I bet you regret making fun of DSP now.
Someone just asked me, why don't I restream Assmangold to make fun of him to get back at him for stealing your content like that?
This is the last time that I did it. This is from the last time.
Because I just make real content that's my own and original. I don't have to make fun of other people to entertain an audience and make a living. I don't take the lowest common denominator. I don't do the easy shit. I actually, work.
What a cool guy. What a cool guy, bro. Like, he really is that guy. Let me see. I don't know if there's any more of these here, too. But, yeah, that's... Oh, wow. What a great pizza. And, yeah, he's been talking... Best part I was about the DSP treats Phil like the begging clown he is. Like, I didn't even say that. I didn't even say that at all. Well, anyway, yeah, apparently he's talked about me a lot more than I've realized. Oh my god, I haven't even seen half of these. Holy fucking shit! And so yeah, you drank the whole ass Kool-Aid. I guess so. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, anyway, he definitely not a huge fan of the reacts. Right? Reaction's fake. But the reaction to reaction is real work. Oh, for sure. I don't know why, but you being so mean to him is so funny. I'm not even being mean. Like I think he's funny. I do. I think it's entertaining. Like, I mean, I think he sucks at a lot of video games, but I suck at a lot of video games too. Like, that's so that it's not like it's personal or like anything like that. I mean, it's not like I'm mad. Like, it's kind of, not really. No, not really. I don't think so, at least. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Anyway, let's go back. Well, wait.
Okay. Well, I think that we had a great podcast. I hope you guys feel the same. That was a loaded one. We had a lot to talk about. Thank you all for the early support. I think it's absolutely outstanding. And thank you for just chilling and listening. And again, making it not about drama, because so many people want me to go to drama. Oh, but this person's talking junk about you, that person. I don't care. The reason those people have to talk drama is because that's all they can get attention for.
Yeah. So true. So true, Phil. You're right.
They literally have to be.
Nah, apparently PWR's plan is just to kill himself and then write the names of a bunch of detractors in his suicide note. I don't think he's actually going to go postal. Apparently that was his entire thing, is he's just going to kill himself and then write a bunch of detractor names like Snort, Hogan, and Momology in his suicide note. That's it. That's his master plan, bro.
Dramatic.
You're right.
Or else they don't exist.
Yes.
Me, I make positive content for an audience, and the audience reciprocates by liking and supporting said content.
Well, I thought you just... But the problem, though, is that there's like these 8-hour compilations of you asking for money because they didn't reciprocate, right? Like, because if that was true, then... And what is this thing about this... wrestling gotcha game? Like, because I never really got to the bottom of this.
Will I be in there? I don't care if I am.
What is this about, you know, that wrestling gotcha game? What is that?
I would feel absolutely nothing if I was.
Feel that way because that seems to be the case for me. When I focus on drama, it never works. It's only
so that's why you're mad. You're not mad that I'm focusing on drama. You're mad that your drama isn't working. Well, hey, listen. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I focus on the positive
What
stuff.
the hell?
I get success. That's why I'm not going to care about what these idiots are saying and doing, and a million videos being made about me again for the millionth time, all based on, again, misinformation. I don't care. Like I said, they're actually saying Phil's broke, and he constantly, every day is begging, constantly saying that he doesn't get contributions and he needs support. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes.
Really? Did you ever tune into a single stream?
I have, Phil. I've got to tell you. I've seen a lot of detractor videos. More than I care to admit.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
You ask for money a lot. Like, pretty much every time. You do. You ask a lot for money.
No. You just watch detractor content on X because you're stupid. So, you can be stupid and you can have an audience of idiots. Go for it. I want nothing to do with it. I'll do my content and be positive and be fun. And, you know, you live in your world of fucking delusions. It doesn't affect me. I'll still be here every day doing what I do, being successful. I don't need to care about this nonsense around me and the fucking drama queens that propagate that environment to make money for themselves.
Well, you got that one right. Yeah, there it is, guys. And donate $20 to thank him for the content. We got to get him unbanned on Twitch, man. We've got to get we got to get him unbanned. That's what's got to happen.
Damn, man. I need to take a Cope sip like DSP. Man. Here, we'll go ahead and watch the my heckin' sad video. Since it seems to strike home with a lot of the people in the chat as well.
Everywhere. Not the peaceful kind that comes with solitude, but the heavy kind. There's a particular kind of silence that follows you everywhere. Not the peaceful kind that comes with solitude, but the heavy kind that settles in your chest when you realize your phone hasn't buzzed with a genuine message in weeks. It's the
try years.
Silence of walking through crowded spaces and feeling completely invisible. Of having thoughts you want to share but no one to share them with. Of
damn, man. Literally me, for real, for real.
Celebrating small victories alone and carrying disappointments in isolation. This is the reality for millions of people.
Celebrating small victories? Why would you celebrate a small victory?
Who find themselves without friends, not by choice, but by circumstance. You might assume these are antisocial individuals who prefer isolation, but that assumption misses something profound. The psychology behind having no friends is far more complex than simple preference or personality type. It's a web of past experiences, learned behaviors, and adaptive mechanisms that often trap people in cycles they desperately want to break. Understanding this psychology reveals something uncomfortable about human connection itself. How fragile it really is, how easily it can slip away, and how difficult it becomes to rebuild once it's gone. When researchers study social isolation, they discover something fascinating. The brain of someone without friends doesn't just miss companionship. It actually begins to change structurally.
It gets better, more advanced.
Pathways associated with social cognition start to weaken. The areas responsible for reading facial expressions and interpreting social cues become less active. It's as if the mind, deprived of social interaction, begins to forget how to connect. This isn't weakness or choice. It's neuroplasticity, adapting to an environment of isolation. But how does someone end up in this position in the first place?
Gaming.
The path to friendlessness rarely happens overnight. It's usually a gradual erosion that begins with small betrayals or disappointments. Maybe it started in childhood with being excluded from playground games. Perhaps it was a trusted friend who shared secrets meant to stay private. Or a group that slowly drifted away without explanation, leaving someone wondering what they did wrong. Each of these experiences creates what psychologists call social learning. The brain begins to associate vulnerability with pain, trust with disappointment, and openness with rejection. So it develops protective mechanisms. It tells the person to hold back, to share less, to expect less from others. These aren't conscious decisions. They're automatic responses designed to prevent future hurt. Over time, these protective mechanisms become invisible barriers. The person starts interpreting neutral social interactions as signs of disinterest. They read too much into delayed text responses or cancelled plans. They assume others are merely being polite when showing kindness. This hypervigilance to social rejection creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more they expect rejection, the more they behave in ways that actually push people away. There's another layer to this psychology.
Sounds just like me? I don't think so. I've always just been naturally disinterested in people, to be completely honest, so.
That's often overlooked.
I've never really been too interested in others. It's just a point.
People without friends frequently develop an intense inner dialogue. When external conversation disappears, internal conversation becomes louder. They replay past interactions endlessly, analyzing every word and gesture for hidden meaning. They rehearse future conversations that may never happen. They
Yeah, I don't do that.
create elaborate fantasies about friendships they wish they had.
Nope.
This internal world becomes both refuge and prison. It's a place where they can be completely themselves without fear of judgment, but it's also a place where thoughts can spiral without external reality checks. Without friends to challenge their perspectives or offer alternative viewpoints, their thinking can become increasingly rigid or distorted. The irony is that many people without friends possess exceptional emotional intelligence. They've spent so much time observing human behavior from the outside that they often understand social dynamics better than those actively participating in them. They can spot insincerity
Well, that might be true. I'm very good at reading people.
from across a room. They notice when someone's smile doesn't match their eyes. They pick up on subtle shifts in group energy.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at reading the room, as well as picking up on people's non-verbal communication. So maybe that part is true.
Others completely miss. But this heightened awareness becomes a double-edged sword. When you can see through surface-level pleasantries and recognize performative friendships, it becomes harder to accept anything less than authentic connection. The problem is that authentic connection requires vulnerability from both sides, and vulnerability feels terrifying when you've been hurt before. So they wait. They wait for someone who feels safe enough to risk opening up to. Someone who demonstrates genuine interest rather than social obligation. Someone who can handle their depth without being overwhelmed or frightened away. But while they're waiting for this perfect connection, they often appear distant or uninterested to others, creating a barrier that prevents even potentially good friendships from forming. The psychology of isolation also affects how the
I'm autistic? Oh, thanks, man. If I was autistic, I wouldn't be able to read social cues, you fucking retard. You wouldn't be able to tell if someone's smile doesn't match their eyes. Or if someone's authentic, whatever. Dude, that's like the opposite of autism. Being able to read people's nonverbal, like, social cues is... oh my god, bruh. Y'all are autistic. You can't understand basic fucking English.
these individuals view themselves. Without the mirror of friendship to reflect their positive qualities back to them, they often develop a distorted self-image. They focus on their perceived flaws and minimize their strengths. They convince themselves they have nothing valuable to offer in relationships. This self-perception becomes a lens through which they interpret every social interaction. When someone does show interest in connecting with them, they often can't believe it's genuine. They assume the person must want something, or they're just being nice.
Everyone wants something.
Or they'll eventually discover what's wrong with them and leave. This skepticism, while born from past pain, sabotages present opportunities. What makes this particularly tragic is that people without friends often crave connection more intensely than anyone else. They've experienced the
Not really.
absence of it so deeply that they understand its value in ways that others take for granted. They don't want casual acquaintances or surface-level socializing. They hunger for the kind of friendship where silence feels comfortable, where they can be completely themselves, where they're truly known and accepted. This craving for
Hell no. Dude, the only person who will ever truly know myself is me. I don't want to share myself with anyone.
depth over breadth means they often reject opportunities for lighter social connections that could potentially develop into something more meaningful over time. They want to skip the small talk and dive straight into meaningful conversation.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
But most relationships need time to develop
No one understands me, and no one ever will.
that level of trust and intimacy. The adaptation to friendlessness also changes how they experience time and memory. Without shared experiences to anchor their memories,
Daniel with the 5, is this AI slut? Nah, I don't think it's AI slut. The voice, the whole narrative sounds formulaic, like upper echelon, if you know. I don't think it's AI slut, personally. It's just this highly edited, you know, video essay type content.
time can feel both empty and heavy. They might struggle to remember what they did last weekend because nothing particularly meaningful happened. Or
Well, yeah, if you don't do anything, why would you remember it? Like, oh yeah, guys, I slept. Wow, what an exciting weekend. Like, yeah, no shit, you're not going to remember intricate details of your previous weekends if you didn't do anything that was notable.
they might fixate on small interactions
That's not fucking specific to this shit. Oh my god.
because they were the only human connection they had all week. Their relationship with solitude becomes complicated. On one hand, they've learned to be comfortable alone because they've had to be. They've developed rich inner lives, creative pursuits, and independent interests. But this
Creative pursuits.
comfort with solitude can also become a trap. The longer they spend alone, the more foreign social interaction feels. The more foreign it feels, the more anxious they become about engaging with others. And the more anxious they become, the more they retreat into solitude. The cycle deepens when they realize how much social skill they've lost through lack of practice. Conversation that once felt natural now requires conscious effort. They second-guess their responses, overthink their timing, and analyze every micro-expression for signs of boredom or discomfort. What used to be instinctive becomes mechanical, like trying to remember how to ride a bicycle after years of walking everywhere. This social rustiness creates a cruel irony. The very thing they need most, practice with human connection.
I like this screen. That's cool. I want that as a screensaver.
Everywhere. This social rustiness
that looks awesome.
Creates a cruel irony. The very thing they need most, practice with human connection, becomes the thing they fear most because they feel unprepared for it. They know they're out of practice, which makes them more nervous, which makes them
That's me? Not really.
perform worse, which confirms their belief that
I don't have, like, social anxiety with interacting with people. I don't have an issue with it.
they're not good at relationships. It's a feedback loop.
Again, this comes down to the fact that I genuinely just don't have an interest in people. Like, unless you interest me as a person, I really don't want anything to do with you. Like, I'll be nice and I'll maintain, like, a casual relationship or something. But if you bore me, then I move the fuck on.
That keeps tightening with each failed attempt. There's also the matter of social context that people without friends must navigate. Society expects certain social behaviors.
It's like that Toy Story meme of, you know, I'm done playing with you. That's like me, kinda.
It expects you to have people to call when something exciting happens. It expects you to have someone to bring to weddings or parties. It expects you to have references for your character beyond professional contacts. When you don't have these things, you start to feel like you're failing at being human in some fundamental way. They develop elaborate strategies to hide their friendlessness. They decline.
Dude, you're like, what's the guy's name? K from Blade Runner. There you go.
Invitations rather than admit they don't have anyone to bring as a +1. They create excuses for why they can't join.
I didn't bring a +1 to the wedding I went to. Who cares? Just sit in a fucking chair and do whatever.
In group activities. They learn to deflect conversations about weekend plans or social events. This constant...
I just say I'm not doing anything. If anyone ever asks me, like at work, what I'm doing over the weekend, I'm like, probably nothing, just sleeping. I don't care. Again, I don't really feel like this applies to me 100%.
Performance of having a social life when you don't is exhausting and further isolates them from authentic connection.
I don't fake having a social life. I don't care.
The digital age has added new layers to this psychology. Social media presents a constant stream of other people's friendships, celebrations, and connections. They scroll through photos of group dinners, weekend trips, and birthday parties, feeling like they're watching life happen to everyone except them. The comparison becomes unavoidable and painful. Everyone else seems to have figured out something they're missing.
Dude, I'm the opposite. Like, I scroll through shit and I see, like, normies doing normie shit, and it makes me disgusted. I'm like, that's your life? I don't know. This is what you live for? This is your dream? Like, I look at all the little fucking sports cattle, for example, or all the concert people, and it's like, you're bugs. And you're part of the hive. I don't know, man. I don't see it that way at all. I feel the opposite of envy. If anything, it fills me with a deep sense of disgust.
Yet paradoxically, online spaces can also provide a lifeline. Anonymous forums, virtual communities, and digital friendships offer a
Guys, that's us.
form of connection that feels safer. They can share thoughts and experiences without the vulnerability of face-to-face interaction. They can disconnect.
Literally me, dude.
If things become uncomfortable. But these digital connections, while valuable, often highlight what they're missing in physical reality. The absence of friends
Well, I don't really know if you can disconnect from a live stream, so maybe that doesn't apply.
also changes their relationship with their own emotions.
I mean, I
Without
guess
someone
you
to process
could. You could just end the stream suddenly, but...
experiences with, feelings can become overwhelming or confusing. Joy feels hollow when there's no one to share it with. Sadness feels infinite when there's no one to comfort them. Anger has nowhere to go except inward. They become their own emotional processing system, which works to a point, but human emotions were designed to be shared and reflected back through relationship. This emotional
Unless you're a man.
isolation can lead to a kind of emotional hoarding. They save up stories, experiences, and thoughts, hoping someday they'll have someone to share them with. But by the time that someone arrives, if they ever do, the stories feel stale and the emotions have lost their immediacy. They realize they can't dump years of accumulated experiences on a new person without overwhelming them. The psychology of friendlessness also involves a complex relationship with hope. Some days they feel optimistic that things will change, that they'll meet someone who understands them, that they'll find their tribe. Other days, they feel resigned to a life of solitude, convincing themselves it's easier this way. This oscillation between hope and resignation becomes its own form of emotional exhaustion. They often develop a heightened sensitivity to rejection, real or perceived. A delayed response to a text becomes evidence of disinterest.
Most people live for telling their coworkers on Monday how they went on a trip. Exactly. Yep. Exactly, man. Exactly. Most people don't want to actually go on the trip. They just want to tell other people they went on the trip. Like, women genuinely enjoy traveling just so they can brag about traveling, not actually to go to where they want to go, supposedly. But, yeah, many such cases. I don't know. Dude, I genuinely don't fucking care about other people. And it sounds kind of fucked up to say, but I just don't. There's very few people in this world I actually fucking give a shit about. And, you know, it's like, whatever. I don't really care about impressing other people that much.
A cancelled plan becomes proof that they're not worth someone's time. A group conversation that moves on without their input becomes confirmation that they don't belong. These interpretations aren't always accurate, but when you're already feeling vulnerable, your brain tends to confirm your worst fears rather than challenge them. What's particularly poignant is how this affects their capacity for self-advocacy. People without friends often become excellent at meeting everyone else's needs while neglecting their own. They're so grateful for any social interaction that they accept treatment they wouldn't normally tolerate. They become overly accommodating, agreeable, and flexible, hoping that being easy to be around will make people want to keep them around. But this people-pleasing strategy often backfires because it prevents
Yeah, you can't maintain it.
authentic relationship from forming. When you're constantly adapting yourself to what you think others want, you never give them a chance to know or appreciate who you really are.
Well, you can't maintain that super agreeable personality forever. Sooner or later, you're gonna fucking snap.
You become a reflection of their preferences rather than a distinct individual worthy of friendship. The fear of being too much becomes overwhelming. They monitor themselves constantly for signs that they're sharing too much, caring too much, or needing too much. This self-surveillance creates an artificial distance, even when they're physically with others. They're so busy managing their own behavior that they can't be present in the interaction. Time takes on a different quality when you have no friends. Weekends stretch endlessly without plans or social anchors. Holidays become reminders of what's missing rather than celebrations to enjoy. Birthdays pass quietly, sometimes without anyone noticing. The rhythm of life that others take for granted, the natural ebb and flow of social connection, simply doesn't exist. Yet within this seemingly barren landscape, something remarkable often emerges.
My partner at work shows up hours early and doesn't want to go home because he said he has no one. That's brutal, man. That's unfortunate. Yeah, some people aren't fit for solitude. So, it's definitely not a lifestyle for everybody. That's for damn sure.
The absence of external validation forces a confrontation with the self that most people never experience. Without friends to reflect back who they are, they must discover their own identity through internal exploration. This can lead to profound self-knowledge, creativity, and independence that others might never develop. They become connoisseurs of their own company. They learn what truly interests them versus what they thought they should be interested in to fit in with others. They develop hobbies and passions that are genuinely their own, not influenced by group dynamics or peer pressure. In many ways, they know themselves better than people surrounded by friends ever could. This deep self-awareness creates an interesting paradox. While they struggle with social connection, they often possess remarkable insight into human nature. Having observed relationships from the outside for so long, they understand the mechanics of friendship in ways that participants might miss. They can see the unspoken hierarchies, the subtle manipulations, the performative aspects of social interaction that others remain blind to. But this clarity can become another barrier. Once you see how much of social interaction is theatre, it becomes difficult to participate authentically. You start questioning whether people actually like you or just enjoy having an audience. You wonder if the laughter is genuine or obligatory. You analyze every gesture for signs of pretense, making it nearly impossible to relax into natural connection. The anticipation of social situations becomes its own form of torture. They spend days preparing for a simple coffee meetup, rehearsing conversations, and predicting every possible direction the interaction might take. By the time the actual meeting arrives, they're emotionally exhausted from the mental preparation. The spontaneity that makes relationships enjoyable has been replaced by calculated performance.
I've always had girlfriends to cope, but ever since I had a serious relationship, engagement, planning life, etc., I don't know, I found just sleeping around is boring. It's empty and bad for the soul. Yeah, that's why I just sleep. But yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like at the same time, if you try to, like, you know, cope with filling your life with another person, it's still not going to make you happy at the end of the day. I don't know, dude. I feel like this is just a little over the top. Like, come on, bro.
Their internal critic becomes louder in the absence of external voices. Without friends to challenge negative self-talk or provide alternative perspectives, they can become trapped in cycles of self-doubt and harsh self-judgment. The voice in their head grows more authoritative because it's the only voice they hear consistently. It becomes judge, jury, and prosecutor of every social misstep. Sleep patterns often change when you live without friends. The quiet evening hours that others fill with phone calls, text conversations, or social plans stretch endlessly. The mind, deprived of external stimulation, turns inward,
That doesn't happen to me, bro. I just sleep.
often at the worst possible moments. Bedtime becomes a confrontation with loneliness rather than a peaceful transition to rest. They
What?
develop an acute sensitivity to the social rhythms around them. They notice when co-workers make lunch plans without including them. They observe how naturally others form groups and alliances. They become anthropologists of human connection, studying behavior patterns they can't quite replicate themselves. This observational skill is both gift and curse, providing insight while highlighting their exclusion. The concept of home changes when you have no friends. Home becomes the only place where they can truly relax their social vigilance. But it can also become a refuge that's too comfortable to leave. The outside world starts feeling increasingly foreign and threatening. Home becomes both sanctuary and prison, offering safety at the cost of growth. Their relationship with technology reflects this isolation in complex ways. They might scroll endlessly through social media, seeking connection through observation of
Doom scroll.
others' lives. Or they might avoid it entirely, unable to bear the constant reminder of what they lack. Technology offers the illusion of connection, while often deepening the sense of isolation. Understanding the psychology of people without friends reveals something profound about the human condition itself. That connection isn't just nice to have, it's essential to who we are. But perhaps most importantly, it shows us that isolation isn't a character flaw or personal failing. It's often the result of protective mechanisms that once served a purpose, but now stand in the way of the very thing the heart craves most. For those walking this path, remember that your depth, your sensitivity, your hard-won self-knowledge aren't obstacles to friendship. They're exactly what makes you worth knowing.
I'm special, guys. Yeah, honestly, I would take, personally, I would take the ability to read through people's bullshit over having a bunch of casual fucking relationships, personally. I find the first much more meaningful and useful than the second. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like some of it applies. A lot of it seems over-exaggerated or just kind of out there. I don't feel like the problem with me is I don't feel like I'm lacking anything, which is like kind of the core of what he was saying is like, you know, it's caused by your longing for connect. It's like, I don't really have a longing for connection, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe that's my quirk, dude. I don't know. The thing is with like friendships and stuff, and it's why I kind of always, you know, kind of let them fade. It's because like they always want to do shit that I don't want to do. You know, even like if it was shit like playing video games, they're like, oh, we're gonna play zombies. It's like, yeah, I don't want to fucking play zombies. Or, you know, they want to go to the sports ball game or go see whatever fucking movie in theaters or go out to eat. Like, I don't want to do any of that shit, bro. Like, that's my issue. It's like, I don't want to fucking do the type of shit that's required of you to do in a friendship / relationship setting. So that's my biggest issue. Is it, I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. There's not anything that I'm like, oh man, I really fucking wish I could do this if only I had friends. It's like, there's not really anything I feel like I'm missing out on. It's almost like a chore, like looking after a pet. Yeah, kind of. I agree. My issue is all the girls in my area are coke users. Well, at least they're skinny. Hopefully, at least. That's the only benefit of chicks snorting coke is they're skinny. Is she done being raped? Let's find out, dude.
I'll give you dirt on
Wait,
me.
you do have clips of saying the N-word.
Yeah, you do have clips of saying the N-word.
But I'm black.
I have 0.
Oh, let's go
I have 0.
clip for clip then. Let's find clips of you saying the N-word then and see if it compares. Let's see if it's
okay,
the same thing.
do you not get people, okay, since I'm half Asian, I get people that are like, why are you trying to look Asian when you're only half? Do you not get people like, you're only...
Good God, that makeup is on thick, bro. Holy shit.
Asian when you're only half. Do you not
That shit is caked.
get people like, you're only half black, so it doesn't count. I'm gonna be one of those people. So now you're only half black. You can't say it.
So am I Asian to you or am I black to you? Or am I white to you?
You're nothing. You just shouldn't exist.
Oh, so I shouldn't exist because I'm black.
No, because
Whoa.
you're mixed.
And there it is.
I also shouldn't exist.
So wait, so mixed people shouldn't exist, so you're a purist.
That's what people have been telling me on the internet for years.
I'll give
They might be right.
you dirt on
Wait,
me.
you...
I think we'd be better off if all these Twitch thoughts didn't fucking exist. Griffin, so if you died and went to heaven, you wouldn't want anything different? That's not what heaven is, bro. Heaven is not reliving your day-to-day life. Heaven is basically eternal bliss with all the evils and wants of the world removed. You would want for nothing. You would only know, like, joy. So, no, heaven is not reliving like a memory or something. Oh my god, dude, I remember this guy. Didn't he end up like fucking... Didn't he like try to kill himself or some shit? I think we watched this dude on stream before. I think he like tried to shoot himself or something. I forgot what it was, but he like fucked it up. Yeah, he's like creepy, bro. He like lives in his car and shit. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not watching that. Mr. Gaming Guitarist. Is that Sue Lightning? Yeah, the Sphere Hunter. Americans, can you be honest with me?
I have a question for Americans, and please just answer it truthfully. Do not worry about...
Would you guys tap?
...offending me. My question for you is, did any Americans, especially growing up as a child or a teenager, wish they lived in the UK? Be honest, keep it real. Because
nope.
I would say it is a British phenomenon that we all wish that we lived in America at some point, because the movies are all American, the high school seems so cool.
Well, it's not too late to head on over.
You've got Nerds, you've got Jolly Ranchers, you've got Buc-ee's, you've got 7-Eleven, you've got Walmart, you've got Target.
Yeah, and y'all have Muhammad.
That is my dream. Literally, my dream date is to go to Target. So I need to know whether this is just a British thing and we look to American like we want to be them when we're a child. We always see your TV shows, we always see your advertisements. It's always an American accent. We just kind of have this sense of, I need to be an American. Literally used to pretend I was American just for the vibe of it. It was just fun to...
Import all skinny British women age 17 to 33 right now. That's the new trade deal. Write it up.
Be like, yeah, I'm from LA, no big deal. I have a question for Americans, and please just answer.
I said British women. That implies that they're white. LA, she's mine. Hands off, PK. Alright. I guess we'll do this next.
Figure it out. Hello, this is Adam Carlick from Figured Out Productions. The following video is a video of some kind, and I hope you enjoy it. Granted, you don't see Microsoft titles popping up on PlayStation, but I almost wonder if we're getting to that point where Microsoft's going to reach out and be like, hey, you want to have Halo? Like, I mean, I did say it. Okay, hi everybody. Hey guys, it's Adam here, and today we're going to be talking about...
They drank you under the table? I don't drink, so I don't care, bro.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So, that's fine. Francisco the Disco with the 5. You should watch Indian Festival Cringe. Okay. A thick Indian accent tries to deny Indian stereotypes. All right. Yeah, we can check it out.
The Xbox Series X. If you're watching this the day it came out, the Xbox Series X is 5 years old today. Yes, it's been half a decade since November 10th, 2020, which was a year known for other things beyond console launches. But yeah, this system actually came...
They're a pain in the ass to deal with when drunk. I mean, I guess. It's still a woman, bro. Like,
about 5 years ago, and we're going to talk about it to an extent. If you guys are new to the channel, or
it's not that bad,
or even if you're not, like, I like video game consoles. I like
all women are basically the same when they're drunk. You know, clumsy, sloppy, loud. I don't know.
A lot. I like to talk about the history of them, and I started doing this years ago where I would talk about the most recent consoles every year, just to talk about the last calendar year, everything that went on with it, some of my favorite games, experiences I had, how I was enjoying it, how the overall like system experience was, you know, how was the company who was creating it doing, what was the exciting stuff they were pulling off, what was the future of it, etc. And to be honest, I've gotten a little more jaded, particularly with this console and this whole generation. But what
looks like me? Nah, I can't grow a beard like that, most likely.
So we're going to talk all about it, and I think that opening kind of says a lot.
I don't think I could grow facial hair that thick. I don't know. I've never tried, so I can't say for certain, but I doubt it.
Before we do that, though, if you guys could do me a favor, please like this video, comment down below, subscribe if you've never done it before, and check out all my social media stuff in the description. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Patreon, Spreadshirt, my travel channel, etc. I appreciate it.
Don't forget horny. Well, dude, I didn't want to sound extra rapey, but yeah, obviously. Dude, alcohol is like an aphrodisiac for women.
On those platforms. Thank you so much. Well, let's get on with it. Okay, so I also brought out the good mic since we're not really showing anything. The console's just sitting there as a display piece. So I sat here racking my brains about this. As I said, the basic idea with these videos is that I want to talk about it. I want to talk about the fun year that we've had.
Dude, American women drank fucking handles too, so that's very common. They get their little fucking vodka or whatever, and they just chug the fucking bottle, and after a while, it stops tasting like alcohol.
And it dawned on me, when I was sitting down to make this, that I didn't really have a fun year with this system. Talking about the Xbox now, this iteration of it, is kind of like
Why don't I drink anymore? Because, one, I live alone, and drinking by yourself is just kind of meh. And two, in case something happens, I'm the only one that can drive, so if I'm fucking blasted, then I can't drive myself or my dog anywhere in case something happens. So it's better just to not do it because, you know, I have to be in control of my faculties, man. So, you know, I'd drink if it was like a special occasion or I was doing it with other people or whatever, but there's not really a huge incentive or reason for me to just sit here and, you know, drink alone in my apartment. It's kind of pointless.
Thinking about Windows every year. You know, like,
not to mention, I'm already tired enough as is that if I started drinking a lot, I'd probably just fall asleep more frequently. Have more sleep streams.
Imagine if I sat down on the anniversary of the launch of Windows 10 every year, and I was just like, here's all the cool security updates that it got. That's unfortunately how the Xbox feels now. And so I thought I would talk about, you know, the history of the Xbox and how we got here. And then I realized I did a video on that last month. You know, not like a few weeks ago. In fact, go watch it. I'm wearing this exact same hoodie. And
if something happened, like what? Like, let's say my dog hurt his leg, or he ate something that was toxic, or I don't fucking know. I cut myself, or I don't fucking know, like, whatever it might be. Shit happens, bro. I'm the only one who can drive me because I'm the only one who lives here. So, it's just me, myself, and I. There's no reason for me to be getting fucking drunk by myself.
Go Bulls. But all right, please go watch that video. I'm serious. If you want to learn,
not to mention it's just empty calories that you're drinking as well. So there's a reason why it's called the beer gut.
More about the history of Xbox and why they're doing what they're doing, because I just wanted to talk about this as a singular system, and then I realized I really can't, because in the last calendar year, Microsoft has just more ingrained itself as we don't care what the hardware is. We only care about the software. Have you guys been noticing that this is an Xbox campaign that they've been floating on all sorts of social media? Now, when I first saw that, I thought those were memes. I thought those were fake. I thought that was just people making fun of the current Microsoft strategy. Turns out those are real. Go to the actual Xbox accounts. That's what they're doing. Now, if you're unfamiliar, Microsoft, I'm going to very much truncate this. Microsoft, over the course of the last, I'm going to say about 12 years, has really, instead of treated the Xbox like a dedicated game console, they've treated it more like an ecosystem, something that should exist on other platforms. Basically, the model of Windows, which is rather than focus, like Microsoft might make some PC hardware here and there, but they don't really sit down and just make PCs. They make software that's considered integral to them, the OS. And yes, you'll have competitors like things by Apple, or occasionally things like, you know, Ubuntu/Linux. You'll have even, I think Google's going to try and make a version of Android.
Don't they still make Surfaces?
Android now for PC, which is kind of an interesting thought. But the actual hardware was never really their focus. And they've been trying to do that forever with the Xbox concept as an ecosystem. And I have been saying that clearly for years, as you saw in the beginning clip, but it goes back way further than that. Like, I did a video that is a little out of date, but hilariously accurate in the same time, where I think I was talking about the 7th generation of game consoles, or maybe it was the 8th gen, I don't even remember. And I was like, this might be the last generation of game consoles. And the idea was, here's the direction these guys are all going. Now, funny enough, they did go in that direction, even though we worked out another generation out of each one of them. But Microsoft, I was saying all the way back then, they're going for an all-digital Steam competitor, which is clearly what they're doing. And to this day, you still get people being like, well, they'll never beat Steam. That doesn't stop them from competing. Okay, I know I'm just kind of on a tirade and a little bit of a rant here, but it really did dawn on me like how stunningly uninteresting this system was over the last year. And the great irony of that is I actually really like this console, because it is like my go-to. Like, it's a great place to actually sit down and play video games. There are all sorts of great games that came out for this system over the last year. I don't dispute that. But the problem is, none of them are special to the system. There's like literally no exclusives that are made for this anymore. Even when Microsoft does, of course, its big first-party content, they openly say, okay, it's also going on PC, and now it'll also go on PlayStation 5, and if we can get it onto Nintendo hardware, we will. Like I said, this is an Xbox, referring to everything. I really, if you haven't, I'm begging you, go back and watch the video I made about a month ago talking about Microsoft's entire business strategy. Because when I sat down, I realized this video was going to almost be that exact video all over again. I'm not going to do that to you. There's really no point. So what I instead want to talk about is just kind of the realization.
All right. I'm not trying to be mean, but bro, I think it's just the camera angle. But bro, his hands almost look comically small. I'm pretty sure it's just the camera angle, but watch. I can't unsee it now.
Not much is going on with this, but I'll point out some of the highlights from the last year, because obviously that's what highlights. They're really lowlights. Okay, so obviously the biggest, most...
Like, when he does that, it just makes him look, like, really small for, like, a half second at a time.
Recent one was that the price of Xbox Game Pass doubled. Not shocking to me. As I said before in many videos, this is unsustainable based on the way the Game Pass model works. Microsoft is constantly losing money on it. They have to try and offset the balance. Now, the interesting thing is, after I made that particular video, which again, I'm really kind of...
Whenever he, like, moves them, it makes them look really tiny for, like, a half second, and it just looks really awkward.
Banking on the idea that you've hopefully seen, I got a lot of feedback from people, some of which have friends who actually work at the Xbox team, and they're like...
Yeah, like, that angle where he's, like, holding his, right here. Hold on.
Banking on the idea that you've hopefully seen, I got a lot of feedback from people, some of which have...
Right there, bro. It makes his hand look tiny. Like, look how much larger that hand looks compared to that one. It looks like the fucking, I guess, like the Deadpool hand, you know, where he has like the baby arm, kind of similar to that.
Friends who actually work at the Xbox team, and they're like, you really called it there, buddy. Like, this is really how they think, which is there is no such thing as a PC or console gamer. There's just a gamer. There's no such thing as a mobile gamer or any other type of gamer. Every type of gamer is the same in their mind. And
no, it's not that his hands are actually small. It's just when he does that particular angle, it makes them look really tiny because of the camera angle. His hands are normal size when they're just sitting there. It's just when he does that angle like that, where it's like kind of flat, but not really, it makes it look really tiny.
The result, they're just like, everything should just coexist on one platform because all gamers are the same. And apparently, if you were to tell Phil Spencer this, like that, well, no, there's a difference, he would just say something to the effect of like, well, I don't think it's a good idea to have games be cut onto just one platform. I think that the best is all games should be available to everyone, which is nice in like a hippity-dippity type of way, but it does kind of kill off your own interest in the system that you actually created. Now, the funny thing is, like, this is not new. You know, we have been talking about this with the Xbox brand for years now, and how they're slowly killing off the concept of exclusive. Slowly, they butchered it. But like, it's kind of hard to even talk about this as a console anymore. I'm basically talking about a piece of software, and this is just, it happens to be the physical delivery mechanism that I possess to use that software, as opposed to anything else. Because it's not, it doesn't really feel like a console anymore. And that is the realization that I had to come to with this particular video. And it's depressing. It really is. Like, it was foreseen. I've been talking about it forever. And yet, here we are. It really is just nothing anymore. And that kills me, because if I could, I'd love to sit down with these guys and be like, you're killing off something that was so special to us. The mistake I made for a long time is I was analyzing this from a strategy point of a console gamer, of someone who cannot understand why they would want to do things this way, why you would want to isolate your product so much from its target audience, except that they don't think of that as their target audience. That's the realization I've come to. They think of the software as the product that is meant to go everywhere, and that it should supersede the concept of generations and the concept of exclusives and the concept of a type of gamer. It should just be this single utopian idea that they have. Whether you see that as good or bad, that seems to be what they're going for. The thing I find the most baffling, though, is the unique circumstances that generated this. Because based on Xbox's history, I know I said I wouldn't do this, but now I'm going to do a short version of this. If you wonder why Xbox is even in consoles at all, the very short version is that in the 90s, they were legitimately terrified of the idea of game consoles replacing computers. And I know that sounds insane in 2025, but this is genuinely what they thought. And back then, that actually, there was a chance of that. I mean, to those who are as old as me, you might remember.
I mean, it makes sense, because the majority of computers were for gamers in the household application.
Early on with the PlayStation 2, they were openly talking about, there's going to be a keyboard.
Most people who were interested in having a home computer were also gamers back then. So, I guess it kind of makes sense from that perspective.
Going to be internet infrastructure, it's going to have a hard drive, it's going to have a mouse, you won't even need a computer. Like, that was a real thing. SegaNet with the Dreamcast at the same time was also that kind of idea. I know it's absurd in 2025, I know that, but back then there was a legitimate fear of this. Microsoft creates the original Xbox to get into that industry and help drive it in a direction. And even though the original Xbox lost negative $4.4 billion, it lost $4.4 billion. It cost them severely. They were happy to pay that because it meant that the concept of Windows and the PC would survive and be essentially immortalized, at least, you know, in our lifetimes, probably. But they then thought with the 360 they could do this for real. They could actually make a profit on the hardware and make like a successful game console. And they probably would have had it not been for the 360's Red Ring of Death fiasco. Then, of course, we get to the Xbox One, Don Matrick, and his terrible DRM online TV sports thing. We've talked about that so many times. And you know that story. We all do. It was the day the Xbox brand irreversibly died. And we know now that there was a lot of talk at that point of Microsoft pulling the plug on the Xbox brand, because it was apparent there was no chance that that particular piece of hardware was going to be successful. It just couldn't. It was the hole was way too big at that point. And Microsoft...
They probably should have just gone ahead and pulled the plug back then. It would have saved everyone a lot of heartbreak and misery.
Started to question what the point of this was. In comes Phil Spencer, who essentially threw a lifeline to Microsoft. This might sound weird, but you kind of need to think of Xbox and Microsoft as two separate entities, because Xbox is the gaming division. It does all of this stuff, but it essentially is... It almost comes off like a Nepo baby who just has like super famous, super rich parents that can just allow it to do any crazy thing it thinks of, and there's no consequences for those actions. That's basically how it comes off. Because of their policies, if any other company tried to do those, they'd have been bankrupt immediately and they would have given up. But in comes Phil Spencer with this idea that he goes to Microsoft with and says, don't pull the plug on the Xbox brand. Instead, I will convince them that we can turn Xbox as a gaming software into Windows. We can make it a thing that's eternal and immortal and must be on everything. Ubiquitous. And that's where we are, and they're still trying to do that. And over the course of time, to that end, they've obviously had to absorb things like Bethesda and Activision and all these other companies. And it's just Microsoft constantly writing a blank check and saying, go ahead, do this, go ahead, do this, go ahead, do this, where they constantly eventually believe this may pay off. And hypothetically, with that much money, it might. That's the thing that is the most insane to me, is that if...
It's a very big hypothetical.
If it weren't for Microsoft constantly just allowing this to happen, even at a loss, this whole idea would have been dead over a decade ago, probably 2 decades ago. And yet here we are. And it rewrote my thought process on this, because I grew up, obviously, in the 90s thinking like, you know, I'm used to your Segas, your Nintendos, your Ataris, etc., who... their whole product was how their company functioned. You know, Sega was utterly dependent on the success of their consoles, and when it wasn't successful, they no longer could participate in there, other than now as a third-party developer. Nintendo's entire business model is still predicated on the success of their hardware. They have a few projects outside of it, but not too many. And Atari is now like a weird, modern Atari is a whole different thing, but that doesn't really matter. But I'm used to that. And with Sony and Microsoft, that was no longer the case. Eventually, ironically, with Sony, it did turn into the case. But with Microsoft, it's not. Microsoft does not need the Xbox to be successful for them to endure. The Xbox persistently loses money every single year, hand over fist, because its whole model is insane, especially the way Game Pass works, and yet it doesn't matter. They're immortal. Microsoft keeps funding it. So I used to...
Well, I don't think anymore, so... They got too big to ignore after that Activision purchase. So... Once they bought Activision, it basically sealed their fate as now... You know, yeah, you're too big to close down, which means Phil Spencer got his job security that he wanted. But on top of that, it also means that you got a lot more fucking oversight from the CFO and COO wanting to make sure you're hitting your margins.
Think that the type of competition you would drive, things like, well, Sega had to make better games than Nintendo, Nintendo had to make better games than Sega, etc. That resulted in some of the best gaming experiences we ever had. When you look at the Xbox, what you're really looking at is what happens when you don't have competition. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to find...
Well, the Netflix of games wasn't a good idea in the sense that Netflix is synonymous with low-quality shit. And that's just the reality, man. Netflix series are not known for their high-quality production value, amazing writing, or anything like that. They're just, you know, cheap, kind of half-baked, you know, passable TV shows and movies. They're not anything to write home about, but they're enough to keep you mildly entertained while you eat your dinner for a week or something like that. That's it. Most Netflix series are pretty fucking mediocre. It's all about the quantity.
Money, because it just keeps perpetually coming from your rich parents, for lack of a better way of putting it, and it doesn't really matter. So as a result, they don't care about making a better product, a better gaming experience, a unique gaming experience be a better part of it. And that's just insane to me. Do you guys get where I'm going?
Nah. House of Cards Season 1 and 2 was peak Netflix. That was peak Netflix. Personally. Because back then you had amazing selections of other network shows and movies, as well as actual, like, good original series. Not so much anymore. You know, all the other networks started their own streaming services, so the, you know, third-party catalog of Netflix content has been dramatically reduced.
With this, like, how this feels... I mean, it feels like we're watching, for the handful of you that actually watch basketball, it kind of feels like we're watching Bronny James play on the Los Angeles Lakers right now. You know, LeBron James' son. LeBron James, very talented.
LeBum. Very talented at reading.
Player, obviously. His son is not qualified to be there, and he's just there because his dad's there. And it kind of feels like the only thing keeping Xbox in there is that their dad, Microsoft, has so much money that's allowing them to stay that we just have to endure this weird series of ideas. And from a personality standpoint, Xbox feels like Jaden Smith, like just, you know, Will Smith's son, just some weird guy who has like these strange thoughts, but his dad's super rich and super powerful, so it's just whatever. That's just how it feels. But the irony is, like I said before, I actually quite enjoy playing stuff on this system, but nothing about it is special. And this goes back years. Like I'm telling you, when they do another console, which we'll talk about in a second, if I get it, provided it has any sort of physical media, I look at it and I go, I probably don't need to change anything. I probably just unplug the cables, plug in the new ones with the old cables, and it'll just be like, log into your account, right, everything's there. It's just a physical firmware upgrade. There's nothing special or unique about this. The old one is now junk. I mean, effectively, sans Kinect support, this is an Xbox One Plus. You know, it's the same.
I mean, it basically is an Xbox One. It has the exact same UI. Plays the exact same games. There's nothing different about it.
System. It doesn't do anything special. It just got better hardware, again, aside from Kinect support, which, whatever. But I don't know, man. Is anybody else going through this? Like, are you sitting there thinking about all this and just being like, wow, what a weird realization to completely come to on its 5th birthday? By the way, we will talk about the PlayStation 5 on its birthday in a couple days, but which is a little less depressing, but not exactly a cheery story either. So I don't know, man. I wanted so badly. Like, I sat down and I was like, I really want to have something super cool and interesting to talk about with this console, but the truth is, it's all negative. Like, everything, like, aside from the ironic fact that I enjoy it, when you sit down and actually, like, look at everything they did this year, all they did was throw out some crazy ideas. They continue to support Game Pass. None of that is special. Like, oh, look, a new Call of Duty. Yeah, we got it. It's also on everything else. You know, all their... Like, they're not launching any new exciting hardware. I mean, there was the Alley, right? Was ROG Alley? I didn't get that thing. I don't care about that. But okay, I'll give them that. They put that out there. That's fine. That's a thing, I guess. But, like, beyond that, why? You know, what does the rest of this even do?
$1,000.
So we look towards the future of the system. I'm going to tell you right now, this is the same thing we're in next year. You know, it's like, oh, look, the system is a little older. More games came to it. It was basically fun, but those games weren't special to the machine. The machine in itself is not unique or interesting, but there's more games on it. And maybe that's what some people want. You know, maybe that's what some people want. They don't want to be able to, they don't have to sit down and think about, like, which games do I have to get which system for? That is certainly a thing. But I don't know, man. As an old...
Yeah, it just... I don't know. I do like having separate systems for separate games. Yeah, practically speaking, it's better just to have everything on everything, but yeah, part of my nostalgic soul does yearn for the days of going out and buying a console to play certain games. Like, if Halo and Gears of War had released on PS3, I would have never enjoyed those games as much as I did because the PS3 did not have party chat. You know, it didn't have all the social features that Xbox had. So it would have made the experience of playing those games so much worse. The fact that I had to get them on an Xbox made the experience of playing them that much better. So, I don't know. I think it's just more so the fact that gone are the days of gaming platforms actually offering you anything unique and special at this point. it's all just a homogenized experience at this point.
Retro gaming enthusiasts, like, it sucks the wind out of the sails to try and be excited about this thing as like a unique piece of gaming history, because it is not that. So we'll talk about, there's really nothing to say on that front other than to talk about speculation, I guess, on the next iteration of hardware. Aside from this year having to raise prices on the hardware and on the software, namely Game Pass, hardware is a completely different thing. That one, again, I explained this whole thing in great detail in the video I keep referencing, but the hardware element of this is actually not their fault. That has to do with a combination of economics, in the US's case, weird tariffs, and granted tariffs exist in other countries as well, and resource supply chain issues that have to do with a certain subject I'm not allowed to talk about, even though people get mad at me for not talking about it. There is a big bear country in Eastern Europe fighting another country with a blue and yellow flag, and people are mad at me for not openly saying it. YouTube's algorithm, I'm not a geopolitical channel, therefore if I talk about it, this video gets punished. So that's why I did not outright mention it, but you all know what I'm talking about. That occurring creates resource issues, which are what creates the product that goes inside this thing, making things more expensive. Doesn't matter, we talked about this in great detail in the other video. So, I don't know, man. I look forward to
Zelensky slop,
whatever they do next, in the sense of curiosity, you know.
Dude, that was so funny when that Alex dude got pissed off that I called Stalker 2 Zelensky slop. That was fucking hilarious, bro. Zelensky slop. It's accurate though.
We did get a little bit of an update about that.
Dude, that game was so fucking glazed, man. Stalker 2, people were acting like that shit was something incredible, and nobody fucking talked about it a week after launch. That shit came and went like a fart in the wind, bro. People were hyping that shit up like it was some sort of Game of the Year contender. It was literally just Far Cry without the fun, man. That sums it up perfectly.
I think it was Sarah Bond, actually. She's like now technically the head over there, although Phil Spencer's very much still on board. Basically, they're talking about the rumor mill, and I don't normally put any stock in rumor mill, as you guys know, but it was interesting because she more or less kind of supported the idea, so that it might actually have some validity, which is they were talking about the next Xbox.
Did that game come out? I don't remember when it came out. It feels like years ago at this point to me. I have no idea. Yeah, I couldn't finish it either, man. It was very boring. I put in a decent amount of time, too. Like, I didn't just play 5 hours and stop. I actually put in a pretty significant chunk.
Iteration, maybe like what they call a premium product for the elite special gamer. And something like a Rolls-Royce version of the console that could retail at like $1,200 when it comes out. Whereas Sony was already talking about like theirs might retail at like $600. I don't know. These are all rumors. But they were basically saying like whatever the next hardware is, it doesn't sound like the purpose of it is for you to buy it. It's just there so they can technically say they did it. Well, in reality, they're focusing on the Game Pass delivery mechanism and their software being playable on other platforms. I will not specify names, but I want to go out with this thought. After the video I referenced before, again, you really should watch that. I got a call from a buddy of mine who I will not name. So you can take this with a grain of salt. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to. But he claims he was at a shindig with a bunch of people who actually work at the Xbox team. And he was chit-chatting with them. And they were more or less of the same philosophy, which is like all games should just exist on all platforms. We don't care about exclusivity. We don't care where our games are. As long as you're playing our games, we don't care where you're playing them. PC, Xbox, Android, PS5, Nintendo. We don't care. Just play our games. That's all we care about. Essentially like a third-party model, while ironically also being a first-party developer. And my friend tried to explain to them that that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you're essentially not understanding how many different types of gamers there are. And said person at Microsoft, or Xbox team specifically, essentially disputed that that's irrelevant because there is no such thing as a split group. And that the whole team over there really kind of drinks the Kool-Aid on thinking that. And when you understand that, assuming you believe me, when you really understand that, it suddenly makes a whole lot of sense because they live in a bubble of all gamers are the same, and what is the harm of making games available to everybody? It's a nice utopian message, but in the short run, until your almost monopolistic Game Passes on everything idea takes stronghold, until then, your product that you are creating just looks pointless. And that's the part that I'm not sure they're getting over there. But at the same time, am I wrong? You know, am I the weird one who's like, I'm clinging to this like old idea of a traditional game console? We'll have to see how that plays out. Now, from a financial perspective, people have not really been supporting their concept. And it's not really hard to see why, because we live in a time, I do want to say this before we go. We live in a time where the economy is getting particularly bad. And I have said many times, if you look around...
And it's only going to keep getting worse.
The greatest recessions and depressions in history. So the most recent major recession was 2008. Prior to that, you'd have to go back to like the Great Depression, like 1939 or 1929 on through the 30s. But we've obviously had...
No, you don't. You just go back to the 90s .com bubble.
Stumbles. I mean, that's the nature of economics. But those are like the two big ones. Right now, we live in a time where, at least in the United States, where we're doing much better than most countries, our economy is not actually that bad, but inflation is really bad. And it's not rampant.
Well, that is the economy. Inflation is definitely a reflection of the economy.
Not hyperinflation, but everything just feels more expensive all the time. And, you know, one of the key things in those moments, recessions or...
Inflation, more like inflating my bank account, boy.
Depressions, is that escapism, entertainment, away from that pain is supposed to be affordable. I've cited this before, but I'm going to bring it up. In 1939, You know, at the height of the Great Depression, just before World War II starts, a little movie comes out called Gone with the Wind. Adjusted for inflation, that movie is still the highest grossing film of all time. Now, why does that matter? Because movie tickets at the time were like 5 cents. Your average Joe could not find work. They could not do anything. Their lives were terrible. But for a nickel that they scrounged up, they were able to go and get away from this for like 4 hours, because that's how long a movie is. It ends up being one of the most successful movies ever made. You can make money as a corporation in a depressed economy if your product is affordable, even in a depressed economy. And Microsoft themselves knew this. In 2008, when the recession happened,
That's a pretty decent movie, honestly. It echoes back to a better time.
People tend to forget the Xbox One, as we now think of it, which launched in 2013, was more aimed for like a 2009, 2010 release initially, following the more traditional 4 to 5 year game console cycle.
Dude, honestly, I can't watch like old movies and shit because it honestly makes me want to doom. Like watching old, like historical, like I guess period pieces made like in the 1980s backwards. It makes me want to doom, bro. It's like, damn. We really did have a society. We really did. Especially, like, you know, the 1920s type era stuff. Like, it makes me sad.
But because of said depression, they recognized people could not afford that. So they extended the life of the 360 as much as they could. They kept the system affordable. They ate it, and they kept it going for the benefit of the consumer. And yet here we are now, where this system has gone up in price, again, for factors that aren't their fault. But I sit there and I go, with all the money they're constantly hemorrhaging on mergers, acquisitions, and all these other things that aren't really necessary, game price, like the amount of money they blow on Game Pass. Like, if you allocated some of that away from there and just said, I know the hardware's expensive, but we're going to eat that ourselves. We'll even bring it down because enough people will buy it.
Yeah, like the 1920s, the 1950s, late 1800s, like, it makes me sad, man. It really does.
That maybe we can have a special product here people can afford, people can get into. I mean, if Microsoft, I know it would be a ridiculous hemorrhage, but if Microsoft really wanted to, they could be selling these things for like $200. Yes, they would lose incredible.
It just makes me sad. I'll never live in that world. Ever. I will never get to live in that time or anywhere like it.
Money on the actual hardware. But how is that any different from losing incredible money on all the other areas they're losing at? If you kept Game Pass prices down.
No. Not Western shit. Not Western shit.
Even when it hurts them, and believe me, it does, people will adopt to it. And eventually, theoretically, you have enough of that monopoly. And it's like, pick a...
Like, bro, think about... All right, prime example. Think about LA Noire, right? Like, just imagine that actually be... Hold on. There's footage we can just pull up. Like, dude, it hurts. LA 1950s footage. Like, it's just sad, bro. Like, look. It just makes me sad, bro. It genuinely does. Like, look at this. Look how clean everything is. People are dressed normal. It's not just like so fucking crowded you can't move. It's like a different world, man. We'll never have anything like this. Like, bro, even the advertising has soul. Even the advertisement has soul, bro. It's just, it makes me sad. I can't, like, it pains me. And then you go back to like this is even worse, bro. Hold on, I may have to pull up the footage from... Yeah, this one. So sad, man. It makes me want to doom. Holy shit, bro. It's tragic. Makes me sad, bro. We will never experience anything like that in our lives. Alright, what is this other video called?
The Western society has found a new fetish these days, and it's not like their usual fetishes like being a cuck
oh god,
or being a furry or being an LGBT activist. Their latest fetish is being an asshole while talking to Indians or talking about Indians. And since these guys get little to no resistance from Indians across the globe, these guys have become way too direct and comfortable in their hate mongering. If this video came to your feed, then there's a 100% chance that you have seen a video of a random foreigner cherry picking some incidents from India and labeling it as if whole
cherry picking. Dude, there's literally a fucking joke on the internet that if you pick any spot in India, you will find trash on the side of the road. You can literally zoom all the way out on Google Earth, click on any point in India, zoom in, and there will be trash. Yeah, cherry picking.
Country of India does it. For example, this cow dung festival, which is celebrated in only one small village in India, is now being labeled as...
Yeah, there's no village in any Western nation where they smear cow shit all over themselves.
Whole India's festival. Koi sense hai is baat ka? It's like watching a homemade American cuckold porn and straight away coming to the conclusion that every American man is a cuck, which most probably is true.
What? Dude, that is so retarded. So we are going to compare porn to a village smearing shit? Like, no. Not even remotely the fucking same. Porn is acting. No way.
But we should not be generalizing an entire population based on the activities of some selective individuals. But you know Westerners, right? If they
some selected, yeah, thousands of people in an entire village. Okay, do y'all still burn cow shit inside of your house? Maybe you don't smear it all over yourselves, but don't you still believe that cow shit is holy and possesses cleansing properties? That's not exclusive to one village.
Would have this much brain to understand these basic things, then we wouldn't have to make these kinds of videos. But since we are making these kinds of videos, let's get straight to the point. We'll see the Indian fatigue video, which has more than 1 million views, and like any other India hating video, this video also has a lot of misinformation and lies, which we'll talk about. And to make this video more interesting for me and more informative for you, what I'll do is I won't be reacting to the original video, but instead of that, I'll react to the reaction of the original video. This way we'll cover two kinds of Westerners. One that
Are you telling me those loud moans are fake in porn? Yes. You might not believe it's true, but in actuality, they are playing it up a little bit. Everyone knows that females do not orgasm.
That creates these misinformative, hate-mongering content, and the other that believes everything that's been fed to them, and not just believing. These guys propagate it further, leading to more hate-mongering and misinformation. Before we dive into this video, I'll give you some intel on the creator of this Indian fatigue video. This guy's an American but is from Middle Eastern descent, and he's a Muslim. You might think it's unnecessary.
One of us. Alright, maybe the Christian-Muslim alliance can continue.
To point out this guy's religion here, but we also need to understand that every guy's opinions and biases and way of thinking is shaped by their environment, their schooling, and their religion as well.
I'll take my Islamabad brother over Sarjeet.
Especially if they are from an Abrahamic religion, because most of these guys are brainwashed from the childhood to hate anyone who does not follow the same religion as these guys. And you'll see a hint of that.
That is right, sir. If you do not worship the god that came from the cow shit, you have been brainwashed.
Hate in this entire Indian fatigue video.
Alright, so there's a video that's kind of going viral right now called Indian Fatigue. It has nearly 500,000 views in 4 days, and it's made by a friend of the channel Ib, so I'm happy to see him going viral.
So basically one friend makes a video and the other one gives his seal of approval. It's like 2 girls 1 cup thing, where one guy shits on the cup, which is obviously Indian people, and the other guy just...
It is obviously 2 girls 1 cup, because I am comparing it to shit. Dude, even their comparisons are based on shitting. Come on, bro. You're not helping with the stereotype. You're literally comparing... Oh, my God. Even their comparisons are based on shit.
Eats that shit up.
You know, there might be some Indians that see this and get very upset with him just based off of the title and the fact that they see the video is an hour long. An hour of him, I guess, airing out his grievances with the Indian community.
This video title is basically copied from a different Indian fatigue video which was yeeted out of existence by some unknown forces. That video also had a lot of misinformation and generalization as well as plain lies, and this video is also going to be the same.
And I mean, I gave it a like because I'm his friend and I haven't even watched all of it, so, you know, maybe I have to take away the like while watching it. We'll see. Yeah, the thumbnail is just...
You will not.
Insane, by the way.
The video is not yet started and
Poop.
He's already sucking up to his balls. This clearly shows how unbiased this reaction is going to be.
It's not age
Oh my god.
restricted too. I mean, honestly, a part of me takes this as a giant win for the state of YouTube because the fact that you can
Exactly. Dude, why is my mouse double clicking? Holy shit, that's
make a video
irritating.
titled Indian Fatigue with this as the thumbnail and not get age restricted and likely get monetized. I hope he's monetized.
I keep having this fucking glitch where my mouse is like double clicking randomly, even though I'm not fucking doing it.
On this. I hope he's making money. I hope he can keep the lights on. That would
Apparently it's a Windows thing. I looked into it.
be insane though.
So basically, shocked to see that you can say whatever to Indians on YouTube and you can still earn money out of it. Like there is no moderation from YouTube's end to stop bullying, harassment or hate mongering against Indians. And it's obviously a big win for creators like these because it gives them a free pass to be as bad.
Based Pakistani support. You know, I was too harsh on you, Pakistan. Keep doing you, sir.
As possible in the name of criticism, and see how happy he looks about this, like he's getting a cut from the ad revenue of this video.
And yeah, so I guess let's just make some, observations and commentary prior to the video so we're all on the same page. My opinion about talking about Indians is my opinion about talking about any group of people. I think criticizing any group based on things they can control is fine. Indians can control their culture, you know? They can't control their skin color, you know, their race or their accent, right? Those are all things that are, I would say, immutable.
Well, you can control your accent. Absolutely, you can control your accent.
You're wrong on this, buddy. Accent can be controlled and changed with practice. And I'm pretty sure you don't even know what culture actually means.
Right. And so with Indians, there's definitely some things I would say with their culture that's worth criticizing, as is with every culture. I do think they have some uniquely, I would say, irritable things that people find with their culture, like scamming, call centers.
What the fuck, man? Do you really believe that these things come under culture? Or you literally had nothing else?
Yep. When a huge portion of the population engages in such activities, yeah. You have cultural rot. You believe that scamming is a viable career path.
Else to say, so you came up with some random crime happening in India. That's dumb as fuck, man. A culture is basically popular belief.
Some random crime? Yeah, no, it's not a random crime. India has one of the largest fucking call center, like, fraud industries in the entire world, larger than anyone else's.
Customs or ideals of a particular society, like not washing your ass after you take a shit and spreading it across your butt cheeks using a toilet paper and then applying deodorant to mask the
Wait, they're really gonna talk about spreading shit with toilet paper? Hello, bloody. Yeah, no, we don't shit on the fucking street, bro. You have no fucking room to talk on that one. You don't have to put up signs in Western nations saying, please do not shit in the street, or shit on the beach, or shit in the rivers. The only reason signs like that go up in Western countries is because Indians move to them.
Smell of shit is Western culture because that thing is being followed in every Western household. On the other hand, school shooting is not Western culture because only a few people do it, and it's also a crime. Similarly, scamming and all those call center shit is not Indian culture.
Like there's
Alright, let's see real quick. How many scammers are in India? Let's see. Actually, let's see. How many scam call centers in India? I want to get like an actual number. I can't get it from Google, which figures. Inside the $10 billion scam industry. So that's one estimate. I wanted to see if I could find like a number of how large it was. But I don't know. It doesn't matter. We all know why it's associated with them. They're the worst offenders.
Literally a festival, I'm pretty sure. It's called Gorhaba, where they spend time throwing around cow shit, and that's, again, not even me trying to be mean. I mean, look at this up. Gorhaba is a unique, messy festival where they throw cow shit at each other, but they call it dung. It's believed to have purifying or healing properties. The festival involves collecting cow manure, a priest forming a blessing ritual, and then a battle. So they literally have a battle where they throw poop at each other.
One thing that everyone needs to admire about these Westerners is that when they want to hate someone, they go all over the place to find reasons to hate them. Like this festival this guy is talking about, 99% of Indians don't even know about this festival because they...
No, they know about it. But did you know that the majority of Indians believe that cow shit is purifying? Again, we're not going to address that point. Most Hindus believe that cow shit has purifying properties. That is a fact. They may not smear it all over each other in a shit battle, but they burn poop in their house. They spray cow piss on their doorways and windowsills. They pray to a god that was born from poop. Like, they worship cows.
There's only one village in India that celebrates this festival. These people amount to 0.01% of India's population or even less. But Miss Snow White is acting as if whole India celebrates this festival. While we're talking about this festival, let's talk about the Tyler guy who made a documentary on this. The documentary itself is kind of a decent vlog where you see a random white guy being treated as a princess and is allowed to participate in a strange festival in a remote village in India. And that's it. He went there, recorded the festival and came back. After that, if he would have just normally uploaded the documentary like a documentary, then there would be no problem in his video. But the thing is, this guy wanted to create drama. He wanted all kinds of controversies and also wanted to capitalize on the Indian hate. So instead of saying that I'm making a documentary on this specific festival in India, this guy shares his photograph from the festival with a demeaning caption. After that, he posts 2 more videos from that same festival with a similar kind of caption. And notice one thing, in each of his posts, he always claims this festival as India's poop throwing festival, even though while recording his
It is India's poop throwing festival.
Documentary, he would have realized that this festival is limited to only that particular village and their personal...
Okay, but it's still in India, bro.
...beliefs. But still he kept writing India's poop festival.
It is India's poop festival. It is a poop festival in...
everywhere, as if to somehow say that all Indians celebrate this festival. And when Indians pushed back by
he never said it was
reporting his post and making fake claims like he did in his post, he started playing the victim card, like Indians are mass reporting me and doing this and that, while parallelly uploading controversial clips from his documentary. And let me remind you again, he never clarified that this festival is limited to only one village in India and does not represent the whole population.
Yes, he did. He literally fucking did. It was in the fucking video. Yup. I am going to lie to prove my point. Yeah, okay, bro.
Only when the final documentary was released, there it was mentioned that only this village celebrates this festival. But till then, damage was already done. Many people across the globe currently think that this is a nationwide festival and every Indian participates in this. Some even think that the festival of Diwali is celebrated like this only, even though it's completely different.
I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know what his political affiliations are or anything like that. But anybody who's got the guts to travel over into a third world country and show the American people what it is that they do to celebrate.
We are not a third world country. We are superpower 2025.
The country's biggest holiday. I think deserves our respect.
See, this is how these cucks form a narrative. And when people call them out for being misleading or let's say racist, these guys come up with lame excuses. Like if media is recording this festival, then it's wholesome. But if I record it, it's racist. While completely hiding the fact that the marketing of this documentary was in fact racially motivated. And to be honest, Indians should not be surprised by these kinds of things because this is what these Westerners have been doing from a long time and they're not going to stop anytime soon. I just feel bad for the people of that village because these guys were so generous and friendly and were happy that a foreigner has come to enjoy their festival with them. But those guys were not aware of his real intentions. This guy was acting as if he was really curious about the festival and even acted as if he enjoyed that festival. But once the documentary was completed, this guy took a U-turn and started shitting on them. So kudos to you, Tyler, for betraying those poor villagers. One thing that was good in this documentary was that during the festival, this guy and his crew were wearing hazmat suits, which they might have thought would protect them from the cow dung, but actually it was protecting the villagers from these guys. The festival was basically a
Oh my god, no way, dude. There's no fucking way. Yeah, dude, it was protecting them from him.
About throwing cow dung on each other, but having these guys without those hazmat suits would have increased the chances of adding human poop to the cow dung by 100%. It's because of the Western practice of not washing your ass after you take a shit and just roaming around with deodorant. Their fecal material would have mixed with the cow dung and would have given all kind of STDs to those villagers. So thanks a lot for being in that hazmat suit, man. Anyways, while we are talking about the cow dung festival, there's a similar festival which is celebrated in USA as well. Here the Americans try to throw the poop as far as possible, which might seem less ugly than the festival that this Tyler guy documented. But here's the catch. The participants have to throw cow dung in multiple turns, and between each turn, these guys lick their fingers. So now it evens up to the other cow dung festival.
Repeatedly told me to lick my fingers in between throws.
Well, you get 2 throws. If you throw it in the men's open, you get 2 throws. And the old secret of throwing, after you throw your first kick, you're supposed to lick your fingers before you throw your
That's definitely a fucking joke.
So it's up to you to decide which festival you want to participate in.
Dude, throwing dried cow patties is not the same as smearing fresh cow shit on your fucking skin. Again, complete false equivalency.
Have cow dung outside of your body or just lick it. For me, I won't be joining any of these festivals, but that won't make me label the whole community based on these selective individuals. Anyways, coming back to Miss Snow White where we left off. So yeah, go ahead, man.
India community to worship their first
That's like telling someone to scratch their balls after they just put fucking hot sauce on their fingers or some shit like that.
transgender statue in history.
So yeah, we are starting the video with a fake caption. This is not a transgender woman and this is not a god and nobody is worshipping it. But let's see what the cultist has to say about it.
Holy smokes, we got Indians worshipping animatronics like it's Five Nights in Fedntes. Am I the only one that kind of gets the creeps from stuff like this? I mean, look, it even has like demon fangs and demon claws.
See, that's what I told you earlier. Mr. Bomberman is trying to convince his audience that Indians worship some kind of demon so that later on he can easily convert them to his religion and get his incentive from his local madrasa. This video is actually from an animatronic show which was organized to show various events from the life of Bhagwan Krishna and how he defeated some demons that came to kill him. This woman was a demon, or you can say an American from Middle Eastern descent, and she was sent to kill Bhagwan Krishna, but Bhagwan Krishna killed her instead. You can see baby Krishna in this video as well. Doesn't look like a demon, right? Unless you are some abortion paglu, which is very common in Western society. So in that case, any kind of a baby is a nightmare for you. So this was one part of misinformation that this Bomberman is trying to spread. But take a look at Miss Snow White. He's just sitting there consuming and agreeing to all the shit that's being said. And he'll be like this throughout the video.
I just want to say before we start the video, this is no way in shape and form every single Indian on the planet.
Of course not. Like, again, I feel like, again, this goes without saying.
You know, there's 2 billion or so of these guys. There's no way every single one of them is not wearing deodorant and not showering.
Yeah, I agree. And same from my side as well. Anything I say in this video about certain kinds of people or ethnicity or nationality or religion will not apply to the whole population. It's not like every Muslim is a terrorist or every white guy is a cuck. So just don't be embarrassed if I say something about it, okay?
This is not a call of violence towards Indian people, nor is this video intended to bully anybody of Indian descent. This is simply me reacting, disagreeing, or questioning with culture, as well as my raw reaction to certain clips.
Same from my side as well. I'll be giving my genuine reactions and will be pointing out some hypocrisy and misinformation.
I am a lesbian. That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay, right?
So here we have a bunch of Indians basically adapting the Western culture, calling themselves lesbian, bisexual, and transgender, and trying to be as American as possible. But let's see how the
Western culture. I can think of a different culture that pushes that one.
real Americans react to this clip.
I am a lesbian.
I'm a lesbian?
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay, right, guys?
I'm bisexual. That's
Oh.
okay.
Yeah, no, bisexual. That,
Sure.
not my cup of tea, but it's up to you.
Okay.
I'm transgender. That's okay.
Okay.
You know, once again, not my cup of tea, but if that's
Sure.
what you want to do, you know, that's okay.
Yeah, obviously you'll be okay with it. After all, your country started this shit.
I
Right.
am a Hitra.
Yeah, not our country, buddy. Nope.
That's okay.
They're saying Hijra, it's not Hitler. Don't let it get to you, Snow White. It's not Hitler, it's Hijra. Don't try to act over smart, man. It's not Hitler. I'm telling you, it's not Hitler. Please. Please.
Wait, what?
Okay. That's fuck, man. Are you guys deaf or what? This fucking Snow White solved differential equation in there trying to decode what these guys are saying, but still ended up agreeing to this Bomberman's manipulation tricks. These guys are calling themselves Hijra, which is technically a third gender, or in today's context, they are American from Middle Eastern descent. This has nothing to do with Hitler. So here this Chinese guy is showing a deodorant bottle to an Indian, and obviously he's not going to recognize the deodorant bottle which is not available in India. And this Chinese guy is like, what? You don't know the product that's not available in your country? What the fuck?
You don't know? Look. Perfume.
Perfume? That Indian guy literally said perfume, which is not very much different from a deodorant. And this Chinese guy is...
What? Bro, perfume is definitely different from fucking deodorant.
Acting as if he said Taiwan is a separate country in front of the CCP, and now we are all going to die. First of all, if a Chinese man proudly shows me something online, I would just think that they have manufactured a new virus back in Wuhan, and we are going to see live demo of how it's working. Anyways, let's see how far this conversation goes.
Do you use it?
I don't need that.
Brother, you need to use it. You need to use it.
Why should I?
Because now you're gonna smell bad.
It doesn't matter.
This guy just asked, why should he be using deodorant, as if it's not the obvious answer to that. Like, bro, you are going to smell like shit. Like,
why does he live in a fucking bouncy house?
Literal poop from a butt.
Well, I understand he don't want to use deodorant because he doesn't know what deodorant is. He knows perfume, but you don't know what perfume is. So it's kind of a khichdi that's happening here. But even if he doesn't use deodorant,
he doesn't know what... No, everyone knows what perfume is. Perfume is not deodorant.
I don't think he's going to smell like shit because he's not a Westerner. You see, Westerners have this culture of not washing their ass and their hand after they take a shit. But at least in India, we watch both of these things. So at max, he's going to smell...
Oh, really? So the guys that cop a squat on the fucking side of the road, they wash their ass and their hands? Yeah, I don't fucking think so. Here, does anyone want to see...
Today we arrive at the factory of the best, most delicious, and highest quality Christmas cookies you've ever seen. Well, that's what it says on the box. In India, we've spent centuries perfecting the industrial and culinary art. And it's been discovered that the sweat of each artisan is essential for everything kamadaku. That's why our trusted artisan, after beating the dough with his hands, takes it to the table where the supreme craftsman will shape it dinner. Then comes the sweetest moment, when our friend with the red nose will add the sprinkles and possibly a little bit of dirt. The most important moment, the ancestral oven, a jewel that has been in the family since before Christ and has never been cleaned. That's the secret to the flavor of the cookies. Now, the packaging.
There's a worse one, too.
They are carefully selected by our friend. Every now and then he farts, but only once in a while. And let's not forget the label to highlight the quality. And so, Merry Christmas to all. Today,
dude, there's one where a rat runs across it, too. Yum. Yummy. Yum, yum, yum. So good, man. Oh, I think this might be it. There was one where it was like an Indian guy singing a... Hold on. Is this it?
Just hear those sleigh bells ding-a-ling-a-ring-a-ting-a-ting-a-ling-a-too. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ding-a-dong. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride too.
The rat, yeah.
Just hear those sleigh bells ding-a-ling-a-ring-a-ting-a-ting-a-ling-a-too. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ding-a-dong. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride too.
Bruh. That fucking song is so bad. I wish this one had it too. Nah, shit. There's another. Maybe this is it. No. Damn, which one is it? That fucking song, bro. Holy shit. Very hygienic. Indeed, man.
Smells sweaty, not like you or this Chinese guy or this Snow White. You guys really need that deodorant to suppress the smell of that shit stuck in your ass crack. But that's not the problem with at least this guy. But yeah.
You need deodorant to suppress the smell of shit in your ass crack? Dog, you don't put fucking deodorant in your asshole. Oh, dude, that has got to be like the most Indian shit ever. Bro, no one puts deodorant in their fucking asshole. They use it for their armpits. Oh my god.
Giving you the benefit of doubt, I think he should use deodorant as well.
And that's fine when you're in India because I'm sure everybody else just smells the same there.
Right.
But when you come to Canada or America, you're gonna whip people's heads wondering what that smell is.
Yeah, that's a bold statement, but same goes to Canadian and American people as well. You see a place where everybody is moving around having a pile of shit stuck to their asshole, and these guys are also accustomed to each other's asshole smell. So when an outsider like an Indian comes in with a clean ass, obviously he's going to be outcasted.
There are not 8 billion people in the world. I've been all over the world, and I haven't seen nearly 8 billion people.
Have you been to India? I know a lot of people skip that destination, but
who are this lot of people? All I see is every day some new American vlogger coming to India to farm some views, and those who don't have the flight money are farming views by picking random videos from the internet and making a 1-hour compilation of them speaking nonsense about India, and the guys who can't even do that are reacting to those kinds of videos. So right now it's a fact that nobody is skipping India.
And even if you don't go to visit India, like I want to ask this guy, how many Indian people have you seen? If you genuinely traveled the world, how many Indian people have you seen without
make sure your Danish cookies are actually coming from Denmark, man. Not from India.
Going to India. Because they are everywhere.
So what's the problem in that? Indians right now have a lot of disposable income, which they are spending to roam all across the globe. If your Middle Eastern cousins would have the same amount of money, they could have also roamed around the globe. But no, they'll only go to UK through that immigration board, right? And yeah, if you're calling out the Indians who have illegally immigrated to different countries, then I'm on your side. But if an Indian is legally going to a different country for work or tourism, and you hate his existence, then actually the problem lies within you, and not those guys.
First time in NHL history, O Canada will be performed in English and Punjabi.
Why? Why would you need the national anthem to be translated? If you're doing the national anthem translated, is it still really the same national anthem? Nobody listens to the national anthem.
So he does have a point.
No, he doesn't have a point here. Because if you would have heard the announcement
yes, he does.
properly, it says that for the very first time, the national anthem is going to be in English as well as in Punjabi. So nobody's removing the English national anthem. But the main question here is, Canada has two official languages, French and English. So where is the French national anthem? Obviously, there should be some discussion around it, but I don't think these guys even know that Canada has two official languages. And since the national
yeah, but the French official language is only in 1 or 2 provinces.
Anthem is already available in 2 languages. Adding one more language is not a very big deal. But yeah, I can understand these guys' concern that they don't want Indians to snatch Canada from them like they snatched it from the native Canadians.
By the way,
international students, great. They're all studying at schools that are legitimate. No, 94% are studying at community colleges and these diploma mills for certificates. Like Anderson College, that used to be a Walmart, and then they made it into some diploma mill.
What the fuck? What? I've never
yeah
heard of this.
Like Anderson College, that used to be a Walmart.
What?
And then they made it into...
Bro, this is like an entire iceberg.
There's no...
Yeah, it's same thing with the US and the Chinese students.
No such iceberg. These colleges and diploma mills are run by Canadians only, and they know that many Indians want to come to Canada and work there. So these guys just open random colleges so that they can earn money from Indian villagers. In total...
Yeah, what is the ethnicity of those Canadians?
Canada earns almost $8 billion from Indian students alone, and I don't think it wants to lose that money.
So yeah, basically these people are using these diploma mills shown, which really aren't real colleges, in order to loophole the student visa laws.
So yeah, Canadians are running those schools and taking hefty amount of tuition fees from Indians just to give them a diploma without proper education, but still Indians are the bad guys. Why don't you guys just stop importing international students altogether? Just compromise on that $8 billion and you won't see many Indians coming to your country. But I know that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Millions, literally millions of villagers.
Oh my god.
High school and college kids for jobs. That's why people are talking about pooping on beaches. Indians have been here forever. Never heard about pooping on beaches until now.
This is why I told you guys to finish your food before we go into this video a little bit deeper, because yeah, we will be talking.
No way. Don't be pooping on the beach in Ontario. Oh no. I mean, guys, is this real? With all my heart, I do not want to believe this is real.
Talking about this shit.
No, it's not real. If you properly look at the article in the background, it specifically mentions no proof. This no pooping on the beach campaign was a propaganda against Indians, where few people claim that they saw some...
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ignore the poop on the beach. It doesn't exist. It was just a seal. Oh my god, bro. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Dude, the Cope is insane. Let's see. Resident Evil Zombified the 2. The Insane Life of... you can see what it is. Cause I'm kind of running out of time. Just give you a heads up. So we'll see. Castile with the 5. Even if the poo stuff wasn't true, it is. They still all stink, are rude, and they think they're better than us. They can all go. That's the thing, man. It's like I'm all for getting rid of all foreigners personally. So I agree.
Indians shitting on the beach, but they did not have any proof of that because actually there was no.
Revoke every H-1B, travel visa, student visa, every single one of them gone across the board. I don't care.
Indian shitting on the beach. It was just a false claim.
First, we gotta talk about the Indians going into Japan.
Yeah, now we are concerned about Japan as well. So this guy is currently very sad because a lot of Indians will go to Japan and according to him destroy that country. But being a Middle Eastern Muslim, he should not be worried about it because his cousins are already there in Japan. They've already started blocking roads for namaz and very soon they'll destroy Japan as they have destroyed UK. So you are definitely not in a position to talk about the welfare of Japanese people because Japanese people have already started fighting back against your community. They are so cautious against your kind that they will start protesting against you even if you start a simple tourism campaign. Now I'm getting bored of this nonsense. So let's speed it up a little bit. These guys claim that women are unsafe around Indian men, but I have already covered this topic in my previous video, so I'm just copy pasting that content here. But right now let's talk about women and child safety. See, these guys claim that women and children are very much safe in their country, but the reality is white men are their god's most rapiest soldiers. Taking United States of Cucks as an example, the population of US is almost 1/3 of India's population, but they have almost 5 times more rape cases than in India. And I know some Indian with inferiority complex will shout,
yeah, cases. Do you know what that means? That we actually prosecute it.
No, in India, rape cases are not recorded properly. That's why the count is very low. Americans are better than us, sir. You are saying things wrong. Very wrong. So for their clarification, I've checked the national records and it mentions that almost 60% of rape cases are unreported in US. And let's assume India is very bad and we have like 90% cases unreported and US has only 60% cases unreported. Then also US is way worse than India. And not to forget, their musical festivals are a hub of sexual assaults. In a survey, 92% girls reported that they have.
Let me ask you this question. Which country has women-only train cars? There you go. I rest my case.
Face some kind of harassment. And this is just 20th century, guys. In past centuries, these guys used to burn women alive when they refused to get raped and called it witch hunting. And these assaults are not limited to women and children only. As you know, majority of these guys are gays, so they equally assault men as well. And I was looking how dirty the Western society actually is, and one of my subscribers told me that from 1971 to 1979, child pornography was legal in their countries. So yeah, so much for the
What?
Told me that from 1970
these films featured young girls, mainly with men. Okay, but were they actually porn? Being titled something doesn't mean it's actually fucking porn. I mean, I guess. I don't fucking know. I wonder what the ethnicity of the creator was. Should we take a guess? I mean, this isn't the US, so it's Danish. So I have no fucking idea. But anyone want to take a guess on the ethnicity, the group of people that they might have belonged to?
1971 to 1979, child pornography was legal in their countries. So yeah, so much for the civilized society.
In their countries. No, that was a singular country.
Right? This was for the American society and for the Middle Eastern society. I think it would be a shame for Indians to be compared to that society because these guys literally have rape games in their countries where they grab a girl and form multiple circles around her. The people in the internal circle keep
thank you for a lot of time for the government, Jankar. The police is very fast investigation.
Dude, there's countless examples of shit like this. So, again, it's pure cope.
Keep on raping the girl while the outer circle keeps the crowd away, and when the job is done, the whole gangs just run away and nobody faces any consequences. They did it once with a foreigner news reporter and then it came to the limelight, but this is a very common thing in their country.
For example, this guy is drinking cow piss.
So now we're coming back to cow piss, and that's perfectly fine to criticize, but I don't think a person from Middle Eastern descent should have any say in this, cause their own culture is drowning in camel urine and camel dung. These guys have been using camel dung to cure dysentery, and that dung has to be fresh from the asshole. And the less we talk about the camel urine, the better.
So I noticed that a lot of Indians are kind of insecure about their race and claim to be something else, or...
Yeah. Yeah, the Indian Jew phenotype is pretty crazy, man. They use the white marble statue, and they all shill for Israel, collecting their $7,000.
That's one thing I also don't like, is I don't like when people specifically from India are like super into American politics. Like, I think that shit's just so whack. Like,
actually, this is a...
Yeah. And they all pretend to be Americans or whatever. So it's a huge business over there. It's just engagement farming on social media.
Very stupid point that this Snow White is giving, because in this modern interconnected world, every political decision in a major country impacts other countries as well. And since a lot of Indians are...
No, you fucking idiot. The Indians LARP as Americans. They're not just concerned with American politics. They pretend to be white Americans for engagement farming.
Living in America, it's quite natural for Indian people to have interest in American politics as well. But just stop for a second and look at the hypocrisy on his face. He's reacting to an Indian fatigue video, which mainly talks about people that are living in India. But on the other hand, he's saying that it's whack when people from other countries are commenting about his country's affairs.
Also, another thing that cracks me up is that Indians practically...
Massive false equivalency.
...love Israelis, despite...
Is that true?
Israelis seeing them as subhuman.
Yup. The Israeli-India alliance on social media is funny as fuck because, you know, they'll do anything for money.
See, I'm in a hurry, so I'll explain you briefly. Indians do not love Israelis. You see, India has seen many terrorist attacks from Pakistan's end, but Indian government does not take any strict action against Pakistan. But on the other hand, when Palestine attacks Israel, Israel responds with full force. And that's why some Indians like Israelis, because they believe at least someone across the globe is fighting against terrorism. And that's why these guys support Israel in the Israel-Palestine conflict, which upsets Muslims around the globe, as well as Orthodox Christians that hate the Jews. So now what these guys do to fight back? They try to humiliate Indians who support Israelis. And since this guy is also Muslim, so he'll also be following the same toolkit.
Like the man is saying, I love Israel, and he's being told to go back to India, and it seems like his girlfriend, wife, or sister or something is saying, you are the king of kings.
This is an unverified fake video. This is also an unverified fake video. And this clip was also in that previous Indian fatigue video. Maybe this Indian fatigue guy and that Indian fatigue guy are in a WhatsApp group and they share notes on how to hate Israelis as well as Hindus.
Most natural wigs are made with Indian hair, over 99.9%. It's called black gold in the industry.
You wouldn't believe where this video is heading.
In 2004, this fact changed everything for Orthodox Jewish women.
Yeah, Jewish women were like, wow, this is such amazing hair. Where did you guys get this from? Oh, India? Yeah, we're gonna have to burn it now.
The article clearly says that
Oy vey.
Indian wig may contravene their religious law, so all of those women burned their wigs. I don't think it was a problem for the Hindus because the hairs that were used to make those wigs were already used in a ritual and were of no use. This guy is trying his best to show how Israelis are very bad towards Indians, especially Hindus, and maybe they actually are, but his arguments are not making me believe it.
The caste system in India was abolished
in 1950.
No,
so I actually know about this because my old roommate knew an Indian guy who was like born in India, and he learned all of the things that are actually common cultural practice, and they do follow the caste system invisibly.
Now you might be wondering...
Yup, they do. They still think Brahmin is like the ultimate flex. Big Khazar milkers. That's right, dude. That's not very kosher.
When did this start? Because it got abolished in 1950s. Surely that's around the time your grandparents were born. So when did this start? Apparently it was estimated to start in 1500 to 500 BC. So a system where you are heavily discriminated against based off of
it hasn't like fully even gone away.
What family you were born in has existed for almost 3,000 years, if not over that.
It says that caste system's origins are rooted in Vedic period, not that it's prevalent from 1000 BCE. In the same screen it's written, it was a fluid division of labor called Varn. Do you know what fluid means here? It means a person can change his labor class if he wants to. So it's not like what this bomber man is trying to claim, but yeah, it's true that over time it became rigid and right now it's a strict system. But stop worrying about the Indian caste system for a minute and let's focus on the Middle Eastern caste system. Yes, I'm going to show you the caste system within the Muslim society. So basically Muslims are divided.
Which Muslim society though?
Divided into three sects. The first one is the Ashraf. This is the high status group claiming noble or prestigious lineage, often associated with Arabs or the other invading groups. They are connected to religious leaderships, governance, land ownership, and businesses. The second is the medium caste in the Muslim society, which is Ajlaf. These are basically the people who were converted to Islam from Hinduism, and they are mostly from the lower caste of Hindu communities, because upper caste Hindus do not convert easily. And at last we have the Arzal group, which is the lowest, most marginalized group, often referred to as untouchables within Muslim society. So basically everything here is similar to the Indian caste system. And I think it's even worse, because even if you convert from Hinduism to Islam, if you are from a lower caste, you won't be getting reservations reservation benefits if you change your name. And without changing your name, you won't be a proper Muslim. And even if you become a Muslim, there also you'll have to deal with this caste system.
Not to mention discriminating against nationality and religion still goes on today in India. Here's an Indian official kicking people while they're trying to pray.
These guys are not praying in their own home. They're blocking a busy road in the name of prayer. Wait a minute. Did this guy just casually justify blocking of roads for namaz?
The Indian truck driver in Florida that killed a family while making an illegal U-turn? Well, this is the Indian response to that. What's wrong? He took out 3 pedos. Chad took out 3 pedos from this world. Oh, but these Indians were making jokes about it and stuff like that. But in the moment they found out he was Khalistani, they turned on him. By the way, Khalistani is just northern Indian.
What the fuck, man? How delusional or dumb you have to be to show a fake map and expect us to believe it? I mean, your audience and this guy might be that dumb, but not everyone is, man. Khalistan is an idea of a separatist group, but it's not officially a part of India. The actual Indian map looks like this, and the Khalistani wants to cut a part of India and make it a new country, Khalistan. But that is not done yet.
In Punjab, there's a visa gurudwara where people offer toy aeroplanes praying for their visas to get approved.
Like, dude, I remember, dude, oh my god. There was, wait, let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Watch this shit, bro. Just made me think of this. Wrongly marked. So yeah, dude, they wrongly designated that region on a map, and the Israeli Defense Force apologized to India for it because they got spammed by a bunch of Indians that were raging. Apologize for any offense caused by this image. Indian users demand correction and accountability. Show the map. Maybe they were afraid of getting spammed. Let's see if it's in this one. Yeah, this was it. See? That northern region that he was just talking about, they marked it as Pakistan. No! But yeah.
Who comes up with this? Like, how do you know?
That was big drama on Indian Twitter when it happened, man.
Like, how do you know what to sacrifice to get approved?
The same way Muslims came up with sacrificing of goats during Bakrid.
Yes, because radical Islamics are well known for their shaved faces, Indian accent, and the stereotypical polo t-shirt. Abhay Nayak arrested for bomb threat on UK flight. Just once again, another Indian trying to tarnish Muslim name.
Having a non-Muslim name does not automatically mean that you're not a Muslim. There are thousands of terrorists roaming around the world with fake name, fake identities, and fake personalities, and it's only when they are caught we get to know their real identity. So this guy not looking like a stereotypical Muslim man doesn't cut you any slack. And what image you're talking about? All the terrorist organizations across the globe are Muslim organizations, so there is actually no image left to be tarnished.
What? All the terrorist organizations around the globe are Muslim? That is objectively fucking false, but whatever.
Because your own community has destroyed it with their beautiful actions. So much so that it's currently unredeemable. So instead of straight away playing the victim card, why not just do some retrospective and improve yourself? So yeah, that's it for today, guys. Thanks for staying till the end of this video, and we'll see you next video. Till then, keep playing, keep smiling. Sandman out.
Oh my god, bro. Look, they're immediately blaming bots. A lot of Pakistani and Bangladeshi bots can open accounts with a white or foreign name. That's exactly what Indians do, too. Even in this channel, there's a guy named Just a Brazilian Samurai. Then I checked his channel. He turns out to be from Superpower Bangladesh. So they refer to each other as Superpower. Oh, man. Big fat nuts with the 4 months. No, SAAR. No. Oh, my God. But yeah, the whole thing is,
either
bro,
subscribe,
like,
donate,
I don't
or
understand.
get the fuck out.
Like, this is some massive fucking glossing over. Like, why do you not put deodorant on your ass? It's like, what? Deodorant on your... Yeah. Sorry. You know? Oh, man. The only people walking around with shit on their ass are those fat-ass bitches with fake nails who can't even wipe their own ass properly. And I don't think anybody would argue that they're fucking disgusting. Like, shit, man. But apparently that's less, you know, wiping your ass is less hygienic than, you know, just literally squatting on the side of the road and walking away. Incredible. Makes sense. Alright, we'll see how long this is. 50 minutes? Yeah, that's too long. I don't have time for that. I'm kind of running out of time as is anyway. We got time for maybe a few more like short ones, but I don't have time for an hour video. I gotta get off around 7-ish for work and shit. Oh shit, I thought that said the 6 million view recipe and it was cookies. I was like, oh, what is that? But nah, I got baited. We already watched a black fatigue video the other night. Most black fatigue videos are pretty... I mean, we can see real quick if we can find one. Most of them are pretty samey. There's not really much to say other than they fighting, they robbing, they shooting, they looting, they shaking their ass. I don't know. Most of the black fatigue videos are pretty repetitive. Dude, they're really pushing Pearl, huh? 1, 2, 3. Top search results. Should we watch the truth about white people having black fatigue?
There is a community in Arkansas that invites whites only. It is a white-only community, and...
What's wrong with that? Of course TMZ has a problem with it.
There is talk now that...
Did anyone guess why?
There may be other communities in other states where this could expand to.
Oy vey, it's a white separatist group in Arkansas with their own community, and they said that there's no blacks or Jews allowed. Who cares? Let them do what they want, bro. I don't agree on not race mixing. However, I will fight for people's ability to hold that opinion. It's a controversial opinion. A lot of people don't like it, but if someone says, I don't believe in race mixing, I think they should be able to say that, and I think they should be able to practice it without fucking getting headaches. Let's be honest, man. The black fatigue is real, bro. The nigga fatigue is real. People are tired of the fucking ridiculousness with the violence in the major cities. People getting attacked, people getting beaten, you know, getting jumped. It's like, what the fuck, man, at this point? Fucking ridiculous, bro. It's fucking ridiculous. And then people wonder why they want to go ahead and create all white communities. Bro, let me show you all this.
Gotta move there, Griffin. Yeah, that's alright.
Oh, and then this is Vivek, actually, Vivek Ramaswamy. I spoke to Holly earlier today, the woman tragically assaulted in Cincinnati this weekend. She's a single working mom who went to a friend's birthday party. It's unconscionable that there were no police present in the area of Cincinnati on Friday night or even an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to worry for their safety.
Dude, if things hold right now in Ohio, he's going to lose.
When they have a good time in our cities. Holly said not a single local or state official had yet reached out to her as earlier this afternoon, other than one police detective. Leftists like to lecture about systematic justice while thugs turn our cities into war zones. I'm done with their excuse, Governor. I'll make sure they're behind the bars, not running wild. Of course, Vivek used this as a political opportunity for himself. Our cops will have the green light to restore order, not apologies.
Apparently in the polls, he's behind already, which is bad because that's a, what, like +10 Trump state?
I appreciate the kind words. This woman that was knocked out by that individual. You know, this is starting to get ridiculous. And then also, guys, just so you know, this is why you're starting to see the rise of this right here. I actually made a whole tweet about this. Let me show you guys real fast. And actually, I'm not even mad at these niggas, bro, for doing this. Look at this. So, here's TMZ. There's a community making headlines for being whites only. Co-founder of RTTL, Ervol, came on TMZ Live to explain.
There is a community in Arkansas that invites whites only. It is a white-only community. And there is talk now that there may be other communities in other states, like in Appalachia, other places, the Pacific Northwest, where this could expand to. The person who has created this community in Arkansas is a man named Eric Orwell. And he is joining us right now. Eric, welcome to TMZ Live.
All right, good to be with you. Thanks for the invite.
So, first of all, explain the premise. Why a white-only community?
Why not? Like, what the fuck? So, look. So, here's my tweet on this, right? I said, why is a whites-only community even a problem? Unpopular take, but let's be real. All of the most advanced Western countries started as white majority nations. Why the hell is it wrong for whites to actually give a damn about their heritage and want to keep it?
Well, dude, in 1950, the UK was 99.9% white. Now it's like 70.
Alive. I see black nationalists like Umar Johnson.
Or no, I think it's 80, actually.
Tariq Nasheed getting props for pushing black pride, sticking to their own for relationships, and building big platforms around it. Meanwhile, guys like Jared Taylor, Richard Spencer, and Nick Fuentes get banned everywhere for saying the same shit about whites. What's with the hypocrisy? And before you hit me with some dumbass line like you're just an Uncle Tom and they hate you anyway, get this. This topic is so damn taboo that hardly anyone has the guts to call it out. I'm one of the rare ones to call out this insane double standard that blacks actually fought to eradicate, by the way. Guys, remember, Martin Luther King said no more racism. I want equality. Okay, if we want equality, that means white people should be able to do what black people do. Why is that black people can advocate for black nationalism, but white people can't? It's ridiculous, bro. We demand white people to roll out the welcome mat for every other culture and group without batting an eye, but we don't give them the same respect back. Every damn group should be able to exercise their nationalist pride and fight to preserve their country without getting crucified for it. And I stand on that, bro. I think every group of people should be able to practice the nationalism that they want. Everyone has the ability and the right to love their people, want to preserve their people, and be able to live amongst their people if they so want. Why is this such a fucking issue? And you know what makes it funnier? This guy that's interviewing him, in case you guys were wondering.
Yep.
Every single time, bro. Every single time. The people that are grilling him the hardest are them. You know what I'm saying? The great noticing won't end. What's this guy's name again from TMZ? I forget his fucking name. Harvey Levin.
Like Mark Levin.
Every single time, chat. Every single time. And it's actually like funnier. If you look at my tweet here, the fact one of them boys from media is conducting this interview is the funniest part. Like, bruh, like, can we get any more fucking stereotypical? Oy vey. It's a white separatist group in Arkansas with their own community, and they said that there's no blacks or Jews allowed. Who cares? Let them do what they want, bro. It's like, what, 100, 200 people that live there? It's not even that many people, bro. Let the niggas live. Damn, man. Like, why do you care?
Welcome, punch!
Holy shit, bro. Like, these dudes are always trying to cry about some shit, man. Insane, dude. It's like, bruh, really? You guys are that fucking bored? You guys don't got a fucking rapper to cover or some shit like that? You guys got to fucking come in and attack this guy for making a white-only community? Seriously, bro? It's like you guys are feeding into the stereotype. Bruh, these niggas, man.
Well, many white Americans do value their European heritage, and we don't think there's anything wrong with that. Many also are afraid that our identity is under threat from mass immigration, low fertility rates, just cultural changes. And we're not just a racial association. We also value traditional European culture, architecture, music, art. And so we want to create a space where that can be celebrated.
So when we say white only, for example, what if a Jewish person, what if I come in and say, I'd like to join this community?
Well, you're welcome to apply.
You're welcome to apply. That's a big
nope.
No thanks, bro. No thanks.
Nope.
We're good. You can't come in.
Nope.
You're welcome to apply. We're just going to do a background check. And if we figure out that oy vey's in your vocabulary. Denied. Okay, it's going to be
nope.
Big fat.
Denied. Admissions decisions are made on a case-by-case basis, and we're not purists about this. So if someone has some non-white ancestry, there's a chance they could be accepted. We do view
He's giving the political correct answer on this one. Shout out to the Shift Podcast with 10 gifted. Appreciate you, my friend.
Jewish origins as having their roots in the Near East, and so they wouldn't fall into the category of European.
Oh, he's being nice about it. I like he's navigating this question very well.
Heritage.
Why is European heritage the purest form of European heritage, something that you embrace to the exclusion of others?
Well, for something to be what it is, it has to not be.
Thank you for the gift of sub shift once again with the 20 gifted. Thank you so much, brother.
Be other things. I think
we're almost at our goal of 1,500, chat. Thank you, man.
It's fine if people want to blend and mix and mingle cultures, but...
And here's the thing. I don't, like, for me, chat, you guys know me. I don't mind race mixing, right? Like, I don't think it's a problem. However, I'll respect other people's opinion. Shout out to Avon and also for Edicote for the gifted subs. Thank you guys so much, man. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Like, I don't agree on not race mixing, right? I think race mixing is fine. However, I will fight for people's ability to hold that opinion. It's a controversial opinion. A lot of people don't like it.
Yeah, the animation's pretty funny, man. You definitely couldn't get away with that on YouTube, I feel like.
But if someone says, I don't believe in race mixing, I think they should be able
to... They would 100% flag you if you were, like, getting paid on their platform for that.
Say that. And I think they should be able to practice it without fucking getting headaches, right? Like, you guys know I'm friends with Nick. Nick doesn't believe in race mixing, right? Okay. That's
which is ironic because that's exactly what Nick is, but anyway.
Something that we can disagree on, but I'm still going to defend his right to be able to say it. Why is it that when
kind of ironic
guys say, I don't believe in race mixing, they're immediately ostracized and labeled as racist or haters or bigots? Bro, there's nothing wrong with someone wanting to get with people of their own race and ensure that their kids look like them. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
I agree. I want my kids to actually look like me.
I applaud them for their wants, and I respect it. I don't agree, but I can respect other people's worldviews. And I understand. Most importantly is I can empathize, I can see why they have that worldview, right? And this is where it comes to not being a retard, right, chat? So a sign of an individual that's a critical thinker, that's not a retard, is someone who can understand someone else's worldview and empathize with them. Not just understand, but like empathize, okay? This is actually the sign of a higher IQ individual. I'll give you guys an example of what I mean, right? So I tweeted this earlier. So Libs of TikTok said, can we talk about Somalians being in public office across the country, right? Thank you, Avon. And I go, I don't want Somalians or them boys in public office in this country. At least we know they're Somalians while them boys cosplay as white and openly advocate for a foreign nation. So, see, some people might say, well, Myron, why do you say that? You're from the same part of the world as these people. You should be advocating for more immigration or having these people in positions of power. No, I don't. Because I understand, right, that to keep America fundamentally America, there needs to be a certain demographic in place. Okay?
Yep.
Now, this...
You came from your country to here because of, you know, the fact that it wasn't like the place you came from. Which is probably what he's getting at.
Is contrary to my racial makeup and my background. However, I am able, okay, to differentiate my personal beliefs and my background to what's best for the country. And this is something that very few people are able to do is what I've realized. Like so many people are low IQ and if it does not directly benefit them, they oppose it. Does that make sense? So, for example, as you guys know, I oppose mass immigration. I think mass immigration is a problem. I should not have that worldview, according to a lot of people, because I am the byproduct of immigrant parents. Well, you shouldn't have that view because, like, your parents are immigrants, blah, blah, blah. Well, just because my parents are immigrants and I was born here doesn't mean that I can't hold a view that is contrary to that if it benefits the country. When I give my worldviews, a lot of the times, these worldviews are for the benefit of the country, even if it doesn't directly benefit me, okay? And this is what annoys me about people because people are not able to formulate opinions or worldviews unless it directly benefits them, okay? This is very fucking important, chat, okay? A sign of an individual that's more intelligent is someone that can acknowledge uncomfortable truths even if the truths don't benefit them, okay? For example, the reason why someone like Candace Owens is popular...
Yeah, I can't believe he's getting away with that donation image, bro. That shit's crazy.
...is because she advocates against feminism, she advocates against BLM, she advocates against, you know, them boys controlling the world, despite the fact that she's a black female. She should be aligning with these minority positions, but she doesn't, right? So being able to go against the grain, even when it doesn't benefit you, speaks volumes as to, number one, your objectivity and your ability to critically think. I truly am an American patriot and America first, and I understand that for me to be America first, I must go ahead and formulate my opinions based on what's for the betterment of America, even if it doesn't benefit me, okay? Mass immigration is not going to help us, it's only going to hurt us. We don't need more people from Sudan. Despite the fact that my family is from Sudan originally, I'm not going to go ahead and formulate an opinion that hurts the country, okay? More immigration is not going to help. It's going to hurt, even though that's contrary to my personal biological makeup, for lack of a better term, okay? Only idiots are not able to critically think and understand objectively what's best, and they always put themselves first. Only idiots do that. So anyway.
PK, you don't own 4chan, bro. You're just an anon.
With that said, I hope you guys understand my position on this now. And why I say things a lot of the times that might not necessarily benefit me particularly, but I'm going to keep it real. And that's one thing you guys can always expect from me is I'm always going to keep it real and give you guys my takes, even if I don't benefit from said take. And I see a lot of smooth-brained retards, mouth-breathing idiots that say, well, Myron, bro, like, you know, these people don't even like you. They're white. They don't even want you here. That's irrelevant. I don't give a shit what the fuck they want or what they like. That doesn't matter. I don't care what they want or what they're doing. I'm speaking strictly from an objective standpoint of what's best for the country. Okay? And the reality is, if we want to keep America America, we got to keep it the way that it was founded and when it was at its best, which is as a white majority country. Sorry. It's the truth. And it's the ugly truth that no one wants to admit.
That's racist, dude. But yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of people coming to the U.S. in the first place, is it wasn't like the place they came from, which is what's so fucking crazy, man. It's like, really? You're going to vote to make the place completely similar to the place you fled from? Doesn't make any sense. I love that thumbnail too, that image. Jesus. Oh, look, dude. Quartering. McDonald's is black. Oh, my God. I'm not trying the animation. Nope. I'm not risking it, man. What is this shit?
Young black men of the community, listen, this is not an attack. This is not me being racist. I am just simply stating what I noticed happened today in my community. So I was out eating breakfast with my daughters and a young gentleman came in for an interview and he was wearing...
I'm loyal to the Toucans, how so?
A do-rag, all black, long sleeves, we live in Florida, and his pants were sagging. You are not being... Nobody is being prejudiced against you. Nobody is being racist against you. You're not getting hired because of your color. You're not getting hired because of your presentation and how you carry yourself. And that is not your fault by any means, because you should have had parents that went over this with you and taught you better, so it's not your fault. But please listen. When you go for an interview, make sure you don't have anything on your head. And this goes for white, anybody. Don't wear a hat, don't wear a do-rag, don't wear a bonnet on your head. Make sure you have like a nice collared t-shirt at most. I know everybody doesn't have like the
Bro, the bonnet in public is wild.
Means to buy certain things, but you can definitely go to...
I will never understand wearing a fucking shower cap in public.
Any thrift store and get a one decent outfit for a good interview outfit and use the same one for everything. That's what I did when I was a kid, like young, 18. So this is not an attack on you. I'm just simply stating I personally would not hire somebody if they presented themselves in the way that I just saw this young gentleman present himself. So if you're going for an interview, make sure you look right. Make sure you got, there's nothing on your head, like I said. A nice pair of either jeans with no holes, no rips in them. Make sure your pants are up over your butt. A belt, if you need one. Or make sure your pants don't ride below your butt. And a good collared shirt, and you're golden.
Why is this
and then
guy
just
shaking his head?
Speak politely and you'll get the job. But showing up the way I saw this young gentleman show up it's not it. It's not it.
So I'm gonna try to speak on this really quick, and I got the follow-up video. You guys probably see the guy on the thumbnail that I would encourage you guys to stick around to listen to what he had to say. And this is in terms of one of those things that we're hearing a lot more on social media and videos in the titles, is what's called black fatigue. Now, some of you may say that...
How is that black fatigue? That's just not dressing like a fucking bum.
But she's saying she didn't directly say anything in reference to that. But this is something that people, not just white folks, but black folks are tired of seeing the foolishness. And
Dude, I'm not hiring... Dude, if a fucking white guy comes in looking like fucking Skinny Pete from fucking Breaking Bad, I'm not hiring his ass either. Like, the fuck? Like, yeah, if you got your fucking pants hanging off your fucking ass crack, like, nah. Absolutely not. Even if you're white and I ain't fucking... Dude, yeah, no.
See this kid, maybe his friend got in a job there.
That's just a fucking shitty ass ghetto, ghetto trash appearance. Like, the likelihood of them stealing your shit is pretty high. Sorry.
In the past looking like that, who knows? But there's obviously no man in this kid's life, no mentor, whatever have you. And maybe the mother to even let him go. I mean, who knows what his station is in life, where he's currently could be homeless. Who knows? But there's certain etiquette when you go to get a job. And you can say, well, JR, well, he probably didn't know. You shouldn't be sagging your pants, for one. I see dudes, I live in Atlanta now, guys, and I just see dudes, and even back in Charleston, where I'm from, you just see dudes just walking, and I'm pretty sure they walking probably miles, maybe a few blocks, but you're walking and you got your cheeks, and I'm not even gonna say pause, you got your cheeks out showing off and it's
yeah, easy access for prison.
Highly suspect that these dudes be walking around and you got on a belt, which is crazy.
Tossed a salad with or without syrup,
and you walking like this and then do-rag and all that, and it's like, it shows you how much you care about yourself, right? How much you care about this establishment, how you carry yourself, right? And if you have a defeatist mentality, that's just what it's going to be. So when white folks see you, and this is a white woman speaking, you can tell she was kind of trying to tread softly in what she was saying so she wouldn't get attacked based off of that. But what she said is exactly how she feels and how white folks look at you. Black folks look at you like this too. But you take a brother to come up to you and say, hey, young man, pull your pants up. You got a problem with that. You ready to fight. You ready to crash out completely by asking you to put your pants up. Nobody wants to see that. It doesn't look cool. None of that. I wouldn't hire you. And that's just what it is. So you say, well, by not hiring him, you're opening him up to commit a crime or steal or think, man, come on, man. Come on, bro. We got to do better as a whole. This whole black fatigue thing that we're seeing, and I Googled the definition, and it's more so coming from a black perspective. From when I actually look up the definition of black fatigue, is basically tired of racism and tired of being treated a certain way. But I guess based off how it's being used in a lot of these videos is that people are just tired of a lot of the foolishness that you have YNs and other folks, other black folks just doing stuff that is basically not acceptable to them at the time. Stuff that doesn't really make any sense.
It's sick of being sick of ghetto behavior. That's it.
Stuff that's detrimental to you, the people around you, your neighborhood, and the black race as a whole because of the outlook that other people have of you based off of this. So with that being said, man, I'm gonna play this other clip with this guy right here where he gets into some stuff. Let's play this clip, guys.
Bro, you know what's so crazy? I wake up every single day, and before I leave the house and go anywhere in public, I load up my firearm for black people. Not saying that no other race won't do nothing or no shit like that, but ultimately, bro, I'm not worrying about a white.
Well, dude, it's like, yeah, it's like the old saying. It's like nobody's checking over their shoulder at night for a Nazi.
Or a Mexican when I go out in public. I'm worried about bro. Like, you might walk into a store and the might look at you the wrong way, and now y'all beefing just because this nigga at you the wrong type of way. Like, this shit crazy as hell. Like, think about this shit, bro. Like, I can go somewhere and a white person will speak to you like, hey, how you doing? But you go anywhere and see a group of it like you automatically got to get on 10. Like, damn, they don't want to speak or none of this shit. Like, bro, this shit crazy. What the f is wrong with us, bro? Like, this shit need to stop. Like, my nigga just said the right? And the little chick I was with, she had said some shit out the window. And the nigga heard it, bro. Like, it automatically became tension between us. Like, me and my homeboy got out of the car and them niggas looking, clutching and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit crazy than the motherfucker. You go out in public, every other race goddamn speak to you, but it's us that goddamn be trying to destroy each other, gang. That shit is wild as motherfucker. You sit here and think about it, like, what the f is wrong with us, brother?
Man, bro is absolutely right on that. When you actually sit back and think about it, it makes you wonder, when did this start? When did a look, or just you being you, or you just walking down the street, when did that become a problem? When did it become, this dude gotta go, he disrespected me by looking at me like this? When did it become that? So that's where the own black fatigue comes in the black community of having to see this. But this is where leadership comes in a lot of times. And what I always said, I had a young lady ask me this a long time ago, but you just gotta get over the fear of death. The fear of death a lot of times within your own community, or to stand up to tyranny, for lack of a better term, or these domestic terrorists, if you will. But I think that's a lack of men in the household. That's other issues involved. But nobody should be standing for any type of, nobody should be living in fear or anything like that. And I always say that's the biggest issue in the black.
The wife beater is not a shirt. I agree, man. That's another way to immediately discount any opinion you have.
Community is camaraderie and solidarity. That's the issue. And I understand when it comes to things, the history, and I'm speaking about black Americans. I'm not speaking about any immigrants from other countries. I'm speaking about foundational black Americans. That is the issue. That's the problem, is the solidarity. If that was a thing, we wouldn't have these issues. Things would be a whole lot smoother, but we got all these different gangs and people coming up with new issues or ways, and the climate that we have, and the music and all these other things that are influencing you to basically kill another black man is insane. Just my
Who writes that music?
thoughts though, guys. Let me know what you think. Comment below. Like, share, comment, and subscribe. Much blessings and abundance. Stick around for the next video that's going to pop up on the screen below.
Who writes that music? Jordan with the 2. Yeah, we can take a look.
What's going on YouTube? I am back. So we got low IQ Shaniquas, they're out of control, plus lots of EBT scammers. Yep, they're still out there. Some are celebrating, others are filming themselves committing crimes, and some are getting shut down at the checkout. We're going to be talking about that. Plus we've got lots of Shaniquas acting badly, freaking out, behaving like ghetto trash. So if you're sick of the bad behavior from this group of individuals, hit the like button right now. And if you're new here, hit the subscribe button as well. Help me get to 310k, because I'm struggling here. Well, let's start off with a crazy Shaniqua.
Bitch, get off my car. Get off. Okay, this proof. This bitch still on my car on the left side, and I'm not driving slow. This bitch dumb. Oh, Chindu's crib. She just fucked up all my shit.
Oh my god.
A new branch of Hooters has just...
Jesus Christ. Is that supposed to be Chucky? More like Chunky.
opened up. Not my style personally, but I'm sure males of the fatiguing variety will be lining up.
What the hell happened to this place?
That's gotta be AI. I'm guessing Higgsfield means AI. That is still disgusting, though.
Bro. By the way, yes, for YouTube's sake, yes, it was obviously AI. But let's get to the first EBT clip. So let's check out this person here getting shut down for trying to use their EBT to pay for nails.
He's just looking at $80, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
What is this?
That's my card.
Is this a Visa or MasterCard?
It's an EBT card.
So what is it, what card?
EBT card.
EBT card? What is this? Let me see. It doesn't go through, man. Do you have any other card? We don't take EBT card.
I called and
Dude, this is fake too.
you guys said you guys take EBT card.
Who?
So this is a skit. There's no way you could have typed it in that quickly.
Who you talk to?
It doesn't matter who I talked to. You guys called and it said that you guys take EBT card. I mean, look at it. It has a chip, the tap to pay. It's a new one.
Yeah, but it's not accepting, ma'am.
Okay,
and we don't take EBT in the service industry. Yeah.
Well, you guys are the ones
Isn't it this for food? Is this like for like food stamp kind of thing?
Yeah, but I also get cash on there. You guys, I heard you guys take it though.
No, we only take Visa, MasterCard, or American Express.
They told me any type of payment when I called.
Yeah, that's what they meant, but not EBT though.
Well, you guys should have been more clear.
Well-
I would have known that I wouldn't have to get my nails done without me coming all the way out here, and you don't even accept my card.
But you should have known better. EBT is made for food stamp. Like, this is tax money that you're using.
And look, some people are saying this is staged. But even if it is, I'm pretty sure this accurately represents how these situations go down in real life. I mean, we've seen videos in the past.
Most of the time, they just walk out. They don't bother paying at all.
Of people trying to use their EBT payments to pay for all kinds of shit they should.
That's more. It's like the dine and dash shit. They don't even bother trying to pay. They just walk right out.
Not be using it for. You know, buying like Gucci bags or whatever, you know, buying jewelry, whatever it is. None of that shit should be covered by EBT. If you got money to waste on that shit, you don't deserve the benefits.
On it too.
No, that's illegal. I'm not going to do that just to get arrested over some nails. But if you knew better, you should
I
bring
didn't know better. You guys are the ones who said you guys take any type of payment.
Like, what kind of people are you? Like, why are you abusing the system?
But one other major problem with EBT and SNAP benefits are the people that hoard these benefits. Because I didn't know this, but you can actually roll over the payments each month. And we've got one woman here who must have been doing this for a while.
Thank you for calling New Jersey EBT customer service. For English, press 1. For EBT, press 1. Enter the last 4 digits of your phone. Enter your PIN. Your SNAP balance is $23,235.
That is fucking crazy. If you can hoard that much money, and it obviously proves that you don't need the benefits. If you can save over 20 grand's worth of benefits, you need to get your payment cut off ASAP. And hopefully, based on that footage, they'll be able to find out who that person is and cut their benefits off completely or give it to veterans or something, people who actually need it.
A single fat person should not be getting EBT. If you're overweight, you shouldn't get a dime.
But as you know, the benefits have been turned back on. These low-income tards are dancing about it.
Oh my god.
Generational poverty. I'm not sure why these people are smiling. All they're doing is showing us that they're consigning their lineage through generational poverty while they're feeding their families.
Thank God they're getting that nutrition assistance, man.
Stuff that will lead to them dying earlier from disease. This is not the win.
You know, thank God they're getting that supplemental nutrition, bro.
Think it is. They're actually making themselves look worse. I mean, I laugh at people when they do stuff like this because it's like they don't even realize how stupid they are. It's so bad. They think they're getting back at people. No. You're gloating about killing yourself earlier and the destruction of your bloodline. Like this one here. I mean, the last thing this person should be doing is dancing. Right? No one wants to see this. I think the best thing this person could do is go to the nearest Islamic dress shop and get a full burqa and wear that out in public because no one wants to see what this one here has. Right? Not even once. That's horrific.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
Again, you have to be incredibly stupid to do this, especially when you're publicizing your face.
Nope, you don't, because nobody's gonna fucking do anything about it.
You know, those prison stats in terms of the racial breakdown make a lot more sense when you see stuff like this. But let's finish up with this one. It's a Shaniqua doing the thing that...
No, it doesn't, because it should be a hell of a lot fucking higher.
They love to do, which is repeat themselves.
I'm talking about the phone. You hit me. 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 And you know it. I don't care about none of that. You hit me.
You're drunk?
No, you're drunk.
No,
Your wife hit me. Your wife hit me.
Yep, that's what's going on. I can't stand it. You hit me, really? Shut the fuck up. That's what's going on. But that's what's going on. It's so annoying. Stop doing that, please. Hope you're having a good day as always. And as always say, get the fatiguers and the peons. I don't even know what the peons are, but whatever they are, get them the hell out of my stinking house.
Yeah, exactly. If you're fat, you should not need any SNAP benefits at all. Like, there's no reason for it. Single women are fucked. Here, watch
Modern
this real
dating is
quick.
effed
I might have to hop off after this, though.
up beyond all recognition.
I just want to talk about something because, like, I'm just so confused.
POV, you're at the club and the fish aren't biting. Yeah, if the fish aren't biting, it's not the fish that are the problem, it's the bait.
So now my biggest fear is, like, going up to guys and them not talking
PK's girl.
back to me because, like, I was
He did alright, if that's true. I don't know if PK could pull her.
at the club last week and I walked up to this, like, group of guys because I'm, like, bubbly, whatever, and they just stood there and looked at me. Like, what was going through their mind?
Oh, I don't know. 10 years of being called a toxic male for merely glancing at a woman. The Me Too movement demonizing men as predators over a bad day.
Oh my god, that's a crazy image.
Like, I don't think they know what they're missing, but, like, that's a real fear of mine now.
Maybe they could sense your neurotic pick me, give me attention energy. You didn't want to end up getting publicly shamed in a dumb TikTok clip.
Guys, I'm on the street and this man just came up to me and asked if I wanted to go home with him right now.
That's not what I said. Why don't men approach women anymore?
Ew, ew, please get away from me. Please get away from me.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. What the hell is wrong with men?
Exhibit A right there.
I love when men leave me comments like this because I'm objectively very beautiful and I know that. So when I see this, I either think A, you know nothing about women, or B, you're one of those Republican closeted gay men.
I'm objectively very beautiful. Has nose ring.
She's hideous.
And calls any right-wing man who doesn't fancy her gay.
I'm objectively very beautiful.
Yeah, what
Covered in fucking tattoos, by the way.
a catch.
No one wants to date a bigot, and I think politics play a larger role in dating and dating choices by women than men are even capable of understanding. And then I think they sit on the internet and complain it's because they don't have enough money and they're too short. But really, it's because of your fucked up belief system. That's why women aren't dating you.
Here we go, the henpeck hand returns. Prepare to get nagged into oblivion.
If you voted for somebody who repeatedly bashes marginalized groups of people, bashes minorities, bashes women, has no respect for them at all, yeah, that says a lot about your character, and that's unattractive to most women because that's an ugly trait to have. It shows that you condone those behaviors.
Because well-adjusted pretty women are notoriously attracted to manlet soy boy Antifa types. Yeah, right.
Young women are shifting more left, and if you continuously shift more right in response to that rhetoric, then yeah, it makes you more unattractive to them.
Every study shows attractive men are more likely to be right-wing.
And I think to a certain
Yup, well, just in general, conservatives as a whole are supposed to be more attractive on average, male or female.
extent, these men
Unfortunately, I guess I'm an outlier. Sad.
understand that, which is why they're on their dating app saying they're moderate, saying they're apolitical, and all of these things, when really we know who you voted for, and that does make you undateable, and it does make you unattractive because you condone terrible behaviors towards women and minorities, and that will never be attractive. If you want better results in dating, I implore you to change that belief system.
Change the foundation of your entire belief system.
Dude, Asian mid lecturing. This bitch would fucking break and bend over for the first 6'3" white guy that gave her attention.
And it does make you unattractive because you condone terrible behaviors towards women and minorities, and that will never be attractive. If you want
Dude, the first 6'3" white guy that gives her an ounce of attention, she's gonna fucking completely fold. She will bend herself over backwards for that BWC without a moment's hesitation.
better results in dating, I implore you to change that belief system.
Change the foundation of your entire belief system. Maybe you'll have the privilege of being henpecked into abject misery. Yeah, no thanks. 10 years later.
My husband just informed me that he's had a very long, hard week at work, and so he just wants to enjoy the weekend in a clean house with some delicious home-cooked meals. And I said, that's great, because I know that his mother is going to love having him for a few days.
The sheer self-entitlement is stunning to behold.
These are the requirements that you need to have in order to date me, a single mom of 3 kids.
I mean, let's not set that bar too high, love.
Number 1 is that you need to be making at least $130K a year. And you need to have at least 2 side hustles. If you cannot make $130K or more, then you are out of my fucking league. How do you expect
Oh my god.
to give me money for my kids if you only make $50K a year?
You're really not selling it to me.
Second is I don't date men that are younger than me because for obvious reasons. So if you are 26 and over, then you qualify. 26 to 35 is the age limit. Okay, I feel like 35 is pushing it because they look old as fuck already.
She literally thinks a handsome 36-year-old guy making good money isn't good enough for her. Single mom, 3 kids. Fuck off.
You have to have at least 3 cars under your
She's already got the fucking torta build well underway.
name. Your second car has to have 8 seats because I have 3 kids. So I want them to be comfortable whenever we go with you on a trip or something. You want me to come with you? I'm gonna bring my kids, and you need to have enough space for my kids.
Tyrone, Jaden and Naomi are screaming their heads off in the back, while Juanita's henpeck nagging you in the front. Yeah, again, you're really not selling it to me.
Another requirement is that you have to have a property under your name, and you have to be looking into getting your second property. You have to get a home that has 6 rooms because Each of my kids have to be in their own room. So you have to be considerate. Purchase a house that has 6 rooms.
Sounds
Jesus Christ.
like a literal house of horrors.
And if you cannot meet those requirements, then you're not the fucking one.
Hoflation is real.
$75 a month, and you haven't met anyone yet.
Okay, so she says, POV, your friend pays $35 a month to not have people
What the fuck is this?
under 6 feet on her hinge.
Chances of women meeting a man who is not married, 6 foot tall, not fat, making over 100 grand, 0.43%, or 1 in every 233 men. Where did all the good men go? Your inconceivably narcissistic and unrealistic vetting process filtered them out at the first hurdle.
Do any other girls get offended when, like, ugly men try to approach you? I'm saying that with my full chest, yes.
Ever feel like you're stuck in a habit that you don't even think about? Maybe it's something you reach for during the just and keeps you fracco, and right thinking about you.
Testing to see if my date is a
Green right now to grab yours today. This next one's actually an ad for a necklace.
testing to see if my date is a red flag or not.
But the fact that most people on X thought it was a real dating interaction speaks volumes.
That's a really nice necklace that you just put on. I honestly never seen a design like that before.
Oh, thank you. It's actually really cool. If I press it twice on the back, it'll send my location to my friends and the police.
That's really cool. That's really cool. You're making a veiled threat while treating me as a potential sex offender on a first date. How romantic.
It's actually really cool.
Men love to talk about equality, but not the part where you have to send your locations to.
Oh my god. Dude, this is every white guy in San Francisco's dream right here. Wowie zowie.
Your friend, then carry safety weapons in your purse just to go to dinner with you.
Come on then, place your bets. How long until the henpeck hand?
Because they're held to the beauty standards that men built and judge them by.
And there it is. Instant gratification smartphone apps and the superficial abundance of dating doom scrolling have completely rewired women's brains to the point where they've been round the block so many times they can no longer even feel genuine emotions.
I said I wouldn't talk about my dating life on here, but I feel like I cannot be the only one who feels alone in this. Just went on a first date, and this is no offense to this man, obviously. Perfectly fine, normal, lovely date. It's getting to the point, though, that that's the problem. Like, there's just nothing happening. And I just feel no sparks and no chemistry with.
Yeah, dude, you're supposed to reach underneath the table and just start finger blasting her, whether she wants it or not. Gotta give her that spark, dude. But yeah, she's just been on so many dates that she's just, like, completely fucking emotionally detached. It's just another night. Would, honestly? Yeah, she's pretty attractive, man. But the problem is she's been run through, so she feels nothing anymore. She's become numb to dating and such.
People, and I feel bad.
Observe the stultifying impact of digital meat market-driven hypergamy in all its haunting hideousness.
Because I feel like it's just me. I'm going out with really handsome, accomplished, interesting people, and I feel nothing. I feel like I'm just another girl. Like, I'm one of a million, and there's just nothing special about me. Probably not presenting that great either. Not like that sparkly or interesting or like dynamic at all, because I'm just so depleted. I know my person's out there, but starting to really question if I even have it in me to find them anymore.
Female goes on yet another date and meets her own worst enemy.
I can fix her, guys.
Herself.
I listened to Maisie Neely's book today, and through all of the hardships she had, she just kept going and kept dating and kept seeing people, and I admire
It's just the makeup. It wipes off.
people so much that have that in them, because I just don't have it
The
in me.
makeup makes her eyes look bad. If she didn't have it on, she'd look a lot better.
I thought I was safe and I thought I was done, and like having to do this again, it just feels like work every time I go on a date, and it feels like so hard.
She's literally rejected so many men. It's made her so numb that her innate basic ability to pair bond is totally fried. Saw a great video recently of a female counsellor explaining that she has lost track of the number of 25 to 35-year-old female patients who described their perfect man. And then when asked about the last 5 men she slept with, not a single one had the traits described. Ended things with a guy who wanted to marry me because I'm still hung up on a guy who only wanted me for sex. How many bad boys do they need to plough through before realising this is a losing strategy? Called The Wall for a reason.
A 34-year-old woman is demanding her ex-boyfriend pay compensation, claiming he stole her childbearing years. After nearly...
Are you shit? No fucking chance, bro.
a decade together, she says her 38-year-old ex ended things just as she was ready to start a family. She said,
"You're shitting me." No. She wants child support for not having a kid.
she put her career and her goals on hold, believing they'd have kids, and now wants him to cover fertility treatments like egg freezing or IVF.
She waited till she was 34 to start pressuring him about wanting kids.
Holy fuck, man.
Only now is she worried about the eggs. Love, you left it too late by about 10 fuck
That is insane, bro.
Years.
No eggs. Empty. You don't have any eggs.
See if you can crack the case as to why this girl's having so many issues with dating.
I don't want a roster. I don't want to go out and date. I don't like this hookup culture. I don't like any of it. Like, I don't want to do any of this. Like I'm just sitting there, like a magazine, going through like clothing. That's what it feels like. It's like, what is this dating stuff? What is Hinge? What is Tinder? What is all of this? Like, it's disgusting.
Seems like a total mystery.
I'm now sitting here at 25, having to figure out how the fuck to get back in these fucking streets so I can figure out, so 10 years down the line, I'm not sitting there single still with my daughter being an only child.
Yeah,
Cracked it.
send her
Vogue
to
magazine
Raymond.
is having a
Send her to Raymond, exactly. He likes redheads.
boyfriend. Embarrassing now. Women are obscuring their partner's face when they post, as if they want to erase the fact they exist without actually not posting them. The result of women wanting to straddle two worlds. One where they can receive the social benefits of having a partner, but also not appear so boyfriend-obsessed that they come across quite cult.
What's Grindr? It's an app for people who like the grind, man. You know, Rise and Grind, Sigma Grind set, that type of shit.
Truly loserish. So they're basically telling young women they're
Yeah, with redheads, there's either, you know, there's like no in between. It's either they're really hot or they're like fugly. So there's not really an in between when it comes to them.
pathetic losers if they commit to a loving relationship. But still, it must be men's fault.
Vogue just posted an article saying having a boyfriend is embarrassing. And I think for men, this is a wake-up call. To the smart, independent woman, good salary, nice place, we provide no benefit. We are no longer the priority. In fact, we're probably a burden to them.
Speak for yourself, simp. This is the kind of social engineering girls in their 20s lap up, then wonder where have all the good men gone when they hit 30. Imagine the amount of propaganda it took to convince women that waking up like this is oppressive, but waking up with a hangover and alone, or even worse, with a stranger, isn't. Ironically, women have never been more secure or self-sufficient, and somehow that made dating harder, not easier.
Then why do women have tens of thousands of dollars of student loan debt, maxed out credit cards, no savings, no investment account, you know, extremely low 401ks compared to men, you know, thriving, bro.
Women became men, and that made dating harder for women. Who could have possibly predicted that?
The juice. Ain't worth the squeeze, that is. Oh. What else could I have meant by that? Oh, look, notice the juice. There you go. Apple juice. Oh, it's this void. Don't shave. Yeah, don't shave the coins, dude. Alright, we'll watch the short and then I gotta hop off. It's like 7:15, so I gotta get ready for work. We'll watch this, I guess.
I know this sounds absolutely insane if you're an actual Christian and believer of Jesus Christ, but there are people out there, and I keep seeing them on social media, who are saying they don't have to forgive people.
That's true. God forgives, I don't.
It's crazy, I know, but there are. And here's what I have to say about that. One, if you are just outright saying you don't have to forgive people, then you aren't reading the Bible, clearly. Two, you are not a Christian. Period. You are not saved if you cannot forgive others, because Jesus said, if you don't forgive others, then God will not forgive you. Therefore, if you are not demonstrating the grace of Jesus Christ, which you will if he's living in you, and you are unabashedly saying you don't have to forgive people, that's
Oh, she's gonna cry.
just for God to do. I don't buy into forgiveness. Then God has not forgiven you.
There are some things that can never be forgiven. And even God acknowledges that.
As per the Bible, this is truth. So I would encourage you to repent and pray to receive God, receive Jesus in your life, so that you can learn to forgive. Now, there are people who say, you know what, I'm supposed to forgive somebody who's wronged me. I'm really having a hard time with it. I'm praying about it. Hey, I get it. That's how most, if not all of us feel when it comes to situations where we have to forgive people. And all of us will have to forgive people. And all of us will need forgiveness.
I will forgive them when they're dead.
From other people, because we are imperfect. We're humans, right? So there are times where we're going to mess up and we're going to need people to forgive us, and we also should be forgiving others. So I get it when it's hard. Oh, it's hard to do that. And you acknowledge that. I get it. That's how it is for people. But to
I would love to know which mega church she goes to.
Right, say, no, God forgives. I don't have to. Well, you're just not a Christian then.
Dude, there's in the Bible, there's literally an unforgivable sin. Even God doesn't forgive everything. Not even Jesus can save you against certain shit.
You're not, as per the Bible. So it is what it is. And they might say, well, that's not fair, though. Well, that's not fair if someone can just be forgiven. Well, you know what else is not fair? That we're forgiven by God. That we can even go to heaven. That's not fair, because we didn't earn it and we don't deserve it. But guess what? Jesus gave us that path to forgiveness. Jesus died on the cross for our sins, and by his grace,
silence, wench. Exactly.
We are saved. Right? And so then, when you see fruits of our salvation by
King Griffin forgives Sephiroth for what he did. Fuck no.
us walking with Jesus. There's fruits of that. And so unforgiveness obviously is bad fruit, and is obviously fruit of not being saved. So if somebody is outright saying they don't have to forgive others, well, they're not saved. I know this.
Well, God says that he won't forgive others, so I guess he won't be saved either. Dude, blasphemy is literally the sin that cannot be forgiven. So if someone is engaging in blasphemy, it's not up to you to forgive them either. Also, there's no actual requirement of when you have to forgive them. So, you know, after you finish bashing their skull in with your bare fucking fists, you know, you could forgive them for what they did to you. So, there's also that, or, you know, planting a sword in their, you know, cranium. Shotgun to the head. I don't know, man. Again, it doesn't say when to forgive. You can forgive and forget after you get your vengeance. Yeah, make no peace with evil, destroy it. Exactly. Like, there's literally in the Bible a sin that even God will not forgive. So, here, let's see. Sin God will not forgive. Yeah, whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will never be forgiven, but is guilty of an eternal sin. Hear that? Straight from Jesus's mouth. Whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will never be forgiven, but is guilty of an eternal sin. It's just that easy. PK, knock it off with your 4chan shit, bro. Go back to your favorite porn page or whatever on there and, you know, crank it out to Fuda Femboy. I don't know. This is the type of Christians is what will lead to the downfall. Yeah, exactly, man. It's this, you know, Christ cucks, for lack of a better term. It's like literally the... Dude, it's like, how do we forget that literally we had thousands of years, pretty much, of conquest and warfare fought to not only protect, but also to spread Christianity. So, why nobody is getting laid? Where is that? I don't see it. Alright, I probably should hop off, guys. I should probably hop off. It's almost 7:30 for me, so I gotta get ready. I'm gonna head to the gym, check out the cheeks. I mean, work out. And, yeah, I guess I'll be back on later tonight. Have a wonderful Monday, everybody. And a great start to your week. And I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.